Martial realm sign in. The man was exhausted as he said, huff, huff. He was sweating, trembling, and walking up the stairs while carrying a huge virtual reality pod on his back. His face turned red from the effort. I'm almost there, I just need to get to the 4th floor and then I'll finally be there, he muttered. A few moments later, while looking at the arc -2020, he said to himself, my friend said this is trash. Jin Tae-kyung, 27 years old, a hunter of rank F, replied, huh? You didn't even look at it properly. Song Jin-ho, 30 years old, who had been retaking the university exam for 7 years, adjusted his glasses and said, Tae-kyung, my bro, it seems you're misunderstanding something here. Shit is shit. There's no need to dig through a pile of it to check if it's actually shit or not. You can just tell. But still, Jin Tae-kyung muttered, looking at the arc -2020. With tears in his eyes, he sighed, but I need money. Song Jin-ho interrupted, hold it right there. There's no need to guilt-trip each other in our friendship. Furious, Jin Tae-kyung snapped, Young. Song Jin-ho stammered, Titi Tae-kyung, let's calm down and think about the law of awakened beings. More specifically, Article 1, line 12, it states you should never use violence against normal civilians. And you said that a rank F hunter like me shouldn't even be considered an awakened being, Jin Tae-kyung retorted. Huh? I did? When? Was I drunk? Because I don't remember a damn thing, Song Jin-ho responded. Sighing, Jin Tae-kyung said, whatever, man. Good thinking. It's already rough for you. And if the guild heard that you assaulted a civilian, you'd be fired. And I'm already fired, Jin Tae-kyung said flatly. Shocked, Song Jin-ho exclaimed, huh? Jin Tae-kyung sighed again. As soon as I stepped in for work today, the team leader said he was thankful for all I'd done. He paused. I became a hunter because my late father was a hunter. Even though I lacked any talent in this field and was a low-rank hunter, I was proud of my work ethic. Through sheer effort, I was able to pay for my mother's medical bills and support my younger sister. But now, it feels like everything I've built over the past 7 years has gone to waste. Song Jin-ho awkwardly muttered. You're sorry for what you said, right? Jin Tae-kyung asked. Well, just a little, Song Jin-ho admitted. Then buy me a drink, bro. That's what hyungs do during these times, right? Jin Tae-kyung demanded. You ungrateful little punk. You say that, but you never once treated me as your hyung, Song Jin-ho grumbled. Let's get plastered tonight, bro. Jin Tae-kyung cheered. All right, whatever, man. Let's drink like there's no tomorrow, Song Jin-ho replied enthusiastically. They left the room. It was January 1st, 2015. Humanity was not greeted with the warm shine of a new year. What greeted them was the gate, a portal that connected this world to another. The gates, otherwise known as dungeons, began to appear all over the world. Monsters that had never been seen before started to pour out. It became a battle between the awakened beings and the monsters. After many victories and defeats, humanity finally put an end to the Great War by slaying the great demon king Asmodeus. That day was January 1st, 2020, and it became known as Victory Day. After that event, the monsters stopped coming out of the gates, and a new era began. Hunters, people who entered the gates to kill monsters and gather loot, became the pillars of this era. Most of the hunters were awakened beings, individuals who surpassed normal human boundaries and were ranked according to their powers. Among them, I was the lowest rank, a rank F hunter, and soon, people no longer needed low-rank hunters like me. A few hours later, Song Jin-ho, wasted and dirty, groaned as he collapsed onto the bed. Yo, Jin-ho Hyung. Wake up, man, Jin Tae-kyung said, slapping his face. Song Jin-ho moaned. Sighing, Jin Tae-kyung muttered, I told you to take it easy on the drinks. He glanced at his shirt, now covered in Song Jin-ho's vomit. Freak, that's nasty, bro. He took off the shirt and threw it in Song Jin-ho's face. I'm the one having a hard time here, not you. Right. I totally forgot about this thing. Maybe I can sell it for the price of some snacks. He sighed again. I'm too lazy to do that in the first place. I guess I'll just throw it away. Let's see what this is. Jin Tae-kyung pressed the push button on the ARC 2020 machine and suddenly it opened. What's this? A user's manual? He said, confused. Why would someone throw away an item with a user's manual still inside? Especially a junk item like this? The user's manual read, Description, the most realistic simulator model number, ARC 2020 manufacturer, H Soft 20 date of production, January 1st, 2020. Jin Tae-kyung raised an eyebrow. Huh? The year 2020? Wasn't that when the war ended? Must be a printing error. Only an idiot would be developing something like this during that time. As he continued reading, a section caught his attention. Warning, the player will not be able to log out. If killed in the game, the player will also die in real life. Jin Tae-kyung read it again silently, then got bored. Whatever, I'm just gonna sleep. A few hours later, Song Jin-ho was snoring loudly, while Jin Tae-kyung lay there frustrated. That bastard, I want to kill him so bad, he muttered. He glanced at the ARC 2020. Wait, that sea capsule? I wonder if it's soundproof. Without much thought, he entered the pod and put on the helmet. Oh ho, it's pretty quiet in here. I can't even hear him anymore. Plus, it's pretty comfortable in here. He sighed. What should I do starting tomorrow? If you're not part of a guild, you have to line up early in the morning at the commission office just to sign up for any requests. They treat guildless hunters like trash, and the commission fee they take is huge. Shit, man. Well, at least my mom and my sister can live safely in a decent apartment. I'm willing to live the dog's life as a rank F hunter to support my family, but how am I going to pay for my mom's rent now? If my father was still alive, would he be able to tell me what I need to do? But even so, I've done everything I can for them. Please trust me on that, D-Dad. I'm tired. Maybe I'll feel better after some sleep. Suddenly, the ARC 2020 powered on, and a voice from the system spoke. Commencing player recognition. Unidentified player. Would you like to be registered? A few moments passed, and the system continued. Exceeded the time required to answer. Commencing automatically. Now loading. Loading complete. Creating player profile. Player has been registered. Kim Tae-kyung has been registered as a player. Would you like to enter the world of Murim? Jin Tae-kyung snored softly, unaware. Exceeded the time required to answer. Commencing automatically. We shall pray for your success. Good luck. In another scene, Jin Tae-kyung shivered. Ugh, I'm cold. Did someone open the window? He mumbled. It's probably Jin Ho-hyung, that freaking bastard. He opened his eyes and froze. Shocked, he saw a girl lying next to him. He shot up from the bed shouting, "What the hell?" The girl, half asleep, muttered, Tai Lang La, which means it's too cold in Chinese. Jin Tae-kyung stammered to himself. What? What the freak? Where the freak am I? Am I at a hostess bar? I'm pretty sure I went home to sleep after drinking with Jin Ho-hyung. So why am I here? He hesitantly poked the girl. Excuse me, he said awkwardly. The girl sat up, equally confused. Where am I? Jin Tae-kyung asked, then thought to himself, shit. She's pretty though. The girl looked at him and said, Shen? What? In Chinese. Both of them sat in silence, equally puzzled. Jin Tae-kyung tried again. Your name must be Sunmi, but I wasn't asking for your name. She repeated, Shenmei? Huh. Jin Tae-kyung blinked in confusion. Shenmei? She said again, clearly not understanding him. Are you perhaps Chinese? Jin Tae-kyung gasped. Ni zai shuo Shenmei? What are you saying? In Chinese, the girl responded. Jin Tae-kyung muttered to himself, shit, I can't communicate with her at all. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Message, you have unread messages. Would you like to read them? Yes or no? Jin Tae-kyung jumped, startled. Holy shit, what the freak is this? He shouted, punching the notification in panic. The system responded, since you exceeded the time required to answer, your character was randomly chosen. You will now be exploring the world of Murim. Your character's name is Jin Tae-kyung. Welcome to Murim. You will be receiving AP for your first login. A second message followed. Your character has the ability to translate the foreign language of this world. Would you like to download the translation package? Jin Tae-kyung collapsed onto the bed in confusion. Character? Murim? Login? Well, what? The system continued. The translation package has been installed. Wait a second, Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed. The girl beside him, now understanding, asked, Master Jin, are you okay? The system chimed again. The translation package has been installed. Master Jin? She repeated. Jin Tae-kyung stared at her in disbelief. What the freak is going on right now? A few moments passed before he muttered to himself, so from what I understand, I'm inside some game and I'm playing it right now. This is pretty interesting. A system notification chimed. The translation package has been installed. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, how did I log into this game? I don't remember turning it on. The woman beside him handed him a cup. Please drink this. It seems you still haven't sobered up. Her name was Hua, which meant bright moon. As Jin Tae-kyung sipped the water, he thought, these graphics are way too realistic. I've heard that technology has improved a lot, but I never expected it to be this good. No wonder people get addicted to VR games. Hua suddenly stared at him intently. Jin Tae-kyung coughed. What's wrong? I guess I'm just confused. Hua replied. Master Jin, you're acting quite strange today. Master Jin. Jin Tae-kyung thought, pooh ha 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 ha. Even though it's a game, that's pretty cringy. He asked, what's strange about me? Hua tilted her head. I don't know. Everything. It's like you've either gone mad or lost your mind. You're even speaking formally to me. I'm not sure what's going on with you right now. Before Jin Tae-kyung could respond, a system notification chimed. The tutorial quest has begun. Huh? Tutorial? Jin Tae-kyung mumbled. Accept. Quest accepted. You are finally taking your first step in the world of Murim. Gather information and familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Rank, tutorial chain quest restriction, beginners only objective. Gather information incomplete. Familiarize surroundings incomplete quest rewards. Sturdy traditional robe set, gain access to character profile, gain access to inventory. Gain access to skills chain quest progression. Accept or decline, Jin. Tae-kyung read the details and thought to himself, gather information? Familiarize myself with my surroundings? Hua gave him a puzzled look. He's being weird again. What kind of tutorial is this? Jin Tae-kyung wondered. I haven't played many games, but aren't tutorials usually about catching rabbits or practicing the user interface? He sighed. In any case, I'll just go along with it. I'll start by gathering information. Hey, Hua, what do you know about me? Jin Tae-kyung asked. Hua chuckled. That's an interesting question. I guess I could say you're just as the rumors describe. Rumors? Jin Tae-kyung raised an eyebrow. I'm sure Master Jin has heard them before, but it's still a bit uncomfortable for me to say them to your face, Hua said. I don't mind. Let me hear them. Jin Tae-kyung leaned in, laughing nervously. I'm just curious if they match what I've heard before. Ha. These rumors have been around for a while. They don't bother me anymore. Hua sighed. Well, if you say so. After chatting for a while, Jin Tae-kyung managed to gather quite a bit of information. He discovered that he was in the capital of the Shaanxi province city known as Taiyuan. The brothel where he found himself was called the Crimson Flower, located in the inner city of Taiyuan. Hua was a high-ranking hostess working at the brothel. As for Jin Tae-kyung, he learned that he was 20 years old and the youngest son of the Jin family, a prestigious household in Taiyuan. The Jin family was well respected for fending off bandits and providing food and supplies to the people during famines or droughts, earning them the admiration of the city. A system notification chimed. You have uncovered information pertaining to the Jin family of Taiyuan. You have earned the title Son of a Noble. You may check your title in the character profile. Whoa, Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed. I'm from a wealthy family. I'm filthy rich. Hua interrupted his thoughts. But I've heard your family is facing some internal issues. A system notification chimed. Restriction. Beginners only objective. Gather information complete. Familiarize surroundings. Incomplete quest rewards pending completion issues. What issues? Jin Tae-kyung asked. Hua explained. Externally, the Mount Hang Sword Sect is looking for an opportunity to take over Shaanxi province. Internally, though, apparently the third son of the Jin family is a troublemaker. Of course. There's always a bastard like that, wherever you go, Jin Tae-kyung muttered. In every rich family, there's someone like that. He began sweating nervously and suddenly it hit him. Wait, how many sons does the Jin family have? 3, Hua replied. Freak, isn't that me then? Jin Tae-kyung thought, horrified. A system notification chimed. Message, you have earned the title The Shame of the Family. You may check your title in the character profile. Another chime followed. You have completed the gather information objective. Hua laughed, but Jin Tae-kyung was frustrated. Whatever, who cares if I'm the shame of the family? It's just a game, I just need to finish my quests. So I've finished gathering information. Now I just need to familiarize myself with my surroundings, Jin Tae-kyung said, setting off with renewed determination. Hua the bright moon sighs and said, Master Jin, forgive me for saying such things, but you're acting like a crazed idiot again. Why don't we take a break? Jin Tae-kyung said, and he said to himself, now that I think about it, just what the freak am I doing playing this game? He stood up and said, I need to focus on finding a job. He walks away and said, well, Even though it was brief, I still had fun. He smiled and points at the sky with full determination and shouted, "Log out." Wolhua the bright moon covers his face from embarrassment. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Huh? Why isn't it working? Let me log out, log out. Wait, did I pronounce it wrong?" Logout. Log out, log out. Wolhua the bright moon said, "I'm kinda sad that I'm the only one watching this spectacle." Jin Tae-kyung continues to say log out. Suddenly, a system notification chimed and said, "Message, it is impossible to log out." Multiple notifications chimed and said it's impossible to log out. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and said to himself, "Huh, what do you mean? Did I do something I wasn't supposed to? Is it an error in the system? Maybe I'm lagging? Was there some issue with the capsule since it was old? I shouldn't have just picked it up because it was free. I should have immediately thrown it away after Jejin Ho Hyung said it was trash. Freak. I should have looked for the user's manual." And he paused for a while and said, "Wait, the user's manual? I did read it. What did it say again?" The warning said the player will not be able to log out of their own volition. If killed in the game, the player will also die in real life. As he trembles and kneels to the ground, Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "I'm trapped inside a game world. Me?" A system notification chimed and said, "Message, you have completed the familiarized surroundings objective." A system notification chimed and said, "Quest, you have completed tutorial part 1. Quest rewards, you have access to character profile. You have access to inventory. You have access to skills. You are now able to progress to the next part of the chain quest. Tutorial part 2 is now available." Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "I'm so freaked." In another scene outside in the road at night, a carriage moves quickly, as the horses pants, and the chauffeur was serious. Inside the carriage was silent, and Jin Tae-kyung sits inside. And he thinks deeply, and said to himself, "For the past 3 days, I did all sorts of stupid shit to log out, but the end result was the same. And the system said it is impossible to log out." Jin Tae-kyung said so. "I'm currently in the midst of playing a VR game called Murim, which is some sort of martial arts game. But you're not allowed to log out. And if you die in this game, you die in real life as well. At first I sat around hoping someone in the outside world could save me, but nothing happened. That's when I realized that there is a high chance nobody can save me. However, there might still be a way." The manual said, "Warning, player will not be able to log out of their own volition. If killed in the game, the player will also die in real life." Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, in the user's manual, it stated that the player will not be able to log out of their own volition. This means if certain conditions are fulfilled in this game, it might be possible for me to log out. So, after mentally suffering for 3 days, I came to a solution. I'll need to focus on doing as many quests as I can in order to level up. In order for me to accomplish this, I'll need to find a place where my life won't be in danger, and also be able to receive plenty of help from other people. And I just happen to know a place like that. All right. If I stay calm and focused, I'll be able to return to the outside world." And he shouted, "I can do it." Fighting. As the coachman was confused, Jin Tae-kyung said, "Open quest menu." A system notification chimed and said, "Message, would you like to start tutorial part 2? Jin Tae-kyung said yes. A system notification chimed and said, "Quests. Tutorial part 2. You were able to gather basic information and got a decent hold of your current situation. However, the world of Murim is still unfamiliar to you. Starting now, you will have to rely on your only strength, known as the system. Rank, tutorial chain quest restriction, beginners only objective. Distribute your status points in the character profile incomplete. Distribute your ability points in the skills menu incomplete. Equip an item from your inventory, incomplete quest rewards. Keen spear chain quest progression." Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, The quest objectives aren't too difficult this time." He then said, "Open character profile." A system notification chimed, character profile level, 10. Jin Tae-kyung job, third-rate warrior fame, 0 titles. Son of a noble title effect currently applied, shame of the family title effect currently applied attributes. Strength, 10 agility, 10 stamina, 10 intelligence, 10 charm, 10 ki, 10 available points. 100 title effects, son of a noble, all stats 5. Fame 50, shame of the family, all stats -5. Fame 50. What the hell? Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed. Wasn't I supposed to be the son of a famous, reputable family in Murim? I'm only level 10 and a third-rate warrior. Are you serious? Son of a noble plus shame of the family equals nothing. He sighed to himself. Ah, I see. Well, I guess that's to be expected. But in any case, I'm glad I can raise my strength stats. He grew more serious. I should be careful with how I spend my points. I'll put one into Qi. A system notification chimed. Message: you can only increase Qi by training, consuming spiritual elixirs, or using special items. Seriously? Jin Tae-kyung groaned. You should have told me that beforehand. Fine, I'll skip Qi for now. I don't think I'll need intelligence or charm right away. I'll focus purely on survival. Let's put 30 into strength, 30 to stamina, and 40 into agility. A system notification chimed again. Message: do you wish to make these changes? Accept or decline? Accept. Jin Tae-kyung confirmed. His available points dropped to 0, and he immediately felt a surge of power course through him. His body levitated slightly as he began to glow. Wait, this is... He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he looked at his hands in amazement. Awakening. It's the same as my awakening 7 years ago. Why am I getting an awakening in a place like this? He muttered in disbelief. A system notification chimed. Message: you have advanced to a second-rate warrior. You have completed the distribute your status points in the character profile objective. Let's focus on the present situation first, Jin Tae-kyung said, gathering his thoughts. Open skills. A system notification appeared. Skills, level 10. Jin Tae-kyung cultivation. Jin family's cultivation technique unavailable. Martial arts. Jin family's spear technique unavailable. Jin family's footwork technique unavailable. Physical state, 10 internal state, 10 available points, 100 message. You are not able to use martial arts at this time. Due to lack of practice, you have forgotten all techniques. Jin Tae-kyung froze. Freak! Are you serious? He shouted, making a frustrated face. Sigh. Calm down. At this rate, I'll need to practice martial arts that teach me how to calm myself. So, where can I spend my ability points? He thought it over. The internal state governs the veins and tendons, essential for maintaining a strong internal force. The physical state governs bones and muscles, essential for maintaining a strong external force. In my world, I'm a rank F hunter. The fighting style I've developed over the past 7 years is more focused on external force. Using magic and manipulating auras, those are more internal force, something I could never achieve. It's important to focus on what I know best to survive. He addressed the system. Let's put 60% to physical state and 40% to internal state. A system notification chimed. Message: do you wish to make these changes? Accept or decline? Yep, I accept. Jin Tae-kyung confirmed. Suddenly, the system interface vanished, and he felt an intense sensation in his body. His shoulders bulked up and his muscles grew larger. Drops of sticky white liquid trickled from his skin as he panted from exhaustion. Opening his eyes, he marveled at his physique. My physique, this strength, I'm overflowing with raw power. That's right. This place is different from the real world. With the help of the system, I can become even stronger than I was before. And with 7 years of battle experience, who knows what the limit of this power is? A system notification chimed. Message: you have completed the distribute your ability points in the skills menu objective. Jin Tae-kyung clenched his fists. I'll make full use of this and I will survive. Open inventory, he commanded. A system notification appeared. Item: sturdy traditional robe set rank, third-rate restrictions, none effects, none description, made from light yet durable fabric. Suitable for beginners. Wear item, Jin Tae-kyung said. The robe immediately appeared on him. Oh ho, he noticed his old shirt on the floor. Store item, he said, watching the silk clothing vanish into his inventory. Whoa, this is going to be really useful during raids. A system notification chimed. Message: you have completed the equip an item from your inventory objective. Ding. You have completed the tutorial part 2 quest. You will receive a reward. Ding. You now have access to the tutorial part 3 chain quest. Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, oh shoot, I got a reward. Open inventory. A system notification chimed. Item: keen spear rank, second-rate restrictions, none effects, 5% chance to cause bleed on a direct hit description. A sharp spear. Be careful, you might cut yourself. Jin Tae-kyung sighed. Why couldn't I have gotten something better than this? Fine, equip item. The spear materialized in his hand. A system notification chimed. Message: you will now begin the tutorial part 3 quests. Be prepared. Be prepared for what? Jin Tae-kyung asked, confused. Outside, the coachman called, Master Jin? Yeah? Jin Tae-kyung replied. It seems we have a small issue on our hands, the coachman said. Jin Tae-kyung peeked outside. What do you mean? A system notification appeared. Quest, Tutorial Part 3. You have learned how to grow stronger using the system. Now, it's time to put that knowledge to use. Take care of the bandits who have appeared. Rank, Tutorial Chain Quest Restriction. Beginners only objective. Eliminate the bandits' incomplete quest reward. Full recovery quest failure. Death accept or decline. Sweat beaded on Jin Tae-kyung's forehead as he looked outside. Small issue, my ass. Jang Sam was a notorious bandit who never left the vicinity of the 5 Great Mountains. Around the age of 20, he became the leader of a ragtag group of thugs, extorting travelers for passage tolls. His strength and persistence earned him the title Jong Sam of 1,000 Strength, striking fear into many. One morning, while patrolling, Jang Sam found himself further from the mountains than usual. Look over there, boss, his goon called. They look like they're loaded with money. Jang Sam grinned. Seems luck is on my side today. He shouted, hand over everything you've got. Back in the present, Jin Tae-kyung observed Jang Sam and his gang. The coachman said, there are 6 of them. It doesn't look like they've set up an ambush. 6, Jin Tae-kyung murmured to himself. Bandits like these are a common occurrence, but this is the first time I've seen them in this region, the coachman explained. Why's that? Jin Tae-kyung asked. Outside the 5 Great Mountains, attacking someone from a martial arts family is basically suicide, the coachman replied. Trying to steal in Jin family territory? These idiots have some nerve. Well, that's because they're tutorial NPCs. But Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, then noticed something odd. Does this old man have something up his sleeve? Why does he seem so relaxed? The coachman smirked. Shall I take care of him? Ah, he's a martial master, Jin Tae-kyung realized. Of course, he wasn't just your average coachman. As expected of Wo-hwa, she really put in some extra care for me. Jin Tae-kyung grinned. Meanwhile, Jang Sam yelled, Oi, you bastards! Did you not hear what Jang Sam of 1,000 Strength just said? The coachman responded fiercely. You ignorant fools! How dare a measly bandit block our path? For all the evil deeds you've done, I should gouge out your eyes, shred your bodies to pieces, and wipe out your entire family. Jang Sam nonchalantly picked at his ear. I'm really scared after hearing all that nonsense. Are you escorting the emperor or something? Let me see this noble's face. You will regret your words, the coachman replied coldly. None have survived after seeing his face. Jang Sam chuckled. All right. Just show me who this person is already. The coachman became angry and said, You ignorant fools. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, I can finally witness the skills of a martial master. And he looks outside. The coachman hopped like a rabbit to Jin Tae-kyung, and Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, What the? Why are you coming back here? The coachman turned to Jin Tae-kyung. It seems you'll have to come out and meet them, young master. Me? Why? Jin Tae-kyung stammered. They need to witness firsthand the power you possess. For daring to stop the young master, they must be shown the true strength of a martial master, the coachman said. You must teach them a lesson. The Heavenly Jin Blade, I've heard your tales. At the young age of 20, you're a genius swordsman who reached the peak of the Murim world. After hearing the stories of the young master, the heart of this old man felt nothing but fear and adoration for your accomplishments. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, Heavenly Jin Blade? A genius swordsman? What the hell is this old man talking about? Jin Tae-kyung muttered to himself. I think you're misunderstanding something here. The coachman, ignoring him, turned back to Jang Sam and his gang. You insolent fools! Do you still not recognize this man? He is the second son of the Jin family from Taiyuan, the renowned martial master of Shaanxi province. Wait a second. I'm not the second, Jin Tae-kyung tried to protest. He is the Heavenly Jin Blade, Master Jin Mu-kyung, the coachman declared proudly. I'm Tae-kyung To, Jin Tae-kyung muttered silently. In the distance, Jang Sam burst out laughing. The coachman looked confused. Excuse me? Jin Tae-kyung sighed. Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you earlier. I'm not Jin Mu-kyung, I'm Jin Tae-kyung, the coachman exclaimed. When you say Jin Tae-kyung, are you talking about that useless third son? Jin Tae-kyung, sweating, replied, correct. The coachman stood in shock and disbelief, his mouth bubbling up before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Jin Tae-kyung looked at him, thinking, I'm such an idiot for believing this old man was a martial master. Jang Sam and his gang burst into laughter. Jang Sam said, I don't know if you're really the third son, but I'll let you live if you obey us. A system notification chimed. Quest, eliminate the bandits restriction. Beginners only objective. Eliminate the bandits incomplete quest rewards. Full recovery quest failure. Death Jin Tae-kyung muttered, let me live my ass. It's 6 against 1. I've fought 6 goblins before, but these guys, they're different. Jang Sam commanded, Beavis, did that guy just faint? Check and see if that's the case. Beavis replied, yes, boss. He hurled his axe at Jin Tae-kyung, laughing, ha! Jin Tae-kyung, in shock, yelled, holy crap, just give me a second, time out. The axe missed Jin Tae-kyung, landing far off. Beavis scratched his head, I guess I should have thrown it harder, hee. Jin Tae-kyung muttered to himself, wait. Now that I look at them, aside from that 1,000 strengths guy, the rest look weaker than the goblins I fought. If that's the case, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think I can take them. Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung raised his hand in surrender. Jang Sam blinked in confusion. Huh? Is he giving up? Beavis chimed in. Must have been scared of my axe? Jang Sam grinned. Smart choice? Aha! Keep laughing, Jin Tae-kyung thought, steeling himself. Jang Sam continued. I've heard the Jin family chased out one of their sons. They say his martial arts skills are third-rate, and the only thing he's good at is chasing after women. I guess he's also good at knowing when to give up. Beavis laughed. Hey boss, doesn't the way he's walking towards us remind you of a beaten dog? Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, while he do the breathing technique from another series of anime. Just 2 more steps. Jang Sam said, a beaten dog? Ha ha ha, you're right. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, 1 more, and he stopped. His stomach started to glow. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, huh, it's getting hot. Wait, is this chi? And the ground started to crumble from his step. In a flash, Jin Tae-kyung leaped towards them, shocking Jang Sam and his gang. Open inventory, equip keen spear, Jin Tae-kyung commanded. He drew the spear as Jang Sam raised his axe defensively. Jin Tae-kyung struck Jang Sam in the chest. A system notification appeared. A critical hit. Bleed has been activated. Jang Sam groaned in agony. Bandit Jang Sam level 10 eliminated. Ding! Level up. You have gained 10 status points. You have gained 10 ability points. You have unlocked the Jin family's cultivation technique. Jang Sam's goons stared, wide-eyed in shock. Jin Tae-kyung pulled out his spear and asked sternly, so, who's next? The bandits, trembling, dropped to their knees. Please spare us, great lord. A system notification chimed. The bandits, having lost their leader, have surrendered. Quest complete. Eliminate the bandits. You will now receive full recovery for any injuries. For suppressing the bandits, your fame has risen by 10. You have successfully completed the Tutorial Part 3 quest. You have received a reward. The Chain Quest Tutorial Part 4 is now available to you. The coachman, still in disbelief, mumbled, was this really all done by you, young master? One of the goons with a black eye started to cry. Another trembled as his swollen lips quivered, while a bald goon sobbed in fear. Jang Sam is on the ground sleeping forever. Jin Tae-kyung said, yes, that's correct. The coachman stammered, are you sure you're not Master Jin Moo-kyung? Jin Tae-kyung's frustration boiled over. He shouted, God damn it, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm Jin Tae-kyung. Now get ready to leave. The coachman quickly straightened. Yes, sir. Later, in another scene, Jin Tae-kyung mused, time manipulation? I've heard VR games can make time feel slower. I just don't get why they use something so amazing in game development and nowhere else. It's only used in VR, right? If you think about it, I'm pretty sure it could be useful in a lot of different areas. Jin Tae-kyung thought as he munched on fried crispy chicken from Jollibee. Song Jin-ho rolled his eyes and popped open a can of soda. Look at this kid, talking nonsense again. He shook his head. Jin Tae-kyung, ignorant as always. You're the kind of idiot who'd say you can use VR games to study and get into Seoul University. Song Jin-ho leaned forward and said, this bro's only gonna tell you once, so listen carefully, Tae-kyung. First, there's no point in even trying to study there. Why? Jin Tae-kyung asked, confused. Because VR games don't actually slow time. They just make it feel slower. Your playtime depends on how much data your brain can store. If you force yourself to cram in too much, it might feel like time's going slower, but the brain can only handle so much. Once you're out of the game, most of the stuff you tried to shove in will disappear, and you'll only remember what you learned inside the game. So there's really no difference between studying in real life and studying in VR. Song Jin-ho continued. Since this method puts quite a bit of stress on the brain, most VR games spread out the amount of information given. The standard time difference is usually 1 hour of information for every 3 hours in-game. Jin Tae-kyung asked, if that's the standard, then are there even higher time differences? Song Jin-ho replied, if the technology used for the capsule is advanced, the differences can increase a bit. But the cost of making such equipment is so high that most people can't afford it. Jin Tae-kyung pressed, how expensive are we talking? Song Jin-ho shrugged, I don't know. I'm going to sleep. Annoyed, Jin Tae-kyung snapped, go sleep in your own room, you idiot. Song Jin-ho replied lazily, turn off the lights, will ya? Back in the game. Jin Tae-kyung muttered to himself, I've already spent 3 days inside this game. If what Jin-ho said is true, shouldn't he be awake by now? Did he die in his sleep? What's taking him so long? Wait, is it possible that this capsule has an insanely high time difference? He paused, thinking deeply, but that capsule looked like junk. No, the quality of the game's graphics is too good. It must be some highly advanced tech. He stayed silent for a moment before shouting, freak, I don't know anymore. Whatever, he's bound to wake up eventually. Open skill menu. A system notification chimed, character, level 11 Jin Tae-kyung cultivation, Jin family's cultivation technique martial arts. Jin family's spear technique unavailable. Jin family's footwork technique unavailable physical state. 70 internal state, 50 available points, 10 distribute your ability points. Due to not practicing martial arts, you have forgotten all the techniques. You are able to read the description of the skills available to you. Jin Tae-kyung thought, I'm still amazed. I can't believe this is all real. I'll distribute my points later. Let's read the skill descriptions first. A system notification appeared. Jin family's spear technique rank. First rate restrictions. Must have learned the Jin family's cultivation technique stage. Unknown effects. Unknown description. An inherited martial art from the Jin family of Taiwan. Further skills can be acquired using a martial scroll. Currently unusable due to forgetting the ancient verses. Another notification followed. Jin family's basic footwork technique rank. First rate restrictions. Must have learned the Jin family's cultivation technique stage. Unknown effects, unknown description. An inherited martial art from the Jin family of Taiwan. Further skills can be acquired using a martial scroll. Currently unusable due to forgetting the ancient verses. Jin Tae-kyung thought, I haven't even used these skills before. A final system notification appeared. Jin family's cultivation technique rank peak stage second mastery restrictions. Only direct descendants of the Jin family of Taiwan effects. Activates chi circulation control to accumulate and utilize chi description. Allows for stable but slow chi accumulation. Jin Tae-kyung mused, the rank is peak. The Jin family's cultivation technique is impressive. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Quest, Tutorial Part 4. You are now able to control the circulation of your chi, allowing you to utilize chi power. However, your control is still insufficient. Don't let your guard down until the end. Rank, Tutorial Final Quest Restrictions, Players Only Objective, Chi Circulation Control, Incomplete Rewards. Item Box, Chi Sense Failure, Deviation or Death. Jin Tae-kyung groaned, again with the death penalty? Are you kidding me? If I wait a bit longer, Jin-ho could probably save me. Do I really want to risk my life for some petty quest items? The system chimed again, waiting for response. Jin Tae-kyung shook his head. Nope, not accepting. Decline. But suddenly the system chimed again. You cannot decline a tutorial quest. Confused, Jin Tae-kyung shouted, what? A message popped up. Will you accept this quest? Accept or accept? Frustrated, Jin Tae-kyung protested. I said I'll decline it. Decline, decline. Why are there only 2 accept buttons? The system chimed. The quest has been accepted automatically. Jin Tae-kyung yelled, you piece of shit. His voice echoed across the mountains. Another system notification followed. Your chi circulation control will now begin. The Jin family's cultivation technique will boost your stability. The system chimed once more. Since this is your first time utilizing chi circulation control, you will receive a helper for this quest. A message appeared. Will you move to where the quest helper is located? Accept or decline? Jin Tae-kyung in defeat muttered, decline. The system responded, automatic acceptance. Jin Tae-kyung groaned, freak! Now it's just ignoring me. Even the system notification sounds like it's mocking me. God damn it! Once I get out of here, just you wait. Suddenly, he noticed something. Huh? Space around him warped and a black hole appeared. Whoa! He exclaimed, closing his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, he was in a completely different place. Whoa, where is this place? Jin Tae-kyung wondered, looking around in awe. A voice called out, "Come over here." Jin Tae-kyung saw an old man waving at him. He walked over, thinking to himself, "Is that old Gramps supposed to be my helper?" The old man looked at him, and Jin Tae-kyung began to sweat nervously. "Sit as comfortably as you can," said the old man. Jin Tae-kyung thought, "Huh? I thought you needed to sit in the lotus position to control chi circulation." The old man chuckled. "Only weaklings are sticklers for details like that. For martial masters, none of that matters." "He can hear my thoughts?" Jin Tae-kyung thought, shocked. "He's an actual martial master." The old man smiled. "Ho ho, you're quite an interesting fellow." Suddenly, the old man moved with incredible speed, dashing behind Jin Tae-kyung, tapping his body multiple times. Gramps said, "Don't be surprised. I've merely opened your meridians. It's important that you focus now." Jin Tae-kyung said, I can't move." Gramps holds his back and said, "Knowing how to regulate the flow of your chi is crucial for all martial artists. Not only does it help with accumulating your chi properly, but it will also allow your mind, chi, and spirit to become refined and polished and enable you to reach an even higher realm state. Focus and allow your mind to become as clear as water. Draw out the flow of chi within you." I shall now recite the verses of the Jin family's cultivation technique. The old man began speaking rapidly, his words indecipherable as Jin Tae-kyung's forehead started to glow, beads of sweat forming, and the light growing brighter. "Follow it," the old man suddenly commanded. "Huh? Follow what?" Jin Tae-kyung asked, confused. A system notification chimed. The chi circulation of the Jin family's cultivation technique shall now begin. Jin Tae-kyung's vital points began to glow as a system notification added, "Follow the light within the meridians." The light began to shine at an atomic level. Another system notification chimed, "You have completed the chi circulation control." Tutorial Part 4, Quest complete. Rewards are being distributed. The skill Chi Sense has been learned. You can now freely utilize your chi and detect the strength of other people's chi. A small amount of turbid chi has been expelled from your body. All tutorial quests have been completed. Main quest unlocked. Jin Tae-kyung began to levitate slightly, feeling the surge of energy coursing through him. Slowly, he descended back onto the bench and exhaled deeply. "Whoa, I feel amazing. My whole body feels like it's been fully rested." "Chi is pretty interesting," he marveled. "But what was that?" he wondered. Suddenly, the coachman's voice cut through his thoughts. "Young master, we've arrived at the Jin family's estate in Taiwan." A beam of light shot through the air, and Jin Tae-kyung thought, "Is that 10 years worth of my chi? It's small but pure. Wait, is that another source of chi? If I absorb that, I'm sure I could become even stronger." But then he remembered the warning, main quest failure, chi deviation or death. "No," Jin Tae-kyung said firmly. "I shouldn't do more than what I was told. No point risking my life for it. Let's focus on finishing the quest first." He watched the light shoot out and reassured himself that was a smart decision. The coachman spoke again. "Young master, we've arrived at the Jin family's estate in Taiyuan." Jin Tae-kyung sat up and muttered, As he looked outside, he was taken aback. "Whoa," he exclaimed. "Coachman, can you go a little slower?" The coachman replied, "Ah, yes, sir." Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "Open skill menu. Activate Chi Sense." A system notification chimed. Skill, Chi Sense rank, no rank stage, first mastery restrictions, only for Jin Tae-kyung effects, able to identify entities within 30 levels of you. Can identify them as long as they are within your range. As the skill stage increases, the scope of your range significantly expands. Jin Tae-kyung smiled. It's exactly like the power level scanner from Dragon Ball. "Let's test it out." "Activate Chi Sense," he declared. A circle formed around his foot, growing larger as a system notification chimed. Chi Sense skill activated. Since the skill is at first mastery, you can identify things level 30 and below within a 10 jang range. 10 jang is equivalent to 30 meters. The circle expanded, and Jin Tae-kyung began to sense the people outside, including the coachman. "You have identified the person using Chi Sense, level 4 Wang Hawi." Jin Tae-kyung chuckled. "Oh ho, this is pretty nice. Finally, something useful. Lucky me. Open quest menu, he said, but then stopped in surprise. Huh? A system notification appeared. Quest, logout. You must now prepare to leave the treacherous world of Murim. Become stronger and more reputable. This will all be in preparation for that day. Rank, main quest restrictions, only for Jin Tai-kyung objectives. Achieve the realm stage of first rate incomplete, reach level 30 incomplete, gain 500 fame incomplete reward, log out. Jin Tai-kyung's eyes widened as emotion overwhelmed him. Finally, I can finally get out of this place. Jin Tai-kyung laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, that's right, this is just a game. You had me worried for no reason. I just need to utilize my combat experience and the game system properly. Logging out will only be a matter of time. I won't need help from the outside world anymore. And when I get out, I'm going to beat the crap out of the developer who made this game. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Halt!" A stern-looking captain approached the carriage. I'm Hyuk-mu-jin, the captain of the gatekeepers for the Jin family's estate. State your identity and the purpose of your visit. Wang Haoui, the coachman, replied, Hello there, we've just come from the Crimson Flower. Keep up the good work, guys. Hyuk-mu-jin raised an eyebrow. Crimson Flower? The infamous brothel? What business does someone from there have here? Wang Haoui scratched his head. Well, that's because, Jin Tai-kyung cleared his throat loudly, thinking to himself, he should know who I am, right? Hyuk-mu-jin looked at him, eyes narrowing. Jin Tai-kyung thought with relief. Good. He recognized me. All right, boys, keep up the good work, Jin Tai-kyung said confidently, reaching to close the carriage window. But Hyuk-mu-jin stopped him, his hand firm on the window. Jin Tai-kyung said, puzzled. Get out, Hyuk-mu-jin commanded. Jin Tai-kyung was silent for a moment, then asked, me? Hyuk-mu-jin scoffed. No, the air behind you. Yes, you. What the hell? Jin Tai-kyung thought, confused. Does he not know who I am? Jin Tai-kyung responded, I think you're a bit confused. I live here. Is he new? Jin Tai-kyung wondered to himself. Hyuk-mu-jin's expression remained unmoved. I also live here. Jin Tai-kyung tried to explain, No, what I'm saying is that I'm... Hyuk-mu-jin interrupted. You're the Jin family's third young master. Is that what you're trying to say? Jin Tai-kyung smiled, but Hyuk-mu-jin remained serious. I know who you are. Step out of the carriage. We'll continue with the standard protocol. Jin Tai-kyung started to sweat as he glanced at the other guards, noting a thin one and a larger one. Something feels off, he thought, as he stepped out of the carriage. Name? Hyuk-mu-jin demanded. Jin Tai-kyung hesitated for a moment, then replied. Jin Tai-kyung. Affiliation? Hyuk-mu-jin asked next. The Jin family of Taiyuan, Jin Tai-kyung answered. Age? 20. Stage of your martial arts? Second-rate warrior. Hyuk-mu-jin wrote down the answers and then looked up, his gaze sharp. Pocket your pride. Just answer honestly. Be honest? Jin Tai-kyung thought sarcastically. Do you want me to tell you that I became a second-rate warrior after distributing my stats or something? Hyuk-mu-jin ignored the comment. Let's see. You've been gone for a few days. Where are you returning from? Jin Tai-kyung sighed and said, The Crimson Flower. Hyuk-mu-jin chuckled. Stayed at that expensive brothel for a few days, huh? Good for you. Must have cost a fortune. Or did you steal from the family's funds again? Jin Tai-kyung blinked in surprise. Again. Hyuk-mu-jin laughed. What are you upset about? The young master is always doing stuff like that, no? Jin Tai-kyung, from the Jin family of Taiyuan. The shame of the family, he thought bitterly, sighing. This is pretty infuriating. Third young master, I'm only a gatekeeper, but let me give you some advice. Hyuk-mu-jin leaned in and whispered in Jin Tai-kyung's ear, Stop dragging the family's name through the mud. At least try to live like a proper human being. Without waiting for a response, Hyuk-mu-jin walked away, waving a hand dismissively. Let them pass. Jin Tai-kyung fumed inwardly. Live like a proper human being? I know this is just a game, but it's making me feel pretty damn pissed. Suddenly, Jin Tai-kyung snapped. Hey, stop right there. Hyuk-mu-jin turned around, confused. Huh? Jin Tai-kyung, now aggressive, balled his fist and lunged forward, shouting, You're freaking dead. In another scene, a man sat at a table cluttered with paperwork. Speak, he said, his tone cold. A subordinate nervously began. I have a precious subordinate working for me. He has tremendous respect for the main family and is highly competent, but he's also arrogant. He doesn't think much about the consequences of his actions and, State your point, the busy man interrupted. The subordinate quickly answered, He got into a fight with the third young master. The busy man sighed. That sounds like something he'd do. What happened to my youngest son? He was moved to the infirmary. He's currently unconscious and covered in bruises. The busy man remained silent, and even his secretary said nothing. The subordinate fell to his knees. Please forgive me. It's all my fault. I will accept any punishment. The busy man looked up slowly. Can I see this boy of yours? I wish to speak with him. The subordinate stammered, Family head, please forgive me, but he also needs medical assistance. The family head raised an eyebrow. He's being treated right now? Yes, my lord. He's in the infirmary as well. I've heard he has a cracked bone. The family head sighed. Really now? Then don't worry about my request. You may leave. The subordinate nodded quickly. Yes, my lord, and swiftly exited the room. As soon as the door closed, the man hurled the scrolls across the room, shouting, "We paying!" A soft voice responded. Yes, my lord. Jin Wee-kyung stepped out into the hallway. I'll be outside for a bit, he muttered as he stormed out. Wee-pung sighed heavily. Meanwhile, Jin Tae-kyung lay in his infirmary bed, trying to piece together his memories of the fight with Hyuk-moo-jin. As the scene flashed back in his mind, Jin Tae-kyung recalled himself launching a punch at Hyuk-moo-jin, screaming, "Ha!" But Hyuk-moo-jin easily dodged it. You're better than I thought, Hyuk-moo-jin said coolly. But if you're a martial artist, fight like one. Don't just aimlessly swing your fists. Jin Tae-kyung clenched his teeth in frustration. The more I look at him, the more he pisses me off. Shut up, you bastard! Jin Tae-kyung roared, throwing another punch. But this time, Hyuk-moo-jin's fist slammed into his stomach, followed by a flurry of punches. I thought I was strong after taking down that 1,000-strength guy, Jin Tae-kyung thought as he reeled from the hits. Logging out my ass. I'm going to get killed at this rate. Hyuk-moo-jin sneered. What did you say? You must love getting your ass kicked. Just give it up. Despite the pain, Jin Tae-kyung managed to land a solid punch on Hyuk-moo-jin's chin. Ha! He grunted, feeling the impact. What level is this Hyuk-moo-jin guy anyway? Jin Tae-kyung thought as his vision blurred. Suddenly, the number level 20 appeared over Hyuk-moo-jin's head as his opponent grew angrier. You little shit. Hyuk-moo-jin growled. I should learn to shut up and focus on leveling, Jin Tae-kyung thought, trying to pull himself together. Back in the present, a system notification chimed. Message, you have awoken from sleep mode. Jin Tae-kyung groggily tried to sit up, groaning as his body protested. A doctor stood nearby. Are you awake, young master? The doctor asked. Where am I? Jin Tae-kyung murmured. This is a medicine hall, the doctor explained. You've been out for an hour. Jin Tae-kyung flopped back down, sighing, an infirmary. I've been out for an hour. He suddenly bolted upright. Wait, a whole freaking hour? As pain shot through his body, he clutched his ribs, wincing. Ouch. You've got bruises all over, the doctor said. It's going to hurt for a while. Please rest and avoid any unnecessary activity. Jin Tae-kyung lay silently, contemplating his situation. He mumbled, Open character profile. A system notification chimed. Character, Jin Tae-kyung, level 11 job, second-rate warrior fame, 10 titles. Son of a noble effects applied, shame of the family effects applied strength, 40 agility, 40 stamina, 50 intelligence, 10 plus charm, 10 plus available points, 10 shit. Jin Tae-kyung thought, I didn't think I'd end up like this. Put all my points into stamina. If I had distributed my stats earlier, maybe I could have won. Nah, the way I was moving, levels and stat points wouldn't have helped. I need to get proficient in martial arts if I want to beat someone like him. Outside the infirmary, Jin Wee-kyung's voice could be heard. This is the room. Thank you. Jin Tae-kyung braced himself, thinking, if he comes at me from that angle, I'll counter like this. The door suddenly swung open, and Jin Wee-kyung walked in. What a sorry sight you're in, he said mockingly, stepping into the room. He turned to the doctor, asking, how's his condition? The doctor replied, he's covered in bruises, but nothing life-threatening. Jin Wee-kyung smirked. That's unfortunate. One of his legs should have shattered. Jin Tae-kyung felt a chill run down his spine. I can't see his level. He's got to be over level 30. He's high level. He looked away, trying to think quickly. Wait, if that's the case, and the doctor's acting like this around him, and he's treating me like garbage. Jin Wee-kyung's voice boomed. You foolish boy! Jin Tae-kyung thought harder, piecing everything together. If I also look at his face, he activated full brain force. The answer must be Father. Jin Tae-kyung gasped aloud, his voice shaky. Jin Wee-kyung froze for a moment, embarrassment creeping across his face. He then rolled up his sleeve, saying to the doctor, Thank you for your assistance. You may leave. The doctor bowed quickly. Yes, my lord. He swiftly exited the room, ignoring Jin Taekyung's desperate cry. Sir, doctor, you can't leave me alone with this man. Jin Taekyung flailed. Wait, no, please calm down. I'm sorry. If you're not my father, you can't possibly be my mother, right? The doctor gave him one last glance before shutting the door, leaving Jin Taekyung and Jin Wekyung alone. Jin Taekyung stared at Jin Wekyung's clenched fists, his heart racing. Ah, crap. What kind of doctor abandons his patient like that? Jin Wekyung growled, There should be a limit to your stupidity. How long are you going to live like this, you little brat? Jin Taekyung pressed himself against the wall, his thoughts spiraling. I'm finished. You chase after women the moment you get the chance, Jin Wekyung shouted. And whenever you get money, you gamble it all away. His voice softened but remained harsh. It's because you behave like this that the family scorns you. Jin Taekyung blinked, eyes wide open. Jin Wekyung shouted at the door, You little shit. If you continue to act this way, be prepared to face severe punishment. All right, do you hear me? He turned his attention back to Jin Taekyung, who looked confused. What are you doing? Jin Taekyung wondered to himself. I'm glad it's just a minor injury, Jin Wekyung said, with a forced smile. Why did you pick a fight with that boy? You've never trained in martial arts before. Jin Wekyung's face softened as he looked at Jin Taekyung. Who are you? He asked. Oh no, Jin Wekyung suddenly exclaimed. It seems my youngest brother has injured his head. Where is the doctor? Doctor! Jin Wekyung began to cry. You really can't remember anything? Jin Taekyung responded. Nope. Not even a little bit? Jin Wekyung asked, desperation in his voice. Jin Taekyung thought, I'll just pretend I'm suffering from amnesia. It's the best option for now. Jin Wekyung considered this and then asked, Do you remember what I just told you? Huh? What do you mean? Jin Taekyung asked, feigning confusion. What is my name? Jin Wekyung pressed. Jin Wekyung, Jin Taekyung answered, the lesser family head of the Jin family of Taiwan. Age? Jin Wekyung continued. 35 single, Jin Taekyung replied. Parents? Jin Wekyung asked. Father is currently traveling around the mainland and mother passed away 10 years ago, Jin Taekyung said. Good job, Jin Wekyung said, nodding. What about the second brother? Jin Mukyung, Jin Taekyung responded. 25, and currently a disciple at the Heaven's Gate Temple. Nice, Jin Wekyung said, then hesitated. Wait, Heavenly Jin Blade? I don't recall telling you that nickname. Jin Taekyung felt a pang of anxiety as they stared at each other. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung clutched his head and cried out, Ouch! My head, it hurts so much. Jin Wekyung gasped, Oh no, my little brother. A few moments later, the doctor arrived and said, Since it's simple contusion, the swelling and bruises should disappear within 4 days. Jin Taekyung stepped outside. A servant greeted him saying, Allow me to escort the young master to his residence. As they walked, the servant pointed out various landmarks. That building is, the name of that man is. Jin Taekyung thought, it seems Jin Wekyung sent someone to explain things to me. After a short while, the servant said, We have arrived. Wow, Jin Taekyung marveled as he looked at the residence. The servant continued, The second floor is your bedroom. There are servants stationed in various places, so if you need anything, please let us know. Ah, okay, Jin Taekyung said. The servant then took his leave. Jin Taekyung entered the building and exclaimed, Whoa, he mused. The Taekyung outside lives in a rundown studio apartment. But the Taekyung in this world resides in a place that looks like a palace. I wonder what this house has in store for me. He opened a door and was astonished. Wow. He observed the wardrobe room, noting, What a fashion-obsessed bastard, an entire floor dedicated to clothes. A few moments later, he entered another room saying, I hope this isn't another clothing room. It's the last room left. He opened the door to find manuscripts and a dried plant. Excitedly, he shouted, I found it. He picked up a book, dusted it off, and read the title, 3-Foot Techniques of War. What's this? Jin Taekyung wondered aloud. A system notification chimed. Skill, 3-Foot Techniques of War type, martial scroll rank, third-rate restrictions, none description. The most basic foot techniques for realistic warfare. Can be purchased at a market. Another notification appeared. Message, would you like to learn the selected martial arts? 3/10. Oh shit, Jin Taekyung exclaimed. Of course the system would help me learn martial arts. But then he hesitated. The system prompt repeated, Message, would you like to learn the selected martial arts? 3/10. He was about to select accept when he paused. Huh? What's this? The prompt read, would you like to learn the selected martial arts? 3/10. Jin Tae-kyung thought, wait a second. The Jin family's cultivation technique, foot technique, and spear technique. Is there a limit to how many martial arts I can learn? If that's the case. He threw the book aside, exclaiming, look at all these martial scrolls. I shouldn't waste my skill slots on a third-rate martial art. Determined, he picked up a red book titled Greatest Material of the Night King. The system notification chimed, book, Greatest Material of the Night King type, erotic novel rank, none restrictions, none description. It's highly recommended to carefully look at the illustrations. Jin Tae-kyung grimaced in disgust. Ugh, what's this crap? A few hours later, Jin Wee-kyung set down his brush and stamp, sighing, hoo. Wee-pong said, good work today, my lord. Outside, Wee-pong held a lantern as Jin Wee-kyung put on his coat. It's quite chilly, my lord, Wee-peng noted. Thanks, Jin Wee-kyung said. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be bedridden. Wee-peng said, what can I say? At this point, I'm pretty much your housewife. Jin Wee-kyung replied, don't say that. Those old geezers are already pushing me for marriage. Jin Tae-kyung looked up at the sky, remembering a girl with great curves. Jin Wee-kyung thought to himself, well, in the end, I need to do it, for the sake of the family. He sighed. Wee-peng remarked, quite a bright moon tonight. We probably didn't even need this lamp, my lord. Jin Wee-kyung responded, They both noticed a room with a light on in the palace and were confused. Wee-peng said, isn't that the residence of the third young master? Jin Wee-kyung nodded. You're right. It's getting late, and he still hasn't put out his candles. Wee-peng suggested, my lord, just visit him next time. I'm sure he's just pretending not to remember anything. He probably got drunk as usual. Shh, Jin Wee-kyung hissed. Both were shocked as they heard noises. Wee-peng thought to himself, it seems I've been underestimating the third young master. I can't believe he even brought a woman here. Wee-peng whispered to Jin Wee-kyung, listen to that sound. It's pretty obvious what he's up to. I'm willing to bet this month's wage on what he's doing, my lord. Jin Wee-kyung whispered back, Wee-peng, shut your mouth and come look. Wee-peng peeked and whispered, I really don't want to watch his obscene behavior, but since my lord is forcing me, I guess I'll. Suddenly, Wee-peng was shocked and said, huh? He widened his eyes in disbelief as he saw Jin Tae-kyung, sweating and breathing heavily, holding a book in one hand with one foot raised. Jin Tae-kyung's body trembled as he tried to maintain his balance. Now I need to take 2 steps diagonally. Jin Tae-kyung muttered. Suddenly, he lost his balance. Jin Wee-kyung and Wee-peng watched through the window as Jin Tae-kyung dropped to the floor, shouting in frustration, freak! Who the freak created this shitty martial art? Jin Wee-kyung whispered, seriously, Wee-peng? Wee-peng responded, yes, my lord. Jin Tae-kyung groaned in pain, freak, my waist. Jin Wee-kyung smiled with pride and whispered, you said so yourself, right? You won't be getting paid this month. Wee-peng fell silent. Jin Tae-kyung continued to shout in pain, freak. A system notification chimed. You have learned the Jin family's foot technique. Another notification followed. For learning the selected martial arts, you will now gain numerous effects from it. A third notification appeared. You have completed an achievement. I'm learning martial arts. Yet another notification chimed. For completing an achievement, you have been rewarded with the title Novice Trainee. Jin Tae-kyung, exhausted, said, freak, why is this so hard? He took a long drink of water, saying, glup, glup, glup. That hit the spot. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, out of all the books I collected, I can't believe only these were non-erotic martial books. What is he, an erotic novel addict? Was he not satisfied with only half this room filled with erotic novels? He looked at the remaining books, Jin family's spear technique and Jin family's cultivation technique. Checking the system, he reviewed the Jin family's foot technique, stage, first mastery type, foot technique rank, first-rate restrictions, only the direct bloodline of the Jin family of Taiwan. Description, as the progenitor of the Jin family of Taiwan, you are able to. Jin Tae-kyung thought, the alteration between my footwork is simple, my ass. It was complicated as freak. If I stepped even a little bit out of place, I'd fail. I didn't even get to step on it. If I was even a little bit late on the next sequence, I'd fail. A system notification chimed. The footsteps used by the Jin family's foot technique shall be marked. Amount required to learn, 100/100ths. Jin Tae-kyung said, it's a miracle I even succeeded. He glanced at the light and said, huh? Is it morning already? Even with the system's help, it took me half a day to learn it. How long will it take me to learn the spear techniques? He tried to stretch, groaning. Anyway, today is my 5th day here in this world. Time manipulation or ass manipulation, I don't care what they're using. But the only thing I can do for now is focus on what I can actually do. He decided, I'll stop here for today's training. He picked up the greatest material of the Night King and retreated to his room. There, he meditated, exhaling deeply. The servant opened the door and said, "You are already awake, young master?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "Ah ha ha, I just couldn't sleep." He thought to himself, ever since I've started to properly circulate my chi, I can definitely feel my mind has gotten clearer, and I don't tire as easily. The servant said, "It's possible your wounds could get worse, so please get plenty of rest." Jin Tae-kyung replied to himself, "Most of my pain is gone as well." Jin Tae-kyung then said to the servant, I understand. Would it be possible?" The servant interrupted. "Oh my! You can talk informally to me, young master. There's no need to be so formal with someone like me." Jin Tae-kyung responded, "You're right. Then is there a spare training room?" The servant wiped off his sweat and said, It's so hot." Jin Tae-kyung tried to say something and decided, "I'll just talk how I usually talk." He thought to himself, what a shitty game. The graphics are too damn good. I'd feel bad talking informally to an older person. The servant said, "As you wish, young master. So, what is it that you need?" In another scene, the servant entered Jin Wee-kyung's room and nodded. Jin Wee-kyung said, "Thank you for your work. You may leave now." The servant left, and Jin Wee-kyung suddenly threw his scrolls and shouted, "What a joyous occasion! I'm not going to work today." Vipong used his martial arts skills to catch all the scrolls and papers, asking, "On whose condition, my lord? If they hear about this, things will get troublesome once more." He put the documents down on the table. Jin Wee-kyung said, "My youngest brother is apparently trying his best to learn martial arts as best as he can. So, how can I work in a situation like this?" Wee-pong said, "Do you know what's more important than that? The current issues with the elders." Jin Wee-kyung began to sweat. "Freak those old geezers. They're so damn annoying." Wee-pong said, "My lord, may I say something?" Jin Wee-kyung replied, "Nope. I decline. I don't want to hear it." Wee-pong said, "Then I'll decline that decline." Jin Wee-kyung retorted, "You bastard." Wee-pong continued, "It's already his 5th time embezzling money from the family's funds. I'm not even counting the other things he's stolen. If we were abiding by the family's law, he would have been executed by now. It's a miracle he's still alive." Jin Wee-kyung sighed. "Why bring this up now?" Wee-pong said, "I'm merely stating these facts since we're already talking about him. But you can ask anyone within the family, and they'll all have the same opinion of him. My lord, you view him as your lovable younger brother, but for the rest of the people." He sighed. "He's hated." Jin Wee-kyung said, "Hey, do you have something against my younger brother? What's with your tone of speech?" Wee-peng responded, "I'm just frustrated, my lord. Extremely frustrated. It's because of all the troubles the 3rd young master causes that you're slowly losing your position to those elders." Jin Wee-kyung fell silent. Wee-pong added, "Not only that, but the elders are fully aware that the 3rd young master still receives allowance from the family, which he uses to cause even more trouble." Jin Wee-kyung stood up furious. "Those unforgivable bastards." He crushed the armrest of his chair. Jin Wee-kyung said, "Sigh." Wee-pong said, "That's all I have to say. You need to let a man be treated as a man." Jin Wee-kyung looked outside and said, "This will be the last chance." Wee-pong said, "Wait, my lord." Jin Wee-kyung replied, "I told you before. Not only is he a child, but he's lost his memories. He's become a different person because of that." He looked at Wei-peng and asked, "Can't you tell that he's different as well?" Wei-peng said, "Well, it's true he's acting quite differently. He's even learning martial arts, which is very unlike him." Jin Wee-kyung was shocked while looking outside and said, "Wei-peng." Wei-peng responded, "Hmm?" Jin Wee-kyung said, "I have an idea. Decree an order under my name." He smirked. At the palace, as birds chirped, Wei-peng announced, "And so, for breaking the 14 sacred laws of the family, the 3rd young master, Jin Tae-kyung, shall be locked away in the cave of training for an indefinite period of time." Wei-peng glanced at Jin Tae-kyung and said to the guard, "You may tie the criminal, Jin Tae-kyung." Jin Tae-kyung laughed maniacally, "Ha ha 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 ha." Then he became seriously quiet and shouted, "What the heck do you mean? I asked for a spare room to train, not to be locked up in jail to train. And what was that last part?" For an indefinite period of time? Are you all insane? Wee Peng said, Now, third young master, please calm down and listen to what I have to say. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I don't care anymore. I'm not going. I'm going to just train in my yard. He threw a tantrum on the floor. Wee Peng, embarrassed, said, Third young master. Jin Tae-kyung shouted back, Freak you, I don't care. Wee Peng, growing angry, said, Enough is enough. Get up. Jin Tae-kyung looked at Wee Peng, who said, This is spiritual sense, so don't be alarmed and listen carefully to what I have to say. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, Spiritual sense? Isn't that something martial masters can do? Wee Peng continued, You might not be aware due to your memory loss, but keep in mind that you're someone who is under heavy scrutiny. It's quite possible that you might receive a punishment far greater than this. That's why the lesser family head has decided to take matters into his own hands. The guard said to his fellow guard, Why is he so quiet all of a sudden? Wee Peng added, Although I stated it would be for an indefinite period of time, do you really think the lesser family head wants to lock you up forever? Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, he's right. There's no way that man would do that. Wee Peng said, At most you'll be in there for about 7 days. Jin Tae-kyung asked, What about 3? Wee Peng said terrifyingly, Stop complaining. Jin Tae-kyung, nervous, thought, Shoot. Look at his eyes. Those are the eyes of someone who thinks he can easily beat me. So what? Are you good at fighting or something? Activate chi sense. He examined his aura. Wee Peng asked, So what are your thoughts? Jin Tae-kyung made an okay sign and said, No problem. Sounds perfectly fine to me. He couldn't see Wee Peng's level. In another scene, Jin Wee-kyung arrived at the mountain with the others. He suddenly noticed Jin Tae-kyung tied up, along with the others. Jin Wee-kyung said, So you're finally here. Jin Tae-kyung said, Hey, hello, senior brother. Jin Wee-kyung said, I can no longer overlook your actions. In lieu of the family head, I, as the lesser family head, have sentenced you to solitary confinement. Is there anything you want to say at this time? Jin Tae-kyung said, Of course, I shall humbly accept this punishment. Jin Wee-kyung became silent and said, Confine the criminal to the cave of training. Your release shall be informed at a later time. The door opened, and the guards assisted Jin Tae-kyung as they walked past Jin Wee-kyung. Jin Wee-kyung thought to Jin Tae-kyung, I provided you with everything you may need, youngest brother. I bid you luck. The door gently closed, and Jin Tae-kyung smiled. The door slammed shut. A few hours later at night, Jin Wee-kyung said to Wee Peng, He should be okay, right? Wee Peng replied, I'm sure he's fine, my lord. Please stop worrying. Jin Wee-kyung said, His body hasn't made a full recovery yet. He's going to be okay, right? Wee Peng said, You're acting like he's going to drop dead any day now. The type of wound he has is something you can even lick and make a full recovery. Jin Wee-kyung said, No, that's not true. You just don't know how weak and frail my youngest brother was when he was a kid. Wee Peng said, Weak? The amount of precious medicinal pills and herbs he's consumed would fill up an entire room by now. Jin Wee-kyung said, Did you already forget what happened last year? Wee Peng said, The 100-year-old ginseng incident. Jin Wee-kyung said, Hey, let's not talk about that. Wee Peng said, the head physician was so angry at him that he was close to splitting open his stomach, and Jin Wee-kyung said, All right, enough. Just stop right there. The issues regarding my youngest brother and the internal and external issues of the family are making my stress rise as high as the heavens. Especially the secret meeting of those people is making me worried. Wee Peng said, the Mount Hang Sword Sect. Jin Wee-kyung asked, What do you think their intentions are? Wee Peng said, I've dispatched some men to find out, my lord. Jin Wee-kyung said, Then in the province of Shaanxi, let them know they must prepare for anything that might ensue with the Mount Hang Sword Sect. In a different scene, sounds of a person practicing martial arts filled the air as a toad spat water. A target was set up. Jin Tae-kyung practiced his spear and shouted, Pierce of the heavens, as he struck the target. A system notification chimed, required amount to complete 100 and 100ths. Another notification chimed, You have learned the Jin family's spear technique. A third notification chimed, Due to repeated training, the stats involved for this skill have been increased. Strength, stamina, and agility have been raised by 1. Jin Tae-kyung said, Oh, I didn't know your stats could be increased like this. He sat down and said, Ouch, I thought this place would be a damp underground prison. If I had known it would be like this, I would have begged to stay longer, Jin Tae-kyung thought. A system notification chimed. You're suffering from fatigue and hunger. Locate a food source and get plenty of rest. Allow your body to recover. Jin Tae-kyung said, I don't have much time. It would be a waste of an hour if I rested. His stomach grumbled. Jin Tae-kyung remembered. Ah, that's right. The grain pills. I took some with me when I came in here. Summon 1 grain pill. A system notification chimed. Outstanding grain pill type, food pill rank. First rate of pills stuffed with all sorts of grains and herbs in an unsophisticated manner. Upon consumption, it not only recovers the internal chi, but also provides additional effects. He said, but this thing, is it even made for human consumption? It smells like goblin waste. It can't be helped. It's supposed to be good for your body anyway. He trembled as he put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it whole. A system notification chimed. You have consumed the outstanding grain pill. Another chimed. You feel full and rested. Another chimed. Your fatigue has been cured. Another chimed. For the next hour, all of your stats will be increased by 2. Jin Tae-kyung said, Whoa, wait, what? Open character profile. He was amazed. I better stuff myself with these goblin pills then. He shouted, Summon grain pills, and started to chow down on the pills. The system chimed, and he stopped, confused. A system notification chimed. You have consumed outstanding grain pills. Another chimed. No effects were given. Another chimed. You feel extremely full and rested. Another chimed. Due to the status effect overconsumption, you are unable to move for the next hour. He shouted in frustration. A few hours later, he practiced again with his spear. A system notification chimed. The mastery of the Jin family spear technique has been raised by 3. 23/100ths he practiced more. A system notification chimed. The mastery of the Jin family spear technique has been raised by 2. Chimed. The mastery of the Jin family chimed. The mastery of the Jin family spear technique has been raised by 1. 26/100ths he hit 3 targets. And a system notification chimed. You have failed to earn a mastery point for the Jin family spear technique. Jin T 6/100ths. Jin Tae-kyung said, What the heck? Are you kidding me right now? Why is it getting harder as you improve? This is pissing me off. Not to mention I wasted an hour earlier as well. He continued, What's the issue? Let's try it again. Slowly this time. Starting with the thrust of the lone dragon, twirl of the black iron, return of the spear, strike of the divine ruler, and lastly, pierce of the heavens. There we go. I finally... Huh? Wait, my foot technique was raised instead? A system notification chimed. The mastery of the Jin family's foot technique has been raised by 2. 2/100ths. Jin Tae-kyung said, Why did that happen? He looked down and said, Ah, I see. While using the Jin family's spear technique, if I combine that with the Jin family's foot technique, a ball of energy formed, and his eyes became serious. He stabbed the wall with his spear, causing the wall to explode. Rocks fell to the ground, and Jin Tae-kyung's spear glowed. Jin Tae-kyung said, So, that's what you do. He saw the hole in the wall. A system notification chimed. You have depleted all of your ki. Another chimed. You are overwhelmed with fatigue and tiredness. Another chimed. You have unlocked an achievement, 1 body, 1 mind. A reward shall be given. Another chimed. You have figured out how to properly utilize your martial arts. You have significantly increased your realm stages. Another chimed. The realm stage of the Jin family spear technique has been increased to 3rd mastery. Another chimed. The realm stage of the Jin family's foot technique has been increased to 3rd mastery. Another chimed. The realm stage of the Jin family's cultivation technique has been increased to 3rd mastery. Another chimed. Level up. Back in the real world, Song Jin-ho yawned and sat up. He said, I guess I slept in Tae-kyung's bed again. He turned around, looking for Jin Tae-kyung. If he woke up, he should have at least woken me up as well. Where the heck did he? He looked in the pod and pushed the button with his foot. Song Jin-ho said, It looks super uncomfortable. How was he able to sleep in there? What a weird guy. He knocked on the helmet of Jin Tae-kyung and said, Hey Tae-kyung, wake up, it's already 1 in the afternoon. He took off the helmet and continued, Bro, hurry and wake up. Let's go eat some hangover soup to sober up. Jin Tae-kyung groggily responded, Hangover soup? You're gonna buy it? Okay. Jin Tae-kyung woke up in the game again. Ah, what the heck, man? Level 13? I gained 2 whole levels? A system notification chimed. Level 13 Jin Tae-kyung rank 2nd-rate warrior. Jin Tae-kyung said, No wonder my body felt stronger and lighter. A system notification chimed. Jin family's spear technique rank, first-rate stage, third mastery restriction, only the direct bloodline. Another notification chimed. Jin family's foot technique rank, first-rate stage, third mastery restriction, only the direct bloodline. Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "Whoa, even the realm stages of these skills were raised." A system notification chimed. Jin family's cultivation technique rank, peak stage, third mastery restriction. Only the direct bloodline effects activates Qi circulation. Another notification chimed. Peace of mind type, ring rank, none restriction, none very sturdy ring made with an unknown material. Allows the wearer to feel calm and secure, which greatly improves their focus. Jin Tae-kyung said, "I also got an item as well. I scored a jackpot this time. Working hard sure pays off," he said to the system. "Distribute stat points, strength and stamina 10 points each." He took his spear and said, "Nice. Before I leave this place, I should try to increase my skills as much as I can." He practiced more with his spear and paused silently. He thought, with my current strength, would I be able to defeat that Hyukmu Jin guy? Nah, probably not. There's still the level difference anyway. Let's stop thinking about useless stuff and just focus on my training. A system notification chimed. A new function, training mode, is available to you. You are able to summon the illusion of past opponents you fought before. However, if the opponent is 10 levels above you, summoning them will not be possible. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Huh?" Another system notification chimed. Training mode, current summonable opponents level 10, 1000 strengths level 20, Hyukmu Jin. He summoned Hyukmu Jin and was shocked. Holy crap, it's identical to that bastard. Let's see. He noticed his hand went through the illusion and said, "Nice. At least I won't get injured by him." A system notification chimed. You are able to alter the level of the summoned opponent. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Really? Then let's see Hyukmu Jin at half his strength." A system notification chimed. Level 20 Hyukmu Jin's data is being entered. Another notification chimed. The current summoned form will only be able to utilize 50% of their strength. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Those shitty eyes of his still haven't changed." Hyukmu Jin smiled. A system notification chimed. Will you begin your training? Jin Tae-kyung shouted, "Of course." He tried to jab Hyukmu Jin, but Hyukmu Jin managed to evade it. Hyukmu Jin jumped, and Jin Tae-kyung suddenly swung his spear, saying, "Take that." Jin Tae-kyung took a stance and shouted, "Try and dodge these," as he jabbed Hyukmu Jin multiple times. Hyukmu Jin looked at Jin Tae-kyung seriously, and Jin Tae-kyung jabbed his face. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked. Huh, isn't this a little too easy? Was half his strength a little too weak? Then let's try Hyukmu Jin at 100% of his strength. Hyukmu Jin was summoned again at 100%. They both jumped at each other. In another scene, the guards looked at someone from a distance. One of them said, "Halt!" The rider responded, "Whoa, whoa." The officer remained silent, examining his belt and weapon. He then asked, "Where are you guys from?" A warrior laughed, and the leader said, "Mount Hang." A few moments later, as the flame burned and a gust of wind disturbed it, a hole appeared. Jin Tae-kyung had managed to hit Hyukmu Jin in the stomach. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Well, this is weird." He scratched his head. Jin Tae-kyung wondered aloud, why am I still winning? Is it just his outer appearance that's the same? If this simulation is supposed to show me the difference between me and a strong person, then what's the point if I keep winning? Just because I learned some martial arts in the past few days shouldn't make me that strong. Then is it the difference in weapons? I'll need to know what Hyukmu Jin usually wields if I want to give him a proper weapon. Oh wait, what if I just give Hyukmu Jin my Jin family's spear technique and Jin family's foot technique? A system notification chimed. Level 20. Hyukmu Jin has been installed with the Jin family's spear technique and Jin family's foot technique. Jin Tae-kyung said, "With this, I should be able to tell where I'm lacking in my martial arts as well. Now this should be fair, right?" Hyukmu Jin prepared to fight. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "Freak. He's still pissing me off. All right, let's see who wins this time." Jin Tae-kyung jabbed at Hyukmu Jin, who evaded the attack. Jin Tae-kyung countered with a jab to Hyukmu Jin's foot. Jin Tae-kyung looked at it and jumped away. Hyukmu Jin looked up, but Jin Tae-kyung managed to slash him in two and break the floor. Jin Tae-kyung panted as Hyukmu Jin's image disappeared. A system notification chimed. Jin family's spear technique has been raised to 4th mastery. Another notification chimed. Jin family's foot technique has been raised to 4th mastery. Another notification chimed. Your moves have become refined, and the destructive power has significantly increased. Another notification chimed. Level up. Jin Tae-kyung glowed and said, I'm level 14 now? Open character profile. A system notification chimed. Character profile level 14, Jin Tae-kyung job. Second-rate warrior fame, 10 titles, 3 titles. Title effects are currently applied. Strength, 51 stamina, 61 agility. 51 intelligence, 10 charm, 10 available points. 10 close son of a noble, all stats 5. Fame 50, shame of the family, all stats -5. Fame minus fee, Jin Tae-kyung said. I gained this much in a span of 5 days. If I can get one more level here, put 10 into agility, I can probably start hunting down guys like that 1,000 strengths dude and reach level 30 pretty easily. It shouldn't take more than a week. After that, Jashayan, I'll come back to you guys soon. So just wait a little longer and, suddenly, the door opened. Jin Tae-kyung said, huh? Why is the door opening? Wee Peng arrived and said, Third young master, it's been 5 days. Jin Tae-kyung asked, are you here to let me out? I guess things went well. Didn't you say 7 days before? Wee Peng said, yes, you are allowed to leave. However, there is somewhere you need to go straight away. Jin Tae-kyung asked, huh? Where? Wee Peng replied, the Great Hall of Politics. The lesser family head is currently waiting for you there. Also, the esteemed members of the main family, as well as the Mount Hang Sword sect disciples, are there as well. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, Mount Hang Sword sect? I think I've heard of them before. But he's planning to take me to these people? Why am I getting a bad feeling about this? Jin Tae-kyung said, wait, then let me first get changed and, Wee Peng interrupted, no, that is not allowed. Jin Tae-kyung said, then let me head to the bath. Wee Peng suddenly grabbed Jin Tae-kyung's shoulder and said, Third young master, I'm going to ask you a question. Answer as honestly as you can. Do you understand? Jin Tae-kyung sweated and said, okay. Wee Peng sighed and asked, did you attempt to rape the young miss of the Mount Hang Sword sect? Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and thought, holy freak, what in the world did this shitty bastard do? Outside, Wee Peng walked. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, I'm serious. I really didn't do it. Please trust me. Wee Peng said, then does that mean you have regained your memories? Jin Tae-kyung replied, no, that's not it either. But in any case, I really didn't do it. Jin Tae-kyung continued, do I really look like the kind of person who would do such a thing? Do you really think I'm that low of a human being? Wee Peng said, yep. Jin Tae-kyung thought, what the freak? He answered that without hesitation. Should I just make a run for it? He looked back. Wee Peng said, Third young master, the lesser family head has complete faith in you. Please do not forget that. Jin Tae-kyung paused. Wee Peng opened the door and said, I have escorted the third young master. Jin Tae-kyung entered, and the crowd stopped. Jin Tae-kyung was confused, as the elderly members looked at him silently. Jin Wee-kyung stared at Jin Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, the mood is pretty intense, even if I enter a den full of tigers. As long as I focus, I can still find a way to survive. I just have to focus. He walked towards them and continued to tell himself, let's not be a coward. Suddenly, he felt something and began to sweat. A system notification chimed, you detect bloodlust. He looked behind and said, huh? Whoa, what the hell? What was that? A man said, it's been a while, third young master. Jin Tae-kyung asked, huh? What? Who the hell are you? He thought to himself, holy shit, that scared me. The man said with a smirk, ha, your shame knows no end. He was level 30 Lee Seo Gun. Lee Seo Jun said, how dare you not recognize Mum? Jin Tae-kyung thought, shit. Lee Seo Gun smirked and continued, since you don't seem to remember, allow me to remind you. The night before you went to the Crimson Flower, you visited another brothel named the Radiant Moon. An old guy said, how shameful. His old friend said, tisk tisk. Another person said, what an insolent fool. Lee Seo Jun added, that's right. You reserved a night at one of the most expensive brothels around. Jin Tae-kyung said, the Radiant Moon. Lee Seo Jun continued, I hope you're not planning to make any excuses. He displayed the papers and said, I already have written testimonies as evidence of what you did at the Radiant Moon. Jin Tae-kyung sweated and was shocked as the papers were placed in front of his face. He thought, shit, I was planning to beg for forgiveness and get out of this mess. But who would have thought he collected evidence? One paper read, Master Jin got drunk and went into someone's room. Lee Chi-guan, another testimony said, I heard the young miss of the Mount Hang sword sect scream in her room. Huang Hai Cheng, another testimony, read, Master Jin was drunk at the Radiant Moon. Chang Mingming, another testimony, said, I saw the young miss of the Mount Hang sword sect at the Radiant Moon. Jin Tai Ling Jin Taekyung thought to himself, I'm going to be charged with sexual assault. Another testimony read, I saw Master Jin stand in front of the door that belonged to the young miss of the Mount Hang sword sect. Li Tulu, another testimony, said, I heard a woman scream. Wang Bai Cheng, another testimony, read, the name of the cat that stays at the Radiant Moon is Belong. Long Gu Chang Jin Taekyung said, Huh? Wait, what? That's it? That's all you have? Lee Seogin took the papers and said, You still don't understand after seeing it for yourself? Jin Taekyung replied, It's because I saw them that I'm confused as hell right now. Not a single one of these testimonies can even be considered a proper form of evidence. Lee Seogin grew angry and said, You shameless bastard. How dare you try and lie your way out of this? Jin Taekyung said, Wait, hold on, did you all read these? Yeah? Hello? You guys should read them. Lee Seogin said, You bastard, and threw the papers at Jin Taekyung's face. Jin Wee-kyung trembled as the papers fell to the ground. Jin Taekyung thought angrily, You mother freaker. He looked at Lee Seogin and saw level 30 Lee Seogin. Jin Taekyung said, Hey, you probably shouldn't toss your evidence around like that. Lee Seogin spat on the paper, took out his sword and said, I'll have to thoroughly beat some sense into you. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, What the freak? There's something fishy about this guy. A system notification chimed, Match quest has begun. Another notification chimed, Match, your prodigal actions have finally brought consequences. Your mess is something you must clean up on your own. With the honor of your family on the line, there is only one thing you can do to deal with the anger of the Mount Hang sword sect. Type, Unexpected quest rank, first-rate restriction, only for Jin Taekyung objective. Win the match, incomplete rewards, title victorious, large quantity of EXP, fame 50 quest failure. Title, Sex Maniac, severe injury. A system notification chimed, Will you accept this quest? Accept or decline. Jin Taekyung said, What the freak, you want me to fight that dude? He thought, his level is 2 times higher than mine. How am I supposed to beat him? As he looked at level 30 Lee Seogin, a system notification chimed, Quest failure, title Sex Maniac, severe injury. Jin Taekyung thought, well, it doesn't state that I'm going to die. Maybe I should just close my eyes and take a beating from him? Nah, it just says severe injury. It doesn't state what kind of injury I'll be suffering from. I need to be careful here. Sorry, but this is a fight I need to avoid. Quest declined. Lee Seo-jun said, Should you dare run away, all members of the Jin family of Taiwan will have to pay a hefty price. Jin Wee-kyung suddenly slammed his table and said, How rude. An elder said, Young boy, that's quite the mouth you have. Another said, Even if his actions were despicable, you're going too far. Another elder said, How dare you look down on the main family? Jin Taekyung thought to himself, Who the hell are you guys? A system notification chimed. The quest notification has been repeated. Another notification chimed. Upon declining this quest, the Mount Hang sword sect will declare war on the Jin family of Taiwan. Not only that, Jin Taekyung shall be named an enemy of the faction. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, Of course, I was surprised when you gave me the option to even decline this quest. A few moments later, silence fell. Jin Wee-kyung said, Everyone, calm down. You as well, Master Lee. An elder coughed and said, Quite mannerless indeed. Jin Wee-kyung said, Your threat just now, I shall overlook it as a poor choice of words. Lee Seo-gun flinched and said while clenching his fist, It wasn't a poor choice of words. Do you really think I'm here without any substantial backing? I'm here because I'm the first son of the Mount Hang sword sect. My father, no, my sect leader, has granted me full permission to exercise his power. Jin Wee-kyung said, So? What is it that you want? Lee Seo-gun said, As stated earlier, I would like a match with the third young master. Jin Taekyung looked at Jin Wee-kyung. Jin Wee-kyung, while pouring hot water into his cup, said, No, that's not what I was asking. What is your true purpose? Lee Seo-gun said, Oho, WL, I want you to withdraw your control over Taiwan. If you can do that, I shall overlook this incident as a mere accident. The elders were shocked and said, What? Another added, This arrogant bastard. Jin Wee-kyung sipped his hot water, set it down, and said firmly, Declined. Lee Seo-gun responded, Then I guess we'll have to settle this with a match. Jin Wee-kyung said. I shall also decline that. Lee Seo-gun looked confused and said, then, there is only one thing left. The elders were shocked and whispered to themselves, a war. They began discussing among themselves. Jin Tae-kyung looked at Lee Seo-gun, sighed, and then looked at the elders. He took a deep breath and said, ooh. He suddenly took out his spear and said, freak, fine. I'll do it. The elders were shocked and looked at Jin Tae-kyung. Wee Pong was confused by Jin Tae-kyung's decision. A fat elder and an old elder who couldn't open his eyes looked at Jin Tae-kyung in confusion. Lee Seo-gin looked behind him. Jin Wee-kyung said, wait, Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung said, yo, get your ass over here. What? Let's get this shit over with. Lee Seo-gyun smirked. Outside, under the clear blue sky, at the arena, Lee Seo-gyun's comrades laughed in their seats. One elder said, hee hee. Another commented, it seems the third young master has finally lost his mind. A friend added, with the way he lived, I always knew he would eventually get caught up in something big. Tisk tisk. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, I know I said I'd accept this match. An elder said, shh. He'll hear us. Jin Tae-kyung continued to think, but he's 16 levels higher than me. He looked at Lee Seo-gin and saw level 30 Lee Seo-gin. Jin Tae-kyung thought, not to mention that bloodlust of his is way too intense. How am I not going to get killed at this point? A system notification chimed, you are affected with the status effect, cower. Suddenly, Jin Wee-kyung spoke to him. Little bro, just relax and take deep breaths. Don't worry. If I feel like you're in danger, this big brother will step in, okay? If that bastard dares to lay a hand on my little bro, then I'll freaking beat his ass. All right, you hear me? So don't get too worked up and take things slowly. You just have to be careful. Solemnly, he said, you can do it, Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself. Well, I guess I won't be killed at least. But I should still focus on my defense. He's too freaking loud. Lee Seo-gun said, Master Jin, let me ask you something before we begin. Where did you get the confidence to accept this match? I thought you had no basics in martial arts and only knew how to run away. Jin Tae-kyung said, He thought to himself, if I declined this match, then I would have been temporarily safe. But then a war with Mount Hang was bound to happen, and I would have become an enemy to both of these factions. So it would only be a matter of time before I would become targeted by assassins and killed. But if I were to accept this match and withstand the beating, I would at least preserve my life. Level up, and an opportunity will present itself since I have the power of the level up system. He said to Lee Seo-gun, I felt like I could at least beat someone like you. Lee Seo-gun laughed and said, Pwahaha, what an ignorant bastard. I guess you at least have some sense of pride. Jin Tae-kyung asked, Can I ask you something as well? Lee Seo-gun replied, Sure. I'll listen since these words will likely be your last. Jin Tae-kyung said, Haha, this whole situation. You were the one who set it up, right? Lee Seo-gun was shocked and said, What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard? He became flushed. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, Yep, it was definitely this freaker. I knew something was fishy. Yep, totally him. Lee Seo-gun suddenly became serious and said, I shall tear off that head of yours. He leaped and attacked, shouting, Ha! Jin Tae-kyung managed to block and held his ground, shouting, Lee Seo-gun attacked with a flurry of slashes, shouting, Die, you bastard! Jin Tae-kyung blocked Lee Seo-gun's attacks. Lee Seo-jin thought to himself, He's strong, as Jin Tae-kyung continued to block. Lee Seo-jin said, I'll give you a chance to beg for forgiveness right now. Be grateful. I'll only take an arm of yours, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself. But for some reason, I feel like I can do this. Lee Seo-jin continued to attack Jin Tae-kyung. They paused for a moment. Lee Seo-jin said, You, how dare you? Jin Tae-kyung looked at the sword and thought to himself, Interesting. He wondered, I wonder how strong my offense is, and used the bottom of his spear to hit Lee Seo-gun's face. The crowd was shocked, and Jin Wee-kyung was ecstatic at the turn of events as Lee Seo-gun was hit in the face by Jin Tae-kyung. Lee Seo-gun, angry, said, Not bad. He thought to himself, My attacks are going through. Lee Seo-gun prepared to attack again and said, However, this will be as far as you get. Jin Tae-kyung said, Yo, you're actually freaked out now. Lee Seo-gun, confused, said, What? Jin Tae-kyung said, You better prepare yourself. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. He smiled like a shark. A system notification chimed. The status effect, cower, has been lifted. Lee Seo-jin thought to himself. Since I was born as the first son of the Mount Hang sword sect, I have always learned how to wield a sword. I wasn't a prodigy, but due to my hard efforts and training, I was able to rise to the rank of first rate at a very young age. I became the hope of the family, and great fortunes started to follow wherever I went. The current issue with the Jin family of Taiyuan was something the Mount Hang sword sect could use to increase their power in the province of Shaanxi. Since that bastard's reputation was already low, I knew that no matter what the Jin family of Taiyuan did, their influence and reputation as a martial family would inevitably take a hit. It was a match, bore, or withdraw. However, what the hell is this? Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung kicked him from above, sending Lee Seo gun sprawling. He tried to pick up his sword, grinding his teeth in anger. Then he rushed to attack Jin Tae-kyung, shouting, "Rah!" Jin Tae-kyung swiftly evaded and hit Lee Seo-gun's leg, followed by a hit to his stomach and face. Lee Seo-gun's comrades were shocked and furious, preparing to fight. They shouted, "This match will be nullified." Wee Peng pinched his face and said, "It's not a dream. What am I witnessing?" The Mount Hang sword sect's heir, Lee Seo-gun, is getting a beating right now. And the person doing that is none other than the third young master, who was barely able to attain the third-rate warrior rank. I did see him train day and night for the past few days. But martial arts isn't something that you can drastically improve in such a short amount of time. So what the hell am I watching? As Lee Seo-gun's comrade shouted, "This match will be nullified." "Stop this match at once." Wei Peng said, "Crazy bastards, how dare they try?" Lee Seo-gun's goon said, "The Jin family of Taiyuan must be using a dirty trick." His friend added, "That's right. Otherwise, there's no way our young master would lose to some trash like him." Wei Peng was confused when Jin Wei-kyung was gone. Suddenly, he heard a sound and saw one of Lee Seo-gun's comrades sleeping on the floor. His friend said, What the hell?" Jin Wei-kyung said, "What bullshit are you spouting?" and slapped the other friend, causing his palm to smoke from the sheer force, and the soldier's tooth dropped to the ground. The others became terrified and looked at Jin Wei-kyung, saying, You Jin Wei-kyung said, "This match was something that you guys wanted. Go back to your seat and quietly wait until this match is over." Jin Wei-kyung walked back to his seat. Wei Peng said to Jin Wei-kyung, "This could cause issues for..." Jin Wei-kyung interrupted, "Don't talk. This is quite possibly the greatest moment of my life." In the arena, the sound of metals clashing was heard. Lee Seo-gun's sword was thrown onto the grass, and he trembled in fear. He said, How is this possible?" Jin Tae-kyung said, "Hurry and surrender. You know you can't beat me." Lee Seo-gun responded, "You piece of shit, shut that filthy mouth of yours." He concentrated his energy in his palms. Jin Tae-kyung suddenly started sweating. Lee Seo-gun jumped toward him. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, "Ha!" as Lee Seo-gun was about to hit his spear. Jin Tae-kyung thought of war and said to himself, "I can't kill him." He intentionally moved his spear away and thought, "Freak," as he slashed Lee Seo-gun's forehead. Despite this, Lee Seo-gun continued to attack Jin Tae-kyung and was about to scratch him. Jin Tae-kyung managed to block with his spear. He said, "Phew, I barely stopped that." But Lee Seo-gun followed up with his left hand. Suddenly, strawberry juice splattered as Lee Seo-gun hit Jin Tae-kyung and scratched his cheeks. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Ah shit, you freaking bastard." Lee Seo-gun thought in shock. He dodged it? Jin Tae-kyung punched his face and Lee Seo-gun thought, "Huff." That attack had all of my chi behind it. Ha! A flurry of punches hit Lee Seo-gun's whole body, and with a final blow, Jin Tae-kyung struck his stomach. Lee Seo-gun coughed and knelt to the ground. They paused for a moment. Jin Wei-kyung and Wei Peng were shocked, and the elder's jaws dropped. Lee Seo-gun's comrades who were still awake were ashamed. The crowd cheered. A system notification chimed, "You have successfully completed the match quest." Another notification chimed, "You have earned the title, Victorious." Another notification chimed, "The realm stage of your chi sense has risen to 3rd mastery. You will now be able to identify things that are within 50 levels of you." Another notification chimed, "The realm stage of your Jin family's cultivation technique has risen to 4th mastery." Another notification chimed, "You have received a large quantity of EXP and fame." Another notification chimed, "You are awarded with a reward." Another notification chimed, "Due to your outstanding performance, you are awarded with an additional reward." Another notification chimed, "Level up." Another notification chimed, "Level up." Another notification chimed. Level up. The next day, Jin Wee-kyung proudly displayed his artwork. Wee-pong said, "What is this?" Jin Wee-kyung replied, "I drew the match from yesterday. The main focus is Lee Seo-gon, who's been thoroughly defeated, and my amazing Tae-kyung, who emerged victorious." The background depicts the sky that stretches endlessly, symbolizing the bright future of our young hero. "How is it?" "It's pretty good, right? It's well drawn, isn't it?" Wee-pong said, "There is a lot of work you need to catch up on, and you're telling me you spent the entire day drawing this one picture? Are you out of your mind?" Jin Wee-kyung said, "Oh ho, that's why I drew another one. I was going to show it to you later, but your eyes are pretty sharp. That one is about what happened after the match. The main focus is the young hero who was unsatisfied with the match, so he begged to return to his training." The background depicts the people who witnessed this astounding spectacle. Wee-pong said, "Well, I'll have to admit I'm quite surprised. The third young master has completely changed." Jin Wee-kyung said, "Right? I'm surprised as well. Who would have thought a day like this would come? My little bro has finally emerged as a divine hawk. Can't you hear it? The strong flaps of our Tae-kyung's wings." Suddenly, Wee-pong and Jin Wee-kyung heard something. A pigeon landed on Jin Wee-kyung's palm and cooed, "Coo coo." Wee-pong said, "A messenger pigeon." They opened the letter. Jin Wee-kyung read the paper and said, "We've got a problem. In a dream of Lee Seo-gun, Jin Tae-kyung was there." He prepared to punch Lee Seo-gun's face again and saw Jin Tae-kyung's fist up close. Lee Seo-gun sweated in fear and shouted, "Ah!" He suddenly woke up, panting from the dream, and sat up in his bed. As they traveled in his carriage, Lee Seo-gun grinned and said, "Oh, I lost. I lost to some trash like him." He slammed the wall and said, "Freak." The soldiers looked behind. Lee Seo-gun said to himself, "I'll kill him. I swear upon the heavens that I'll kill you with my own hands, Jin Tae-kyung." The soldier said, "Young master, are you awake?" Lee Seo-gun said, "What the hell are you doing? Stop loitering around and get going." The soldier said, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly, a needle hit Lee Seo-gun's forehead. Lee Seo-gun said, "What the hell?" A voice said, "Get going?" Yes, that would be ideal. Lee Seo-gun looked back and said, Who the freak are?" The voice continued, "However, allowing you to return to the Mount Heng sword sect puts us in a difficult position." Lee Seo-gun coughed and said, "What? Do you?" The mysterious man said, "How about we do this instead? You can first stop at the Northern Mounds, and then you can go back to the Mount Heng sword sect." The Northern Mounds, a burial mound commonly used in the province of Henan. As Lee Seo-gun's face turned green and sweat formed, bubbles came out of his mouth. The mysterious man took out the needle. Lee Seo-gun said, "Save, Mame," and dropped to the floor. The mysterious man said, "Farewell, Master Lee." In another scene, Jin Tae-kyung meditated and remembered his fight with Lee Seo-gun. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Is it because I stacked my stat points instead of distributing them evenly? My strength, stamina, and agility seem to have been slightly better than his. Not to mention, I've already had plenty of combat experience. All in all, it means that I'm strong enough to take down someone as strong as a level 30 Lee Seo-gun. But even though I attacked Lee Seo-gun relentlessly, he was still able to withstand most of them. His one attack, even though I dodged most of it, was strong enough to slice through me easily. That means the difference is in our chi." Jin Tae-kyung exhaled. Multiple notifications showed up. He said, "Open character profile." He sighed and looked at intelligence at 10 and chi at 10 years. Jin Tae-kyung said, "You said my chi increased, but it's still the same as usual. Level 17 Jin Tae-kyung job, second-rate warrior fame, 10 title, 4 titles. Title effects are." Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and said, "I beat Lee Seo-gun, and he was a first-rate warrior. So why am I still a second-rate warrior? The only thing he beat me on was the strength of his chi and... Oh, wait, based on his age. Let's say Lee Seo-gun's chi is around years. Then that means I'll need to raise my chi twofold before I can log out." He remembered the rank main quest restriction, only for Jin Tae-kyung objective, first-rate realm stage fame 500, obtained incomplete reward, log out. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Ah, shit. I've been properly circulating my chi and nothing's been happening." He rested on the floor and said, "Do I need to consume spiritual pills or some shit? I bet if I beg my older brother for a spiritual pill." He thought of Jin Wee-kyung saying, "Awo, my little Tae-kyung," and Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "I doubt he'll reject me." But if that doesn't work, I'll have no choice but to consume that QQI. This whole time, I've been extremely careful since even the slightest threat could endanger my life. Chi deviation. But now that nothing serious has happened to me within a week, all of that changes. Sigh. I was able to temporarily solve my issue regarding my chi, but how the hell am I supposed to raise my fame? Argh, my head hurts. A system notification chimed. The rumor regarding the Jin family of Taiyuan's sleeping dragon has started to spread. A system notification chimed and said, due to the rumors, your fame has risen by 10. Another system notification chimed and said, as more people start to believe in this rumor, your fame will rise. Jin Tae-kyung said, sleeping dragon, who, me? A system notification chimed and said, due to the sleeping dragon rumor, your fame has risen by 3. Jin Tae-kyung said, A system notification chimed and said, your fame has risen by 2. Jin Tae-kyung said, whoa! At night, an elder said, what's with the sudden summon? His friend said, that's what I'm saying. He didn't even bother telling us the reason and forced us to gather this late at night. He replied, that's because the lesser family head is far too young. He can't tell the difference between formal procedures and manners. His friend said, I guess he's finally decided to take his position seriously. That's because his biggest weakness has finally disappeared. To think that the third young master was that strong. Another elder said, I bet the elders were pretty disappointed. They were probably planning to use this incident regarding the third young master to their advantage. Another said, it might not be a bad idea to have the head elder take over the family. An elder said, watch your words. Jin Wee-kyung suddenly arrived and sat in his chair. He said, I thank you for heeding my summon this late at night. The reason why I have gathered you all is, suddenly someone said, Mount Heng Sword Sect, I presume. Jin Wee-kyung said to himself, it can't be. Suddenly a person entered the room. The elders were shocked and stood up. They all said, we show respect to the eldest senior. The eldest senior was serious. The elders quarreled, saying gibberish words at each other, while the eldest senior silently observed them. As they pointed at Jin Tae-kyung, the eldest senior looked directly at him. Jin Tae-kyung stood there, sweating under the intense gaze. Jin Tae-kyung, nervous, looked away, sweating more, and said to himself, what's with that geezer? Why is he staring at me like that? He's scaring me. Jin Wee-kyung said telepathically, he's the head elder. You might have forgotten, but the head elder is your grandfather, as well as the greatest senior of the family. Make sure to show him your utmost respect. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, to think I'd meet my grandfather before I meet my father, and nodded. Jin Wee-kyung continued, also, with what's about to unfold, don't panic and just answer as honestly as you can, okay? Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, what happened this time? Why is everyone so tense? Jin Wee-kyung smiled and said, may I please have your attention? Since our witness has arrived, let us proceed with the interrogation. Third young master, Jin Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung said, yes. Jin Wee-kyung said, in lieu of the family head, I as the lesser family head shall ask in his stead. Did you poison Lee Seo Gun of the Mount Heng Sword Sect? Jin Tae-kyung was shocked. He asked, what? He said to himself, what the freak is this bullshit? It's pretty obvious, but I had nothing to do with Lee Seo-gun's poisoning. The fat elder asked, do you have any valid proof? Jin Tae-kyung said, proof? The fat elder said, that's right. Do you have any form of evidence that states that the third young master had nothing to do with this incident? Jin Tae-kyung sighed and said in frustration, why am I the one who has to prove it? Aren't you supposed to be the ones to bring the evidence? The fat elder said, what? You guys? The other elder said, listen here, third young master. Jin Tae-kyung said, you guys have no sense. The eldest senior said, enough with this nonsense. I have something I'd like to ask. He glanced around and said, how did all of this begin? Jin Tae-kyung was silent. An elder said, it started with the third young master. Who was the one that tarnished the name of our family? The elders looked at each other. The elder continued, the third young master. The eldest senior said, lastly, who was the one that messed with the honor of the Mount Heng Sword Sect? An elder said, that would also be the third young master. The eldest senior said, Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, look at these bastards. They're all teaming against me. An elder said, however, the third young master had a fair match. Another elder said, fair? He most definitely used poison against him. How is that a fair match? Do you think we're the Tang family of Sichuan? The Tang family of Sichuan, a family known for their skilled assassinations in the world of Murim. They are also famous for their use of poison arts. Another elder stood up and said, but the third young master said it's not him. Another said, well, of course he'd say that. He replied, besides, I was the one who examined Master Li's body before he left. Although he suffered from minor internal injuries, he was not affected by poison. The elder said, if needed, we can just offer the head of the third young master in order to prevent this war. Jin Tae-kyung said, what? The elder said, how dare you say such things? The elder said, what? Am I wrong? Let's be realistic. The Mount Hang sword sect is far stronger than our main family. If a war were to break out, hundreds of our people will either be killed or injured. And in the worst-case scenario, our family might suffer total annihilation. All of this can be avoided if we just hand the third young master over to them. And the room fell silent. An elder smirked, and Jin Wee-kyung said, so, you want to offer the life of the third young master without having any valid proof. Is that what you're saying? The elder replied, no, what I'm trying to say is that. Jin Wee-kyung said, is that something an esteemed lord of the family should say? His veins started to pop from anger. He looked serious, then relaxed, and exhaled. Jin Tae-kyung was confused. The eldest senior silently observed. Jin Wee-kyung said, the match was fair, and the poisoning of Lee Seo-jun was plotted by someone else. I'm sure you all know that's the truth. Are you willing to surrender yourselves to an enemy out of fear? An elder coughed. His friend said, ahem, the fat elder was just fat. Jin Wee-kyung said, although we don't know who's behind all of this, what we know for certain is that the Mount Hang sword sect has taken up their swords. We don't know when they'll come, but it's already too late for us to stop them. Therefore, there is only one thing we can do. We need to face them head on. Do you want to live? Do you want to protect the family? If that's what you truly want, then assemble your men and prepare for battle. Or, you can still try and offer the life of my brother to those bastards. That's not a bad idea if you want to live as a despicable traitor. And they were all silent. The eldest senior clapped and said, impressive. He continued to clap slowly. Jin Wee-kyung was silent, and the chair moved. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, finally the boss is making an appearance. The eldest senior said, I've always thought the lesser family head was just a young boy. But to think he grew up to be a splendid man. I'm quite impressed indeed. Now this is how the lesser family head of the main family should act. Jin Wee-kyung said, I apologize for my careless behavior in the past. The eldest senior held the shoulder of Jin Wee-kyung and said, humility can only be enhanced by pride. There's nothing for you to apologize about, lesser family head. He smiled without moving his face and continued. On the other hand, it's common sense to come together to fight off any beasts that appear at our doors. But how dare the core figures of the family talk about offering the life of our own in order to stop a war? Jin Tae-kyung was confused. An elder said, eldest senior, you're mistaken. We're just, the eldest senior said. When you're on the verge of war, it's important that you first unify the family. Then how about we do this? Why don't we offer his head, lesser family head? The elder was shocked. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, what the hell is going on right now? Why is that man on my side? Jin Wee-kyung silently stood there as the elder trembled. Jin Wee-kyung said, no, we can't do that. He's someone who's been loyal to the main family for many years. The elder said, whew. Jin Wee-kyung said, I shall overlook this incident as a mere slip of your tongue. The eldest senior said, a slip of the tongue, you say? The lesser family head is far more generous than I. Oh ho ho. Then, as for their accountability, I shall stop myself here for today. On behalf of these people, I, as the head elder, shall express my gratitude for your grace. The elder said, oh my, eldest senior. It was entirely our fault. The other elder said, please don't do this. We were the ones who made the mistake. The fat elder was just fat. And they continued, if you do this, we won't be able to clear our shame. Please, eldest senior. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, the one who saved their asses was my older brother, and yet they're wagging their tails for this old man. Jin Tae-kyung noticed that the elders were smiling at their backs and continued to chatter. He thought to himself, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. The eldest senior said, since the family head is not here, the lesser family head will no doubt take his place. Allow us to show support for the lesser family head for this incident. If we come together under the leadership of the lesser family head, those bastards won't be able to do anything against us. The main family, the elders said, we shall humbly accept your order. We bow to your leadership. Jin Wee-kyung said, thank you. The eldest senior smirked without moving his face. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and thought to himself, it can't be. Was this all part of their plan? Suddenly, a person ran towards them and said, Mount Hang. There is a message from the Mount Hang sword sect. He handed over the message. Jin Wee-kyung opened it gently and read, Mortal enemies under the heavens. The phrase mortal enemies under the heavens means they can't coexist under the same sky and will do whatever they can to cease the existence of the other. Jin Wee-kyung crumpled the message and said, starting now. The main family shall prepare for battle. A system notification chimed and said, the Mount Hang sword sect has declared war against the Jin family of Taiwan. Another system notification chimed and said, the reality of war has been acknowledged by both parties. Another system notification chimed and said, the Mount Hang sword sect has decided that you are the enemy of the faction. Another system notification chimed and said, fleeing will not only put you at a disadvantage, but will also bring misfortune. Another system notification chimed and said, the main quest, war shall now begin. In another scene, a letter was placed in a pigeon's container. A horse exhaled as the pigeon started to fly, and the horse began to gallop. The message read, warriors of the Jin family of Taiwan, assemble before the main family at once. A system notification chimed and said, with the fate of the two families on the line, a war has begun. Strength is the only way to prove your worth in the world of Murim. The winner is always the strongest, and the strongest shall always survive. We pray for your success. Rank, main quest restriction, only for the player objective, make the Mount Hang sword sect surrender or cause their destruction. Quest reward, unknown quest failure. Unknown Jin Tae-kyung silently looked at the system notifications, feeling exhausted. Jin Wee-kyung handed him a cup of rainwater and said, you must be tired. This was bound to happen. It's not your fault, Tae-kyung. Vipong said, but my lord. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, well, no kidding, it's not my fault. He took a sip of the rainwater. Jin Wee-kyung asked, what is it? Vipong said, the head elder. I still can't figure out what his true intentions are. Jin Wee-kyung said, Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, the head elder. The way he acts reminds me of those old bastards in politics. What kind of person is the head elder? Jin Wee-kyung said, the head elder is a martial master who has attained one of the highest spiritual realms and also possesses immense knowledge. People like him are considered the most dangerous in the world of Murim. Jin Tae-kyung, in shock, said, he's that strong? Jin Wee-kyung said, all of the other elders are under his command. He's the type that hides in the shadows and manipulates others. He uses his position amongst the elders to bring the esteemed lords to his side. He's been doing this for decades. When he took our side at the meeting earlier, mark my words, I'm sure he had ulterior motives. Vipong said, they all deserve death. They're all disloyal traitors. When the head elder suggested you execute them, I personally wished that you accepted it, my lord. Jin Wee-kyung said, if I did that, there would have been internal strife. But it's possible that's what the head elder wanted in the first place. Anyhow, this is all just speculation. We still don't know what the head elder is thinking. But he is still a senior of the main family and is also a very strong ally. You must always be wary of him, but never become his enemy. What's important right now is for us to find a way to resolve our current issue. Vipong said, our current situation isn't looking very good either. The news of Lee Seo-gun's poisoning has spread all throughout the province of Shaanxi, and the reputation of the main family is rapidly declining. Jin Wee-kyung, shocked, said, what? It hasn't even been a full day? Even if news spreads fast, this is way too fast. This is only possible if someone is purposely spreading it. The room fell silent. Jin Wee-kyung said, our request for assistance from the other factions. Are there still no responses? Vipong said, we've only received one response so far. Jin Wee-kyung asked, who is it? Vipong said, it's from the lower district sect. Outside, Hyukmujin said, halt! Halt! State your identity and the purpose of your visit. Wang Hawi said, ha, nice to meet you, ah. So we're from. Yukmu-jin thought to himself, why does he seem familiar? Wolhua the Bright Moon said, we came from the Crimson Flower. She stepped out of the carriage and added, my name is ACC. Yukmu-jin said, hey lady, listen here. We're on the verge of war, so now is not the time for you to be messing around with. He suddenly looked at Wolhua the Bright Moon, blushed and said, wow. May I ask why you're here at least? Wolhua the Bright Moon said, in order to receive my pay. A few moments later, Lee Sao Jun stared at the ceiling and his father trembled. He said, "Why did this have to happen? Sao Gun, my son, you must have been so bitter that you weren't able to close your eyes." He closed his eyes and said, "My son, I shall remember this pain of yours." As the poison traveled in his hand, he crushed it with his grip and walked away, saying, "I promise I shall return this favor 100, no, 1,000-fold." Outside, he looked as the moonlight shone upon his army and shouted, "Prepare yourselves, today is the day that we avenge his death." In another scene, W.W. Woolhwath Bright Moon said, "Tee hee, how have you been? Did you miss me?" Jin Tae-kyung, Jin Wee-kyung, and Jin Wee-kyung were confused. Jin Tae-kyung remembered her and said, "Whoa, Kwa?" Woolhwa the Bright Moon said, "So you do remember me, Master Jin." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "Why is she here? At a time like this, she had to appear. Did I call her? I don't remember doing tea." Jin Wee-kyung shi Tae-kyung as he hit his back. Jin Tae-kyung said, It's not what you think. I didn't do it. I don't really know who she is either." "Excuse me? Did you say you were lost?" "Ah, you said you were going home right now?" Woha the Bright Moon moved quickly and said, "Master Jin is being adorable as usual, but I'm here because I have some business I need to tend to." Jin Tae-kyung grabbed her arm and said, "Being adorable, my ass. I have no clue who you are, so hurry and leave. Get out." As Wohwa the Bright Moon just stood there and Jin Tae-kyung couldn't move her, he said, "Why? Aren't you moving?" Jin Wee-kyung said, Tae-kyung, stop what you're doing and pay your respects." Wee-pong said, "What the hell is he doing?" Jin Wee-kyung said, "She's the province of Shaanxi's branch leader of the lower district sect." Jin Tae-kyung froze and said to himself, "What?" Wohwa the Bright Moon smirked at Jin Tae-kyung, and he saw level 50 Yuan SEO wool. Jin Tae-kyung became nervous. A few moments later, Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am the Shaanxi branch leader of the lower district sect, Wohwa. Level 50. Jin Wee-kyung said, "I am Jin Wee-kyung of the Jin family of Taiyuan." Wee-pong said, "Wee-pong." Jin Tae-kyung just said, "Kyung." Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "I'm having a hard time hearing a certain individual." Jin Tae-kyung whispered, "I'm Jin Tae-kyung." Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Okay, nice to meet you as well, Master Jin." Jin Wee-kyung said, "Cough, cough. I had no idea that you were this close with my younger brother." Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "He's a regular at my store, the Crimson Flower of Taiwan. It's also our main branch." Jin Wee-kyung said, "Ah, he's a regular." Jin Tae-kyung looked away. Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Anyhow, shall we get down to business?" Jin Wee-kyung said, "Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the assistance of the lower district sect." Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Of course." Jin Wee-kyung said, "However, may I ask why you are willing to help the main family?" Wohwa the Bright Moon said, If I had to give specific reasons. First, it's to make a profit for our main branch. The lower district sect always moves based on gains and losses. After evaluating all the possibilities, even if the war ends in a loss, we came to a decision. We believe we would still be able to earn a larger profit by working with the Jin family of Taiyuan. Jin Wee-kyung said, "Profit, you say? What exactly do you want?" Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Half of the Mount Heng sword sect stores and goods." Jin Wee-kyung said, "Fine by me." Wee-peng said, "My lord." Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Well, that was fast." Jin Wee-kyung said, "That's because we're putting our family on the line." Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Is this decision unanimous? I heard that there is a lot of internal opposition in the Jin family of Taiyuan. For example, the elders branch." Jin Wee-kyung said, "As expected of the lower district sect, you know a lot. In any case, you don't need to worry about that." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "I hope this isn't information that I told her." Jin Wee-kyung said, "Please proceed with your request." Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Then secondly, it's because I really like Master Jin." She looked at Jin Tae-kyung with affection in her eyes. Jin Wee-kyung said, "Excuse me?" Wohwa the Bright Moon said, "Not only is he young, but he's also good looking. He has a nice body, his personality is cute, and also..." Jin Wee-kyung thought to himself, "I don't know if this woman is being sarcastic or not." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, for the next hour, their negotiation took place. The lower district sect will have half of the stores and goods of the Mount Heng sword sect, as well as exclusive control over their red light district. In return, the lower district sect will not sell any information about the Jin family of Taiyuan to other factions, and will collect any information pertaining to the war for the Jin family of Taiyuan as well. Those were the terms of their contract. Wohua the Bright Moon said, "With that, we are officially on the same boat. We'll be in your care, lesser family head." Jin Wekyung said, "I too shall be in your care." They both shook hands. A system notification chimed. The Jin family of Taiyuan and the lower district sect have formed an alliance. Another system notification chimed. The alliance shall last until the end of the war. Wohua the Bright Moon said, "Then I shall take my leave." Jin Wekyung said, "I thank you once again for your help." Wohua the Bright Moon said, "Don't mention it." Jin Taekyung whispered, "Goodbye," and she walked away. Suddenly she came back, and Jin Taekyung, in shock, said, "Holy shit." Wohua the Bright Moon said, "You're not going to see me off?" Jin Taekyung said, "Why should I?" Wohua the Bright Moon said, Because. She leaned in and began to whisper, while Jin Wekyung tried to listen as well. Jin Taekyung blushed, and Jin Wekyung was shocked. Jin Wekyung shouted, "Taekyung, is that true?" "Is that really the truth?" Jin Taekyung said, I'll see her off." Wohua the Bright Moon giggled and said, "Tee-hee." Jin Wekyung shouted, "My youngest brother." At night, as a torch burned, Jin Taekyung said to himself, "This is just a game." He looked at a man sleeping on the ground with wounds. Jin Taekyung thought, "This is all just graphics and illusions." He saw wounded people and a man sleeping forever with a sign on his forehead. He looked at the others sleeping on the ground, then looked away and said, "Ugh." Jin Wekyung said, "This is all my fault. To go this far with kids who knew nothing about martial arts." The eldest senior said, "This is just the reality of war, lesser family head. Winners and losers. Both sides suffer the same losses. The family head of the Mount Hang sword sect, Blade of Blood, Lee Chin-bik. He's familiar with the ways of war since he's lived the life of a vagabond. You can tell just by looking at how he treated these kids." Jin Taekyung thought to himself, "Considering the situation, I don't think he should be talking like that." Jin Wekyung said, "Please be careful with your words. These kids are a part of the family." The eldest senior said, "No. These kids are no different than warriors. There will be countless more deaths like this. It's quite possible it's happening as we speak." Jin Wekyung said, "Head elder." The eldest senior said, "You were already aware of the outcome, correct?" They looked at each other. The eldest senior said, "Shanyin, Yingxian, Shuozhou. These are all places that are in the immediate vicinity of the Mount Hang sword sect. It means that these were the only places they could have struck first, and you were fully aware of that fact. You knew a messenger pigeon would have done nothing, yet you still sent one, and it was all because of your guilty conscience." Jin Wekyung said, "But that's..." The eldest senior said, "I'm not here to berate you. That's because you made the right choice." Jin Wekyung said, Just. The eldest senior said, "The war has only just begun. Everything comes at a price. You must never forget the fact that you are the lesser family head of the Jin family of Taiyuan, and you are responsible for feeding and nurturing the mouths of our people." Jin Wekyung grinned angrily and thought to himself, "It's vexing, but he's right. At times like these, I must remain focused." Jin Taekyung looked at them from a distance and thought to himself, "I guess when things are peaceful, he's an enemy, but when times are desperate, he's someone to rely on? Well, that's a relief." The eldest senior said, "The third young master is here as well." Jin Taekyung said, Yes. "It is an honor to meet you again, head elder." The eldest senior said, "There has been an interesting rumor going around recently. I believe it was the sleeping dragon of Shaanxi." Jin Taekyung said, "Dar." The eldest senior said, "Apparently this person combined his strength with the god of hell and was able to take down an infamous bandit leader known as Jiang Sam of Thousand Strengths." Jin Taekyung said, Cough, cough." The eldest senior said, "Do you have a cold?" Jin Taekyung replied, No, that's not it. I'm just a little chilly right now." He thought to himself, hearing that from the head elder is cringy as heck. The eldest senior said, "Tisk-kisk, how will you distinguish yourself with a weak body like that?" Jin Taekyung said, "Eh? Did I hear you wrong?" The eldest senior said, "If those rumors are true, then I believe it's important that someone from the main family joins the front line of this upcoming battle." Jin Taekyung thought to himself, "No," as the ground cracks and lava emerges beneath the cracks. The eldest senior asked, "What are your thoughts, lesser family head?" Jin Taekyung thought, "No. Tell him I can't, please." Jin Wee-kyung thought as Jin Tae-kyung tried to hold on. Jin Wee-kyung said, I too believe you will be of great help for us. Jin Tae-kyung fell. A system notification chimed. A new quest has begun. In another scene, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, the head elder wanted to assign me to the combat force directly under the guidance of the elders. But with Jin Wee-kyung's fierce opposition, I was thankfully put into a different position. Jin Wee-kyung said to the eldest senior, I will not allow that. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, leader of the bodyguard reconnaissance team. A system notification chimed. Quest. Mission objective. You have been elected to become the leader of the bodyguard reconnaissance team. Starting now, you must lead the men assigned to you and fulfill your mission by distinguishing yourself in battle. Rank, repeatable quest restriction, only for Jin Tae-kyung objective. Earn 100 merit 100th quest reward, varies on success quest failure. Varies on failure. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, since the risk for quest failure is unclear, I don't feel too good about this. But since I'm part of the reconnaissance team, it shouldn't be too dangerous. I know this is all just a game, but I still can't get those dead kids out of my mind. Since when did non-player characters feel more and more human to me? Am I getting too immersed in this game? In any case, I have 5 people assigned to me. I don't know if they are temporary transfers from other places or what, but they look pretty nervous. Level 14 Jo Yum, level Mahomyo, level 13 Ji Cheonjin, level 13 Hanyop said, it is an honor to meet you. I shall be in your care, group leader. The sleeping dragon of Shaanxi, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, there is also this one overly enthusiastic kid. And last but not least, this annoying bastard. Level 22 Hyukmujin, he said, so this is how we meet again. Third. Young master. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, sighing, just my luck. Jin Tae-kyung said, I've been assigned to be your leader of the bodyguard reconnaissance team. I'm Jin Tae-kyung. Nice to meet you guys. At the palace, Jin Wee-kyung looked outside. Wee-pung said, now that they've departed at noon, they should arrive at their destination in 2 days. Jin Wee-kyung said, huh? Oh, are you talking about my Tae-kyung? He's been assigned to be a part of the reconnaissance team for the Jin family of Taiwan. When will you stop treating our Tae-kyung as a little child? He's become a man. I'm sure he'll be fine. Wee-peng said, I'm having a hard time believing all of this. Jin Wee-kyung said, in any case, look. A pigeon was flying outside. Jin Wee-kyung said, it seems some news from the lower district sect has arrived. The letter said, led by one word, one kill Jo Pil, 40 warriors have made an appearance at Zhengyang. Jin Wee-kyung said, they're already at Zhengyang? Even if they're the elite forces, it's hard to believe they crossed hundreds of li in a matter of days. 1 li is about 500 meters. Jin Wee-kyung thought to himself, if they pass through Hongshui, then they'll arrive at Taiyuan. Since some people have still not made it back to the main family, and with the appearance of someone known for being cruel and brutal, 1 strike, 1 kill Jo Pil, are they perhaps being pursued by this man? Jin Wee-kyung said, Wee-peng, hurry and take 50 of our men and head towards Zhengyang. We'll need to provide support. Wee-peng said, well, wait, my lord. They looked at each other. Jin Wee-kyung said, Tae, where did Tae-kyung go again? Wafan Peng said, Zhengyang, my lord. Jin Tae-kyung commanded his team, shouting, to your positions, spread out, regroup, line up, get in formation. He then said to himself, oh, it hasn't been too long since I taught them? Not bad. They're about the same as those rank F hunters who don't know anything about the use of mana. But these NPCs are much better since they can use some form of QI. Suddenly, Hyukmujin dropped his shield and said, I can't take this anymore. Third young master, is war a joke to you? Time is of the essence. We shouldn't be wasting it. But look at what you're doing right now. Jin Tae-kyung sighed to himself, and here I was complimenting these fools. Joyum spoke up, he's right though. Mahimyo added, yeah, it's not like we're part of the Imperial Army anyway. Hanyup said, maybe our group leader has some purpose behind all this? Mahimyo responded, well, he is teaching us battle formations. Hyukmujin interrupted, like hell he is. He's the same third young master who would skip training and chase after women ever since he was young. He doesn't know anything about warfare, much less battle tactics. Instead of devoting himself to learning, he went around causing accidents. That's all there is to him. As Jin Tae-kyung stepped closer to Hyukmujin, Hyukmujin continued, the person who caused this war was the third young master as well. Jin Tae-kyung whispered to Hyukmujin, I hope you realize what you're doing right now is considered mutiny. Hyukmu-jin sneered. Huh, so what if it is? What the hell are you going to do about it? Jin Tae-kyung replied, let's see. Since we're at war, I shall exercise my authority as the group leader and settle this with 3 slaps to your cheeks. Hyukmu-jin scoffed. What the crap are you? Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung slapped Hyukmu-jin across the face. First slap. Hyukmu-jin stammered. Wait, what do you think you're? Another slap landed on Hyukmu-jin's other cheek. Second slap. Angered, Hyukmu-jin shouted, you mother freaker, and tried to strike Jin Tae-kyung, but Jin dodged. Despite repeated attempts, Hyukmu-jin couldn't land a hit. Jin Tae-kyung raised his hand again. Third slap. The others watched in shock as Hyukmu-jin collapsed to the ground after the final slap. Jin Tae-kyung dusted off his hands and said, break time is over. Let's get ready to leave. They all responded in unison, yes sir. Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung noticed a snowflake falling. He murmured to himself, it's snowing already. As the snow continued to fall, Hyukmu-jin was assisted by the others. In another scene, a sword was raised, slashing so quickly that it split a falling snowflake in half. Strawberry juice splattered on the ground as a man lay motionless. Villagers were surrounded, crying as bandits cornered them. A desperate lady cried out, great lord, please, let the children go. One Strike Joe Pill responded, I'm sorry, but I am not a great lord. The lady pleaded, but you're still human. How can you go this far with children who have done no wrong? Playing with his sword, Joe Pill replied, in this cruel world, how can these children survive without their mothers? The lady, filled with rage, shouted, you merciless bastard. You planned to kill us all from the start. Joe Pill responded calmly, your last words, I shall remember them well. He finished off the villagers swiftly. Moments later, Joe Pill's men cleaned up the scene in the forest. His subordinate remarked, it seems the wild beasts will have a feast tonight. Joe Pill, wiping his sword clean, said, nope. We'll be feasting as well. If everything goes well, we should earn 1,000 gold coins. It's hard to believe the day has finally come when we can hunt those Jin bastards from Taiwan. Joe Pill asked, were those we just killed the last of them? His subordinate shook his head. No, great brother. There's still 1 warrior and 2 kids, 3 in total. I heard they recently passed through Zhangyang and are heading towards Hongshui. Joe Pill smiled. Oh ho, you can take care of them for me? The subordinate bowed. Yes sir, yes sir. Back in the shack, Hyukmu-jin woke up shocked by the people around him. In a blind rage, he rushed at Jin Tae-kyung, shouting, mother freaker. Suddenly, a punch sent Hyukmu-jin flying back, and he fell back to sleep. Jin Tae-kyung sighed. Since the weather is so bad, I guess we can't make it to Zhangyang by tonight. At least we found this empty shack to stay in. Han Yup hesitated before speaking. Group leader? Jin Tae-kyung replied. Huh? The others looked at him with hopeful eyes, and Han Yup asked, we were wondering, since we do have some time. Jin Tae-kyung raised an eyebrow. Huh? You want more training? They all nodded their heads eagerly, and Jin Tae-kyung smiled. He then shouted, you bastards, grab your weapons and head outside. Hyukmu-jin is to stay inside. A few moments later, everyone went out. Joyum muttered, ugh, it's cold. Mahim-yo added, wow, there's a lot of snow. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, look at these bastards. They were extremely dissatisfied when we first started, but now they're practically begging for it. As expected, rather than ordering people 100 times, it's always best to give them a quick beating. He laughed wickedly. Suddenly, Han Yup called out, group leader, there's a little kid over there. Jin Tae-kyung peeked outside and said, what do you mean? Why would there be a kid in the middle of a mountain? In the distance, they saw the silhouette of a child. Jin Tae-kyung blinked. Eh? You were serious? Joyum asked, who is he? Mahim-yo wondered, does he live in this shack? Jin Tae-kyung felt uneasy. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Why do I feel like something big is about to happen? Just then, a system notification chimed. An unexpected quest has begun. Jin Tae-kyung groaned. Ah, freak. In a flashback, children played as their parents sat on a stone beneath a cherry blossom tree. Seo Chon noticed a dandelion, picked it up and placed it behind his mother's ear. He smiled, but his mother told him softly, Seo Chin, you must survive. Seo Chon was confused. Mother? His mother continued, promise us that you will survive. Seo Chon looked around. Father, where is everybody going? As the adults walked away, his mother's voice lingered. Promise us. His sister cried, "Mother!" Seo Cheon shouted, "Father, wait for us! Mother! Mother!" Suddenly, Seo Cheon woke up under a rock with his sister. Ack! Shoot! I must have fallen asleep. It hasn't even been 5 days since I witnessed the brutal killings of my father and our people of Shuojuo. I was a useless coward who could do nothing but run. I can't afford to let my guard down again. His sister shivered and whimpered, "Older brother, I'm cold. When are we going back home?" Seo Yul wants to see mommy. Seo Cheon reassured her, "Just a little longer. We're almost there, okay?" He then remembered his dream, mother, and her words, "You must survive." He thought to himself, the mother in my dream felt too real. I wonder what happened to her. Maybe she. He shook his head. "No, don't think like that. That wouldn't have happened." Suddenly, the shrubs rustled in the distance. Seo Cheon charged forward, yelling, "Who is it? Show yourself." A figure emerged from the bushes. Seo Cheon broke into a sweat, nervous. Suddenly, a familiar voice said, "Shh, it's me." Seo Cheon shouted, "Uncle Gong." We were starting to worry. It's been half a day. Uncle Gong Yachong appeared and said, "We need to hurry. We're being tracked." He picked up Seo Cheon's sister. Seo Cheon asked, "Already?" Uncle Gong Yachong nodded. "Yes, there's no time to waste." They began to run. Seo Cheon asked, "Where are we heading?" Uncle Gong Yachong replied, "Hung Shui. No matter how cruel the monsters are, even they wouldn't chase us there." Moments later, as the snow continued to fall, a man silently observed their footprints. He ordered his men to follow the tracks. Far ahead, Seo Cheon and Uncle Gong Yachong climbed a hill. Seo Cheon noticed Uncle Gong's footprints and grew anxious. Uncle Gong looked back, listening intently. He heard distant noises. Seo Cheon asked, "Is it them?" Uncle Gong Yachong replied, "There are about 10 of them and they're getting closer, but this is my fault. We should have hurried before it started snowing." Seo Cheon unsheathed his dagger, saying, "Uncle, you did your best. I've learned some martial arts too. If I am to die, I shall die fighting as a martial warrior." Suddenly, Uncle Gong tossed Seo's sister onto his back and shouted, "Go! I'll catch up to you." "I, Gong Yachong, am not a weak man," Seo Cheon protested, but Uncle Gong cut him off. "Go now." In the distance, the bandits shouted, "There they are. We've cornered them." Seo Cheon, tears welling up, whispered, "Uncle Gong." He quickly wiped his tears and turned to leave, murmuring, "Forgive me." As the bandits leaped toward Uncle Gong Yachong, Seo Cheon ran off with his sister. Hours later, in the thick snow, Seo Cheon and his sister were struggling to climb a hill. Suddenly, Seo Cheon noticed something, a piece of cloth on the ground. It belonged to Jin Taekyung's team, with the Hanja symbol for Jin embroidered on it. Jin Taekyung and his group had gone outside earlier for more training, as per his orders. Jin Taekyung called out, "Let's get going." Mahamyo muttered, "Huh? In this weather? Even the horses don't want to move." Jiachan Jin added, "Yeah, and what about that kid?" Jin Taekyung barked, "Then ditch the horses and let's go." Mahim Yo suggested, "I think it's best we leave tomorrow morning." Ji Cheon Jin stammered, That kid is coming toward US." Jin Taekyung cursed under his breath. "Ah, freak. I said let's go, hurry and get your stuff and wake up Hyuk Moo Jin while you're at it." Joyum hesitated. Why are you acting like this?" Jin Taekyung thought to himself, "What are you all confused about? It's obvious something bad is about to happen." As Seo Cheon cried, Jin Taekyung felt a familiar chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, "Whenever I get these ominous feelings, that's the sound I always hear." Just then, the system chimed. Bandits arrived in the distance and Jin Taekyung muttered, "Huh?" Joyum turned to look. The system notification chimed again. An unexpected quest has begun. Jin Taekyung grumbled internally, I knew this would happen. I freaking knew this would happen." A system notification chimed. Quest: Survivors of the Shuojuo region. You of the Jin family of Taiyuan have encountered the remaining survivors of the Shuojuo region. Your task is to fight off the cruel and vicious Mount Hang sword sex warriors and rescue these survivors. Quest rank: Unexpected restriction, only for Jin Taekyung objective. Rescue the survivors. Incomplete, unknown quest reward. Chain quest failure. Unknown, one of the bandits sneered. "It's the little brats from the Jin family of Taiyuan." Jin Taekyung barked. "Spread out and get into battle formation." His team prepared for battle. The bandit laughed mockingly. "Ha ha, this is great. There's not too many of them. Kill them all." Jin Tae-kyung counted the enemies in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 10 of them in total. It's 10 against 5. Can we do this? Ah, shit. These guys barely know any martial arts and have practically no battle experience. New recruits. Not to mention, Hyukmu Jin is still knocked out. As his team trembled in fear, Jin Tae-kyung thought, I'm sorry, but if things go south, I'm just going to abandon you guys and run. He activated his skill, Chi Sense. Joyeom stammered, What should we do, group leader? The bandits charged, yelling, Kill them! That they're coming, shouted Mahim Yo. Ji Cheon Jin, barely able to open his eyes, muttered, They're approaching. Shin Tae-kyung stepped forward. Get out of offensive formation, transition into defensive formation. Han Yup, confused, asked, What do you mean? Group leader, someone else muttered. Don't make me repeat myself, Jin Tae-kyung snapped. You guys just need to focus on blocking their attacks. He got into position and smirked to himself, and that's because he scanned the enemies. LV, 13 Byung-dong-jil, Ponytail LV, 13 Byung-dong-jil, Mohawk LV, 12 Hyo-1 SEO Jin Tae-kyung. Couldn't contain his laughter. They're all freaking low-level scrubs. I'm going to get all the solo experience for myself. As the fight began, Jin Tae-kyung quickly sliced through one of the bandits who spat out blood, gasping, His team stared in shock, jaws dropping. Another bandit attempted to attack, but Jin Tae-kyung swiftly disarmed him, cutting him down with ease. The man cried out, Ack! Seo Cheon stood frozen, utterly stunned by Jin Tae-kyung's deadly precision. Jin Tae-kyung continued to cut down the bandits in a flurry of swift, brutal strikes. Multiple system notifications chimed, You have earned 50% merit. Experience gained, multiplied by 10. Jin Tae-kyung dispatched another bandit, slicing him clean in half. Only one bandit remained standing. Without hesitation, Jin Tae-kyung stopped, summoning his skill, Pierce of the Heavens. The final bandit tried to attack but was swiftly countered. The bandit coughed and sputtered, Worg, the great brother will surely find you and... He collapsed to the ground. A magic circle appeared beneath Jin Tae-kyung's feet as he sighed. I feel full. Another system notification chimed. You have eliminated LV. 32 Hyuk Sandu. You have earned an enormous amount of merit. Your merit and fame have increased. Chain quest unlocked. You have gained an enormous amount of experience. A few moments later, Uncle Gong Yachung slowly regained consciousness. He blinked, his vision clearing as he heard Seo Chon's voice. Uncle Gong! Uncle Gong Yachung finally saw the boy. Seo Chon and his sister hugged him tightly, crying, Uncle Gong! After a brief reunion, Uncle Gong Yachung said, I don't know how I can ever repay this kindness. I am so very thankful for what you have done for us. Jin Tae-kyung waved it off. No need to be so formal. I only did what was right. Then under his breath, he muttered, I was just forced to finish my freaking quest. Uncle Gong Yachung, holding the children close, looked somber. Not only are you skilled in martial arts, but you are humble as well. I, Gong Yachung, have learned a valuable lesson today. Jin Tae-kyung chuckled, I was just lucky. In any case, what happened? Uncle Gong Yachung grew silent before explaining. About 5 days ago, when a messenger bird came with news of the war, the Shuojuo district had already been besieged. There were about 100 mercenaries hired by the Mount Heng sword sect, and they brutally massacred our people and burned down our buildings. It was thanks to the district leader and his warriors that we were able to buy some time to escape through a secret passage with the women and children. He paused, his face darkening. However, after discovering our escape, they began to pursue us. The room fell silent. Jin Tae-kyung asked, How many are after you? Uncle Gong Yachung replied, I'm not certain, but I heard from one of the men tracking them that, including Joe Pil, there are about 30 more of them. Jin Tae-kyung's eyes widened. 30 of them? Uncle Gong Yachung nodded gravely. That's correct. That is why we must hurry and get out of. But Jin Tae-kyung interrupted. Then let's wait for the rest of those bastards here. His voice was filled with excitement. Uncle Gong Yachung looked confused. Wait. Jin Tae-kyung grinned with determination. We must wipe them all out. For evil bastards like them, we can't let a single one of them live, he thought to himself, giddy with excitement. If there are 30 of them, just how much experience is that? Uncle Gong Yachung pleaded, But sir, please listen to what I'm saying. Seo Chon eagerly chimed in. That's right. For monsters like them, we need to tear off their limbs and shred them apart, If it's a martial master like you, great savior, I'm sure it's doable. Jin Tae-kyung smiled and said, "You're absolutely correct. I shall take vengeance for you all and kill them." Seo Cheon's eyes lit up. Really? A man's word is worth 1,000 gold. I will make sure to kill them and level up, Jin Tae-kyung declared confidently. A man's word is worth 1,000 gold, meaning that a man's promise should hold great value. Thank you. Thank you so much, Seo Cheon exclaimed with gratitude. Uncle Gong Yachung, more serious now, said, "Jo Pil is a martial master who has attained the peak realm." Both Jin Tae-kyung and Seo Cheon stared at him, and Seo Cheon asked, "Level up?" Uncle Gong Yachung explained, "He's one of the few martial masters who has reached the peak realm in all of Shangxi. That's why, the moment our branch leader saw him, he accepted his defeat and ordered me to escape with our people. Nobody has ever survived an encounter with him, and his opponents have been killed as brutally as possible." Jin Tae-kyung sighed and turned to Seo Cheon. Seo Cheon? Yes, senior brother. It's probably more important that I escort you and your sister back to the main family. Seems I've been rushing things, right? Plus, I've suffered some injuries from the fight earlier. Ha ha. Seo Cheon, skeptical, asked, "You're completely fine?" Jin Tae-kyung smiled faintly. "Internal injuries." Seo Cheon's eyes widened in surprise. "Let's head back to the main family. Everyone get ready to leave," Jin Tae-kyung ordered. Seo Cheon hesitated. "Great savior." He grabbed Jin Tae-kyung's robe, tugging it. "Great savior." Jin Tae-kyung sighed. "Seo Cheon, I'm a little busy right now, so save whatever you have to say for later, okay?" He turned to the others and shouted, "Hey, hurry your asses up." Seo Cheon protested. "Wah, but great savior." Meanwhile, Uncle Gong Yachung managed to stand and said, "That reminds me. I apologize for not asking your name sooner, even though you saved our lives. I know it's a bit late, but could you kindly tell us your name, great savior?" Jin Tae-kyung paused for a moment. I'm G." He stopped, thinking to himself, "Wait, all of this happened because of me. If they find out my real name, wouldn't they want to try and kill me instead?" After a brief hesitation, he said, "My name is Ho Jin." Suddenly, Hyukmu Jin awoke with a start and shouted, "Jin Tae-kyung, you freaking bastard. I'll kill you." Hyukmu Jin charged forward, eyes blazing with fury. Seo Cheon stammered in confusion, "Jin." Hyukmu Jin lunged at Jin Tae-kyung, screaming, "I'll freaking kill you." Uncle Gong Yachung, equally confused, asked, "Jin Tae-kyung?" As Hyukmu Jin leapt toward him, Jin Tae-kyung thought, "You mother freaker." And there was a loud slap. Moments later, outside in the snow, a lifeless goon lay still, while another slept quietly, having lost significant weight in the skirmish. In the distance, one word, one strike, Jo Pil and his team arrived at the scene, surveying the aftermath. Jo Pil smiled as his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Interesting." Meanwhile, Weepeng and his team were galloping toward Jin Tae-kyung's location on horseback. Weepeng stared ahead seriously, thinking to himself, the one word, one kill Jo Pil. If he takes an interest in an opponent, he will always ask them a question before brutally killing them. "I can't let that monster meet him," Weepeng muttered. "I'll need to hurry and find the third young master." He slapped the bottom of his horse, urging it forward. "Giddy up." He continued to push his horse faster, telling himself, "Should I fail, I will not be able to face my lord." In another scene, one word, one strike, Jo Pil examined the carnage. One person, a spear user. They were all killed in one strike. Especially this last one, Hook Sando's chest was cleanly penetrated. How amusing. Who could it be? A martial master of the Jin family of Taiyuan? Or perhaps some unknown figure? He grinned to himself. But no matter the case, this hunt shall be fun. Suddenly, one of his subordinates ran toward him. "I'm here to report, great brother." "Speak," Jo Pil commanded. "We've spotted a group of 7 or 8 figures, one of whom seems injured. They appear to have abandoned their horses a day earlier and are following the mountain ridges toward Taiyuan." Jo Pil nodded, satisfied. "Good. Continue tracking them." At that moment, another figure stepped forward and spoke sternly. "Did you forget what our family head ordered us to do?" Jo Pil paused and turned to face them. That's right. I completely forgot about the family head of the great Mount Hang sword sect. But what do you mean by ordered?" he smirked. "I only remember being commissioned." "That's the same thing," the man snapped. "You were told to regroup with the main forces after eliminating the people of Shuozhou. We've overlooked your decision to ignore that command, but we will not allow you to continue this disobedience." Jo Pil's smile vanished, and his eyes darkened. Allow, you say. Allow. That word doesn't sit well with me. What do you? Before the man could finish, Joe Pill grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. You see, Joe Pill said coldly, this is why I love war. The other subordinates, shocked, drew their swords. What? You bastard! Joe Pill's eyes flashed with lethal intent, and in an instant he crushed the life out of them with a single push, sending their bodies flying. He remained silent as the dust settled. One word, one strike, Joe Pill said, and it's because I don't remember the ones I kill. He then commanded, we will continue our chase. In another scene, Jin Tae-kyung and his team continued to walk through the cold wilderness. Jin Tae-kyung, seeing a cave nearby, called out to the others, let's sleep here for the night. A few moments later, as night fell, the group rested peacefully. Seo Shon slept beside his sister, while the bonfire crackled gently. Jin Tae-kyung and Uncle Gong Ya-chung sat across from each other. It's a good thing we found this place, Jin Tae-kyung said. Not only does it shelter us from the snow, but it also keeps most of the light from leaking out. He chuckled softly to himself. Jin Tae-kyung thought, is it possible he doesn't know I'm related to this war? Most people would have reacted by now, but after that incident, he hasn't said a word. Guess I was the only one worried. Sigh. It's all because of that bastard Hyuk Moo-jin, the others snored quietly as Uncle Gong Ya-chung spoke. As expected, it's best not to listen to rumors. I was told you were lazy and arrogant, a man with no martial arts skill. But after knowing you for these past 2 days, I see that Jin Tae-kyung is nothing like the rumors say. Jin Tae-kyung remained silent, listening intently as Uncle Gong continued. It also makes me question how much I should believe about the rumors regarding this war with the Mount Heng sword sect. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, so, he did know who I was all along. The cave grew quiet again, only the sound of the fire crackling between them. Suddenly, Uncle Gong Ya-chung coughed, breaking the silence. Master Jin, Uncle Gong said, his voice weak. Yes, Jin Tae-kyung replied, concerned. I have. Uncle Gong coughed harder, spitting what looked like strawberry-colored liquid into his hand. Jin Tae-kyung, shocked, shouted, what the hell, are you okay? Uncle Gong trembled and stared at his palm, muttering, they're sly bastards. They laced poison on their weapons. Jin Tae-kyung's eyes widened. What do you mean? Why didn't you tell us sooner? The poison they used must have been cheap, so its effects were weak at first. But now, it's too late for me to do anything about it, Uncle Gong said with a grimace. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, he's in a really bad state. Do I have an antidote? Not close. What about those grain pills? No, they don't have antidote properties either. Damn it. All I have are weapons. He desperately searched through his inventory, realizing there was nothing that could help. Uncle Gong Ya-chung glanced at Seo Chon and his sister, then turned back to Jin Tae-kyung. Master Jin, he said, his voice growing fainter. Yes, what is it? The kids. I entrust them to your care, Uncle Gong said, looking at Jin Tae-kyung seriously. Jin Tae-kyung was stunned by the weight of his words. Just then, a system notification chimed. Quest, Gong Ya-chung's last request. This man desires only one thing, for you to safely escort the children back to their homes. Rank, no rank restriction, only for Jin Tae-kyung objective. Escort Seo Cheon and Seo Yul safely, incomplete quest reward. None. Jin Tae-kyung thought, it's fine. I made the right decision. He's just an NPC. An NPC programmed to give me a quest on the verge of death after being poisoned. No quest reward either. A player just needs to accept the quest and move on. There's no need for me to act like a hero and end up putting everyone in danger. If that happens, everyone will be killed, and it'll be game over for me. This is all just a game. But why do I feel like crap? Freak! Jin Tae-kyung clenched his fists. I have a family to take care of. Not a family made with graphics, but a real living family in the outside world. I can't afford to die here, you mother freakers. Suddenly, Hyuk Moo-jin spoke up. You're going to leave Senior Gong behind? That's correct, Jin Tae-kyung replied coldly. This was a decision made by Senior Gong himself. He stated he would quietly disappear while we're on the move. Hyuk Moo-jin shouted, that's unacceptable. Jin Tae-kyung raised his hand to slap Hyuk Moo-jin again, whispering, be quiet, you little idiot. But why is he doing this? Hyuk Moo-jin asked, still confused. He's in a bad state. He'll only end up harming the group, Jin Tae-kyung responded sharply. Han Yop, another member of the group, spoke up. But even still, we shouldn't abandon him like this. Jin Tae-kyung sighed in frustration. Okay, then what do you suggest? Do you want to carry him yourself? Han Yop hesitated but then said, Yes, I'll carry him myself. Jin Tae-kyung sighed even deeper, exasperated. Why are they like this? You're willing to carry a fully grown man in this weather? You'll be exhausted within minutes. Once that happens, you'll tire everyone out trying to help both of you. It'll slow us down, and the enemy will catch up in no time. We're dealing with mercenaries led by a martial master who has attained the peak realm. If we encounter him while we're exhausted, do you think we'll survive? The group fell silent, sadness creeping over them. Han Yop stammered. That's... Jin Tae-kyung turned to Hyuk-mu-jin, his expression stern. Hyuk-mu-jin, you look like you want to say something, Jin Tae-kyung remarked. Hyuk-mu-jin, with swollen cheeks, forced a smile. I shall obey your commands, honorable group leader. A few moments later, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, it's been some time. I wonder if he's left us by now. Yeah, he has to be gone. Suddenly, the little girl, Seo Yul, called out, Hey, mister! Jin Tae-kyung was startled. Yeah? Are you stronger than my daddy, mister? Seo Yul asked with wide eyes. Your dad? Jin Tae-kyung hesitated. Yep, my brother said mister is really strong, but my daddy is super strong too, Seo Yul said proudly. And that's because... Jin Tae-kyung chuckled softly. It seems Seo Yul misses her dad. He watched as she pouted and looked away. Seo Yul wants to see daddy, but daddy doesn't want to see Seo Yul. Older brother said that daddy left us to go play with mommy, she said with a sad expression. Jin Tae-kyung was taken aback. Her words brought back memories of his own childhood, his dad, his sister, and himself as a young boy. He remembered his mom crying as she told him about their loss. Silently, he murmured, Ah, I see. He glanced over at Seo Cheon, the boy who remained steadfast and silent. It's fine if you needed someone to carry you, Jin Tae-kyung thought, but he could sense Seo Cheon's stubbornness. He's such a tough little kid. Jin Tae-kyung slowed down, stopping in his tracks. Ah, freak, what a shitty game they made, he muttered. He picked up Seo Yul and handed her to Joyeom before running off. Where are you going? Seo Cheon shouted as the others watched Jin Tae-kyung sprint away. Hyuk-mu-jin stared, shocked. Jin Tae-kyung ran faster, following the tracks. Eventually, he came to a stop and spotted Uncle Gong Ye-chung. Hanyop, you! Jin Tae-kyung shouted as he approached. Group leader! Hanyep gasped, panting in exhaustion. Freak, I don't know anymore. Jin Tae-kyung thought. He extended his hand. Take my hand. Thank you, Hanyep replied gratefully. A few hours later, an old man sat alone. A mysterious voice asked, How are things going? The old man sipped from a cup of snow water. Quite smoothly. How about your end? Joe Pill is a troublemaker and is rampaging on his own. But that's fine, the mysterious voice replied. One word. One strike, Joe Pill? You've got yourself quite a handful, the old man remarked. The mysterious man chuckled. The foolish young master is being pursued by him. This wasn't part of my plan, but it's proving to be better than I thought. The old man's tone grew colder. The younger brother, whom the lesser family head cherishes, once he witnesses his death, he will most certainly lose his mind. When that happens, Shang-Chi will be drenched in blood. Ah, I almost forgot. The lower district sect is involved in this war as well, the mysterious man added. The lower district sect? For what reason? The old man asked, curious. Their new branch leader has a sharp nose for trouble. But don't worry. Once this incident is dealt with, we'll take care of that person too, the mysterious man replied. Be careful. No matter how great heaven is, if you let your guard down. The old man started to say but was interrupted when a shadowy figure appeared behind him. You should choose your words more wisely, the figure warned. The old man stiffened. It seems I misspoke. I apologize. Then let's leave it here for today. If any problems arise, I'll visit you again, the mysterious man concluded. The old man sighed deeply. As he rose, he muttered to himself, ghost-like figures with unknown identities. He walked to the window, gazing out into the snowy night. I've endured and persisted for so long. Soon, everything shall finally come into my grasp. He was the eldest senior. Back at the camp, Jin Tae-kyung and his team set up for the night. Uncle Gong Ya-chung was growing weaker. We're almost there. Please hold on a little longer, Jin Tae-kyung urged. We don't have time to waste. We really need to hurry and get out of here. Jin Tae-kyung thought anxiously, feeling the weight of their situation. All right, let's get... Suddenly, Hyuk-mu-jin interrupted, shouting, Let's get going. Everyone, get up and get ready to move. Jin Tae-kyung blinked in confusion. What the freak is he doing? Why is he acting so upright all of a sudden? It's kind of pissing me off. Well, whatever. He's still annoying as hell, he thought. Then, they heard a rustling noise. Jin Tae-kyung's eyes snapped toward the direction of the sound. Group leader. Hanyip whispered, tense. Shh. Jin Tae-kyung hissed back. In the distance, glowing eyes appeared, accompanied by low growls. Did they catch up already? Jin Tae-kyung wondered, sweat beading on his forehead. The eyes remained still. Slowly, the figures emerged from the woods. It was a pack of wolves. It's a wolf pack! Hyuk Moo-jin exclaimed. Jin Tae-kyung sighed in relief. Woo, I thought it was them. He spun his spear, irritated. They scared me for no reason. Even if they're led by a martial master at the peak realm, there's no way they could have caught up to us this fast. I guess my senses have deteriorated since I haven't run a raid in such a long time. Sigh. Everyone, get into formation. We don't want the kids to get hurt, Jin Tae-kyung ordered as the wolves growled menacingly. He smirked. I wonder if they give me experience. Let's hurry and end this, okay? The pack of wolves charged toward him, snarling. Come, Jin Tae-kyung shouted as they neared, only to abruptly change direction. The entire group looked confused. Huh? Why did they run away? Hyuk Moo-jin asked, bewildered. Jin Tae-kyung was equally shocked. This isn't it. Hyuk Moo-jin added, didn't those wolves look like they saw something scary? Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, this is just like those legendary abilities in comic books, where you can strike fear into or knock out an enemy with just your key pressure. I don't know why I can suddenly do this, but if this is a game, then anything's possible. A notification popped up in Jin Tae-kyung's vision. Nice. This has to be the notification of me unlocking a new skill. System notification, a new quest has begun. Emperor's Might, it's a freaking quest. System notification, quest, one word, one strike Joe Pill. The long pursuit is finally over. You have come face to face with one of the most brutal and violent men in all of Murim. One word, one strike Joe Pill, and you must now confront him. We hope for many fortunes. No, we shall pray for your success. Rank, peak restriction, only for Jin Tae-kyung objective. Survive, incomplete quest reward, unknown quest failure. Death, huh? Jin Tae-kyung muttered in confusion. System notification, ding. You have no choice but to accept this quest. The quest shall be forcefully accepted. What kind of nonsense is this? No, what the freak is it saying? He shouted in frustration. Suddenly, a figure stood silently in the distance, and the notification vanished. Jin Tae-kyung turned his gaze toward the man standing there. It was one word, one strike Joe Pill. Jin Tae-kyung trembled, sweating profusely. Joe Pill? Joe Pill nodded. We finally meet. The others, including Hyuk Moo-jin, were filled with fear. Seo Cheon clenched his teeth in anger. Jin Tae-kyung braced himself for the encounter. Nice to meet you, Joe Pill said with a menacing grin as his killing intent surged. Jin Tae-kyung's mind raced. Those wolves, they weren't avoiding me. They were running away from this man. There's no need to be on edge, Joe Pill continued. I just wanted to have a talk with you. Don't come any closer, Jin Tae-kyung warned. You see, you've piqued my curiosity, Joe Pill said. Enough with your nonsense. I already know you're just buying time for the rest of your men to catch up, Jin Tae-kyung retorted. Joe Pill's eye twitched. Buy time? Me? Do you really think I'd do that for weaklings like them? Jin Tae-kyung blinked. What? Don't worry. They're slow. It'll take them about an hour to get here. But by then, everything will be over, Joe Pill stated calmly. What a crazy bastard. He's not even considering the possibility that he might lose to us, Jin Tae-kyung thought. Hey, young junior, Joe Pill continued. I don't hold any grudge against you. In fact, I'm quite interested in you. If you can answer a few of my questions. He paused for a moment. I might even let you go. You'll let me go? Jin Tae-kyung asked, uncertain. That's right. I promise I'll let you go unscathed, Joe Pill confirmed. Really? Jin Tae-kyung asked again, still doubtful. I'll bet my life on it. Is that enough for you? Joe Pill replied. Fine. Then let's do that. Jin Tae-kyung agreed reluctantly. Good. It seems you can at least use your head, Joe Pill chuckled. A few moments later, Joe Pill burst out laughing. What an absurd yet funny story you have. The third young master of the Jin family of Taiyuan, whom everyone called a troublemaker, was able to reach that realm stage without a master at such a young age. I only answered the truth, Jin Tae-kyung responded. Joe Pill's expression grew serious. After a moment of silence, he said, ah ha ha. Fine, I like it. I'll keep my promise. Jin Tae-kyung thought, is he seriously going to uphold his promise? Not much to gain, I suppose. If I'm being honest, I really wanted to kill you at first, but now that I've spoken with you, the more I want to keep observing you, especially during times like this, Jo-pil said. Times like this? Jin Tae-kyung echoed, confused. Jo-pil grinned. Ah, I guess you're unaware of it. But once you return home, you'll find out soon enough. All right, get going. I hope the next time we meet, you've grown even stronger. Jin Tae-kyung reflected on the encounter. There's a saying that you can survive even inside a tiger's den if you put your mind to it. But who would have thought that Jo-pil's strange personality would become our escape route? Turning to his group, Jin Tae-kyung said, before anything else, we have to hurry and get out of here. Okay, yes, the others responded in unison. All right, let's move, hurry, Jin Tae-kyung commanded, and the group quickly made their way out of the area. One word, one strike, Jo-pil stared at Jin Tae-kyung, his voice cold and unyielding. Hey, young junior, I think you're misunderstanding something here. The only person I allowed to leave was you, and you alone. Leave the rest of that trash behind. Don't you think I deserve payment for the 2 days I've spent chasing you? Jin Tae-kyung's face paled. What? Seo Cheon bravely carried Seo Yul on his back, while Han Yop looked behind in shock. Jin Tae-kyung's thoughts raced to memories of his sister and mother. Jo-pil's voice cut through his thoughts. Should you refuse, I will be very disappointed. Jin Tae-kyung stood silent, his hands trembling slightly before gripping his spear tightly. Then be disappointed, you freaking bastard, Jo-pil awed darkly. Then shall I have a taste? With a swift movement, Jo-pil lunged towards Jin Tae-kyung. Reacting instinctively, Jin Tae-kyung raised his spear, managing to block the incoming strike, but the force of the blow sent him flying back, crashing into the others like a bowling ball, scattering them across the snow. Group leader, are you okay? One of them shouted, concerned. Jin Tae-kyung groaned inwardly. Holy crap. Even though I blocked his attack, it still did this much damage? Jo-pil shook his head, clearly disappointed. Is this really all you've got? If I hadn't leveled up earlier, would I have even been able to block that attack? Jin Tae-kyung thought frantically. Even during my days as a hunter, I've never faced an attack this strong. Freak, I picked the wrong opponent. I might actually die this time. Jo-pil eyed Jin Tae-kyung intently, a sinister smile on his face. You're scared, Jin Tae-kyung snapped. Huh? What do you mean? Why would I be? With a weak heart like that, how will you survive in this violent world of Murim? Jo-pil taunted. Tisk, tisk, I suppose I'll have to teach you a lesson. Confused, Jin Tae-kyung asked, what? Jo-pil's eyes gleamed with menace. Rage always overcomes fear. With that, he threw several daggers toward the group. Jin Tae-kyung reacted quickly, using his spear to deflect most of them, but one dagger found its mark, striking Ji Chon-jin in the neck. Hey, you! Jin Tae-kyung began, struggling to remember Ji Chon-jin's name. Ji Chon-jin gasped, blood spilling from his wound. Group leader, God please, ta save MMA. Before Jin Tae-kyung could respond, another dagger flew through the air, embedding itself in Ji Chon-jin's head. He collapsed, motionless. Jo-pil watched with cruel amusement. I chose the one who looked the weakest. Was he a subordinate you cherished? Are you listening to me, young junior? Jin Tae-kyung stared at Ji Chon-jin's lifeless body, trying to recall his name. What was his name again? He shook his head, frustrated. Why am I even trying to remember the name of some NPC? Summon one grain pill. Jin Tae-kyung muttered under his breath, quickly swallowing the pill. His thoughts churned. Why am I being consumed by anger? He clenched his fists, turning toward Jo-pil, his eyes burning with fury. You bastard. You're dead now. A system notification chimed. Ding. You have consumed an outstanding grain pill. For 1 hour, all of your stats will increase by 2. Jo-pil smiled. See? What did I say? Jin Tae-kyung lunged at Jo-pil, spear in hand, attacking relentlessly. But Jo-pil effortlessly deflected each thrust with his sword, his movements almost casual. Jin Tae-kyung was knocked back once more, skidding across the snow. Jo-pil observed him carefully, thinking to himself, his skills are already at this level at the age of 20. Natural-born talent perhaps in terms of intuition and battle sense. Jin Tae-kyung didn't let up, continuing his assault, but Jo-pil dodged each attack with ease. His mind drifted. The Jin family of Taiyuan, I've gotten myself quite an interesting opponent. No wonder Huksandu, who lacked proper foundations, was killed in an instant. With a sudden change of direction, Jin Tae-kyung's spear grazed Jo Pil's scarf, tearing it slightly. Ah, damn it. I was so close. I could have ended it right there. Jin Tae-kyung cursed. Jo Pil's expression darkened. And I was planning to go easy on you, but how dare a little brat like you say such things? Your opponent is none other than me. One word, one strike, J. Jo Pil. Get ready, you bastard. A system notification chimed. Ding. LV, unknown Jo Pil has activated Frenzy. Upon activation, his strength and agility will be significantly increased. Jin Tae-kyung groaned, frustrated. He's going to get even stronger than before? Come on. J. Jo Pil swung his sword with increased ferocity, his attacks wild and unpredictable. Jin Tae-kyung barely managed to dodge, stumbling as he did. Freak, he's definitely lost his mind. His swings are even larger and more powerful than before. But why can't I find an opening? Jin Tae-kyung thought, panic rising. What should I do? Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung's attention was drawn to Jo-yeom and Mahomyo approaching the battlefield. He waved them off frantically. No, stop. Don't come any closer. Get the freak out of here. As Jo Pil charged toward him again, Jin Tae-kyung narrowly dodged the deadly blow. Don't come over here, you idiots, Han-yup called out. Don't worry, group leader. Mahomyo and I will assist you. Jin Tae-kyung cursed under his breath. My victorious title effect will disappear, you idiots. He recalled the system notification for his title, Victorious. During one-on-one combat, all battle-related stats shall be increased by 10. I was barely holding on with the effects from this title. Damn it. I need to pull as much of J. Jo Pil's attention before my title effect disappears. Suddenly, one word, one strike, Jo Pil vanished from sight. Huh? Jin Tae-kyung gasped as Jo Pil reappeared right above him. Instinctively, he raised his spear to block the attack, gritting his teeth from the impact. Ack, you erg! Before he could react, Jo-yeom and Han-yup leapt at Jo Pil, aiming for his back. But Jo Pil's eyes flashed with fury, and with a single fluid swing, he sliced their weapons apart. You annoying pests, Jo Pil snarled, his left hand glowing ominously. Mahomyo's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? He cut through our weapons with his bare hand? Impossible, Han-yup shouted, frozen in shock. Jo Pil's palm suddenly charged with energy, and Jin Tae-kyung saw an opportunity. An opening, he muttered. As Jo Pil struck Mahomyo and Han-yup, sending them flying, Jin Tae-kyung launched his spear attack, using his skill, Pierce of the Heaven, aiming for the back of Jo Pil's head. But just before the spear made contact, Jo Pil smirked and dashed away, slashing across Jin Tae-kyung's torso in a blur of movement. Jin Tae-kyung slid back, his hand pressing against the wound. Ugh, he groaned. What the hell just happened? He shouldn't have been in a position to counter my attack. He gritted his teeth. Thankfully, I tilted my body just in time and avoided a fatal hit. But Jo Pil wasn't finished. He closed in, attacking again and again, each strike more powerful than the last. Jin Tae-kyung struggled to block the relentless barrage, feeling sharp pain as Jo Pil's sword cut into his shoulder, torso, and leg. Oh! Jin Tae-kyung cried out, his body trembling from the blows. Jo Pil looked at him with a twisted grin. You still won't drop your weapon? Impressive. He paused, then added, Allow me to praise you. Jin Tae-kyung's eyes widened as Jo Pil's hand burst into flames. The heat radiated intensely. If you can withstand this, that is. Jo Pil's voice was filled with menace. With a swift motion, Jo Pil struck Jin Tae-kyung square in the chest. The force of the divine palm of fire sent Jin Tae-kyung flying backward, crashing into a tree. He coughed violently, spitting blood onto the snow. Oh! Jin Tae-kyung gasped, his chest burning from the heat. It's so hot. What is this? Steam rose from his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. I can't gather any strength. Jo Pil watched him from a distance, his face showing a mix of amusement and surprise. But Jin Tae-kyung wasn't ready to give up. He forced himself to stand, groaning in pain. Oh, but I still have to get you up. Jo Pil raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. You're able to stand even after being hit by a 5th mastery skill divine palm of fire? Quite the potential you have. Flames once again ignited in Jo Pil's hand as Jin Tae-kyung, panting heavily, lunged forward, spear in hand. Ha! Ah! He aimed for Jo Pil's throat with everything he had, but Jo Pil caught the spear with ease, sighing in exasperation. CCH, you really don't know when to quit. In your current state, you'll never be able to beat me. With a flick of his thumb, he snapped the head of Jin Tae-kyung's spear. Damn it! Jin Tae-kyung cursed, letting go of the broken spear. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Joe Pil, determined to land one last hit. This is my last chance, he thought, gathering all his remaining chi. I'll aim for his vital spot. If I can manage that, I can turn this fight around. But just as he closed the distance, his body betrayed him. Blood surged up from his injuries, and he spat it out before collapsing to his knees. What the hell? What is this? Joe Pil laughed heartily, looking down at Jin Tae-kyung with disdain. Where did this idiot come from? Jin Tae-kyung coughed violently, struggling to stay conscious. Joe Pil stepped closer, his voice dripping with mockery. Are you unaware of what happens if you try to circulate chi that's been blocked off by the divine palm of fire? Joe Pil sneered as he looked down at Jin Tae-kyung. The chi you're trying to circulate has nowhere to go. You'll either fall into chi deviation or worse, die. You should be thankful for the minimal damage you've received. He paused before adding coldly, no wait. You're going to die anyway, so maybe it would have been better if you died just then. Jin Tae-kyung gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, am I really going to die like this? That can't be. For the past 7 years, I've survived thousands of B battles, but I'm going to be killed in some G game. Then, something clicked in his mind. Game. That's right. This is a game. He clenched his fist in realization. Joe Pil raised his hand, ready to end it. Farewell. Wait. Jin Tae-kyung shouted internally. Give me a second. Just as Joe Pil's strike was about to land, a voice suddenly interrupted. Joe Pil. It was Joyom who yelled, Joe Pil, you bastard. Mahomyo followed, shouting, back away from our group leader. Freak you, you monster. Joe Pil turned his attention toward them, momentarily distracted, allowing Jin Tae-kyung a brief moment to catch his breath. Whew, he thought in relief. Joe Pil's face twisted in anger. I've changed my mind. I'll tear them apart first. Jin Tae-kyung mumbled to himself, idiot. Joe Pil narrowed his eyes. What did you say? Jin Tae-kyung continued to mutter, mumble mumble, this whole tea time bye. What are you babbling about? Are you unable to speak properly now? Joe Pil sneered. Jin Tae-kyung's eyes suddenly widened and he shouted, this whole time I was fighting like an idiot, he quickly commanded. Equip dagger. Before Joe Pil could react, Jin Tae-kyung slashed at his Achilles tendon with a dagger. Joe Pil gasped in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Jin Tae-kyung's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he equipped another dagger and stabbed Joe Pil's leg again. Equip dagger, he commanded repeatedly, stabbing over and over. Joe Pil, now furious, grabbed Jin Tae-kyung's wrist and snapped it like a twig. You bastard! You were hiding a weapon this whole time, he growled, shoving Jin Tae-kyung away. The force sent him crashing into a nearby tree. In pain, Joe Pil muttered, damn, to think I'd fall for such a trick. How pathetic. He glared at Jin Tae-kyung, whose wrist hung limp. What a persistent fool you are. Send my regards to the god of the underworld, Joe Pil said menacingly. Mahomyo and Joyom rushed forward, shouting, group leader. Joe Pil raised his hand to strike. Die, he roared. But Jin Tae-kyung smiled grimly as Joe Pil's palm slammed into his chest, splattering blood across the snow as the tree behind him broke from the impact. The forest fell into an eerie silence. Joe Pil froze, staring at Jin Tae-kyung in disbelief. You... What did you do? Blood began to seep from Joe Pil's body, his veins bulging as the crimson liquid dripped from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Joyom stammered, that's... Mahomyo muttered, no way, isn't that? Joe Pil's voice trembled. I'm sure. You were empty-handed. His eyes widened as blood continued to pour out uncontrollably. Jin Tae-kyung grinned weakly. I've been waiting for you to gather your ki to its highest peak. Blockage and backflow of QQI deviation, right? Joe Pil's expression contorted in rage. You filthy brat. He tried to lash out but stumbled, his body shaking violently. This is impossible, he roared, throwing the dagger aside in fury. How could a mere nobody like you do this to me? One word, one strike, Joe Pil. But as he lunged at Jin Tae-kyung again, he coughed violently, blood splattering from his mouth. His body crumpled, falling to the ground. Damn it, I refuse to accept Tias. Joe Pil muttered, his voice fading. Jin Tae-kyung slumped back, exhausted. It's finally over. He shouldn't be able to attack me while he's in that state, right? But Joe Pil, even in his weakened state, continued to mumble, his body twitching. Mumble. This is impossible. How can this happen? Jin Tae-kyung, drained of all strength, thought to himself, I don't have any energy left. But what are those guys doing? Hurry and come help me. Suddenly, Jae-jo Peel's body stirred again. His eyes became blank, and his hair began to shift, turning white as an intense aura surrounded him. I am Jo Pil, he muttered through clenched teeth. I am the 19th successor of the divine palm of fire, one word, one strike, Jo Pil. That means I should never lose to a nobody like you. Arr! Jo Pil roared, his entire body radiating with immense power, the very air around him trembling as his aura flared. Jin Tae-kyung stared in disbelief. What's going on right now? Didn't he fall into chi deviation? Jo Pil's hair flowed wildly, now completely white, as his transformation reached its peak. Jin Tae-kyung's mind raced. No, wait, he's barely holding on. He's burning up his life force. He gazed at Jo Pil with determination. Jo Pil, do you really have to go that far just to kill me? Jin Tae-kyung picked up his broken spear. I've depleted all my chi, and with my left arm broken, I won't be able to block your attack. I guess I have no choice but to use that. He remembered the quest failure notification, quest failure, status effect, chi deviation, or death. Death by Jo Pil, or death by QD deviation, Jin Tae-kyung thought. He closed his eyes and resolved, this is the only thing I can do for now. I'll consume it all. His chi began to glow and crackle with energy. Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung smiled as his core radiated intense light. Strength. I'm overflowing with it. Jin Tae-kyung. Jo Pil bellowed. Freaking die! He charged towards Jin Tae-kyung. As Jo Pil closed in, red juice splattered around. In Jin Tae-kyung's memory, he flashed back to a time when he was training, being observed by an instructor. The instructor had asked, what happened? Who did this? Jin Tae-kyung replied, me. The instructor scrutinized him. Jin Tae-kyung, 20 years old, from Gyeonggi-do region, F-rank awakened being. Are you sure you did this? Yeah, that's correct. What do you think? The instructor, sweating, responded, ha. During my 15 years at this training facility, this is my first time seeing something like this. The strength of this attack is equivalent to at least a D-rank hunter. Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, ah, shit. I knew it. I'll be going now, instructor. I knew they gave me the wrong rank at the instructor cut him off. But you know, this won't cut it. Huh? What? Why not? Jin Tae-kyung asked. The instructor explained, it's true that your skills are impressive and not something an F-rank hunter can easily pull off. However, your body isn't the same. The extent of your physical body and mana pool is that of an F-rank hunter. Just look at yourself. You used that skill once and you're already out. Then do I really have no other way? Jin Tae-kyung inquired. The instructor advised, you need to ensure you have a strong foundation in your basic skills, outstanding techniques, and exceptional battle sense. If you want to live a long life, I suggest you don't use that skill anymore, except in special circumstances. Special circumstances? Like when? Jin Tae-kyung asked. The instructor replied, when your life is endangered. That skill of yours can save your life at least once. Jin Tae-kyung clicked his tongue. Instructor then asked, did you give a name to that skill of yours? A name. I did, but. Jin Tae-kyung hesitated. The instructor pressed, what is it? Jin Tae-kyung finally said, might. The instructor looked puzzled. What? Back in the present fight, Jin Tae-kyung raised his broken spear and shouted, piercing with all my might. He lunged at Jo Pil. Jo Pil countered with a powerful palm strike. Their attacks collided, shining brightly. The forest illuminated, and a gust of wind swept through the area. Dust clouds obscured the scene, and a whirlwind of pressure enveloped them. Joyeom and Mahom Yeo watched the battle without intervening. Splattered red juice was visible. Jin Tae-kyung's arm burned from Jo Pil's attack, and his broken spear disintegrated. Exhausted, he panted heavily. Jo Pil, grinning through his pain, continued his assault. Jin Tae-kyung stared at him with unwavering focus. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. System notification. You have completed your quests. System notification. You have defeated one word. One strike, Jo Pil. System notification. Your reward has been given. Jo Pil's body was half obliterated, and Jin Tae-kyung collapsed to the ground, resting amidst the destruction. Suddenly, Seo Cheon approached Jin Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung glanced at the remains of one word, one strike, Jo Pil, his face dripping with sweat as he observed Jo Pil's mutilated body. Jin Tae-kyung closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the sight. Seo Cheon began to cry, and Joyeom and Mahom Yeo, now regaining their senses, rushed to Jin Tae-kyung's side. Jin Tae-kyung's mind flashed back to a memory. He recalled a time when he and his team had just finished a successful raid. A person on his team said, there it is. His friend asked, we got another one? Another teammate added, we got more magic gems? Yeah, we did, someone confirmed. The team leader remarked, whoa, leader, we hit the jackpot with this raid. The leader commented, wow, with sizes like this, we should fetch about $100. Jin Tae-kyung responded in awe, whoa, seriously? Then how much is all of this? He thought to himself, Mom, Yeon, we'll finally be able to move to the safe district. A member asked, Vice leader, is it normal for us to get this many magic gems? The girl looked at Jin Tae-kyung and said, Vice leader? Jin Tae-kyung thought, with all my magic gems, I should have about $2,000. If I sell some of my gear, I should have about. Combine that with another $500 from my other pay, I should have. The member asked the girl, is this your first time at a raid? She responded, yep. Jin Tae-kyung laughed in the background. The member explained, it's actually pretty rare to get this many magic gems. In an F-rank gate, it's common to find about 1 or 2 of these gems. Even with extraordinary luck, you won't get more than 5. Not to mention, we haven't even finished our raid yet, the leader noted. How far have we come? The response came, we're almost at the end. If we take the route on the right, we should reach the boss zone. Suddenly, the leader sensed something amiss. Jin Tae-kyung said, let's hurry and take care of that bastard. You got all the magic gems, right? The other member confirmed, yes, sir. The leader hesitated, hold up. Let's first think this through. Jin Tae-kyung asked, leader, what else is there to think about? The leader said, that's the thing. The monsters we've faced so far have all been common goblins. It doesn't make sense that there are so many magic gems here. Something feels off. Jin Tae-kyung responded, what do you mean strange? I think you're the strange one if you want to abandon a raid this amazing. It looks like all the team members want to finish it as well. The leader said, I understand your feelings, but we've already gathered more than enough magic gems. Let's be satisfied and leave. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, no, I'm against that. Another member added, I'm against it as well. His friend said, me too. Another agreed, same with me. Jin Tae-kyung proposed, let's go by majority rule, how about that? The leader sighed and said, fine. But you guys better gear up properly. The crowd cheered, yes, sir. A few moments later, Jin Tae-kyung's face showed fear as he sweated heavily. His teammate was cut into pieces, and the girl was also shredded. They faced a giant monster, a dragon. Jin Tae-kyung trembled in fear, watching as the dragon stepped on the leader, who crawled in pain and said, Tae-kyung. Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung cried out, Hyung. As the dragon crushed the leader, Jin Tae-kyung shouted, Hyung! Cheon-su-hyung. The leader urged, hurry, on the run. Jin Tae-kyung was dragged away, his cries echoing in the darkness. Suddenly, he awoke with a start from his nightmare. He found himself in a room where Wipeng was closing a book. Wipeng looked at him and said, you're finally awake. Jin Tae-kyung asked, how long have I been asleep? Wipeng replied, you've been unconscious for 5 days. Since you were in critical condition, the head physician stated that you probably wouldn't even make it to the next day. After hearing those words, my lord became extremely enraged. If I hadn't been there to stop him, he might have beaten the head physician to death. Jin Tae-kyung fixed his hair and said, so aside from that, nothing major happened? Wipeng responded, no, a lot has happened. I actually have good news, and also even better news. Which one would you like to hear first? Jin Tae-kyung said, good news first. Wipeng continued, the survivors from the Shuozhou region have all safely returned to their homes. From your group, only 2 suffered injuries, but they weren't life-threatening. Also, Jin Tae-kyung asked, survivors, were you able to recover his body? Wipeng said, yes, and we were able to give him a proper burial. It seems he was an orphan, so we didn't have any families to pass on his belongings to. Jin Tae-kyung fell silent, and Wipeng added, third young master, a martial warrior is not someone who seeks to receive protection. Rather, a martial warrior must fight enemies to prove their existence, even if the opponent they encounter is much stronger and kills them. That is why those who are living must remember them in their hearts and carry them to the place of their dreams, so that their deaths will not have been in vain. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked. As his mouth hung open, he closed it and smiled, Looking up, he said, "To the place of their dreams, I wonder what his dream was." Wei Peng answered, "He wanted to become the greatest martial master under the heavens." Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung coughed. Wei Peng remarked, "That'll be a long and brutal journey." Jin Tae-kyung replied, "You're right. What a joke, haha." Wei Peng said, "It seems you're finally back to your usual self." Jin Tae-kyung thanked him. "Thank you." Wei Peng waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. Now I shall tell you the even better news. 2 days ago, a big battle broke out at Hongshui. 100 elite warriors of the main family fought against 200 vanguard warriors of the Mount Heng sword sect. To put it simply, we achieved an overwhelming victory. Only 30 warriors of the Mount Heng sword sect survived and escaped. That matches the number of warriors injured on our side. Although we weren't able to capture Li Isio Guang, the lesser family head of the Mount Heng sword sect, we did defeat the 2 martial masters known as the Twin Demons of Mount Heng, who were under his command." Jin Tae-kyung asked, did the head elder defeat them?" Won Peng replied, "No, it was my lord and I who each took one on. If I'm being honest, they weren't half bad. Unfortunately, since it was a fight that required us to put our lives on the line, we had no choice but to kill them." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "My fight with Joe Pill almost got me killed, and he fought a martial master with the same spiritual realm as my opponent, and he says what? They weren't half bad. This guy's a freaking monster." Wei Peng put down his cup of tea and said, "In any case, I'm impressed." Jin Tae-kyung was shocked. "Huh?" Wei Peng continued, "One word, one strike, Joe Peel. Words can't express how astonished I was. Quite simply, I am amazed." Jin Tae-kyung blushed and said, "Ah, haha, yeah, WL, I somehow managed to pull it off. But I think it's even more impressive than you and my brother." "Hee." Wei Peng interrupted, "However, if I think about the number of times you've caused trouble for us, it still makes my blood boil." Jin Tae-kyung was confused. Wei Peng explained, "Nobody expected this outcome. The third young master who used to steal the family's funds and spend it all at a brothel. The same one who would stumble around in the streets, completely drunk. The one who always tarnished the family's name and honor would become this respectable and dependable figure. I, Wei Peng, am quite impressed, although I hate to admit it." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "Then just curse me out, instead of being passive-aggressive, you jerk." Jin Tae-kyung stammered, I was just lucky. It's also because Joe Pil let his guard down. He thought, I'll let it slide because you're a higher level than me." "Darn it," Won Peng countered. "No, that's not the case. It was all purely a difference in skill. Losing because you let your guard down or because they had a secret weapon in store are just excuses. If that was all it took to defeat the infamous Joe Pil, then he would never have earned the title 'One Word, One Strike' in the first place. Only the strongest can survive in this world of Murim." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Then that means I was just stronger than Joe Pil." "Just as I thought." Wei Peng exclaimed, "What the heck are you talking about? It is obvious that Joe Pil is much stronger than you. Do you think a martial master in the peak realm is a joke? You were just strong enough to kill Joe Pil by using underhanded methods." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "Stop messing with me, you rascal." Won Peng said, "Anyhow, what's certain is that the Mount Heng sword sect received a heavy blow from this incident." Jin Tae-kyung said, "I would assume so, since they lost 3 martial masters in the peak realm." Wei Peng added, "Not only that, there's something that caused them an even bigger loss than what's been mentioned before." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "What do you mean?" Wei Peng said, "It's..." Jin Wei-kyung entered the room and said, "They lost their justification for starting this war. As the third young master of the Jin family of Taiyuan is strong enough not to rely on cheap tricks like poison." Wei Peng stood up and greeted him, "Greetings, my lord." Jin Wei-kyung began to cry, snot running from his nose, and exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed, I have finally arrived." Jin Tae-kyung suddenly became irritated and muttered, "Ugh." Jin Wei-kyung ran toward him, calling out, "Little bro." Jin Tae-kyung tried to crawl away, shouting, "Stay away." Jin Wei-kyung hugged Jin Tae-kyung tightly, and Tae-kyung groaned in pain. "Eck, I'm a patient, a gosh darn patient." He thought to himself in desperation, "Please, just leave me alone." In a different scene, at night, the blade of blood Lee Cheon-baek slapped his son, making him fall to the ground. Furious, he said, "Even if you are my son, you will most definitely be punished for causing our defeat this time. Get out of my sight at once." The son of Blade of Blood Lee Cheon-baek replied, "As you wish, father." Lee Cheon-baek addressed his followers, "Everyone listen carefully. Because of this war, we lost 200 of our warriors, 2 martial masters, and, at the peak realm, the twin demons of Mount Hang. These losses happened because we were overconfident and let our guards down. Whether you purchase vagabonds from the black market or hire bandits from different regions, do whatever is necessary to recruit more soldiers. Forget about our honor and reputation. All that matters now is power. If we lose this war, we won't just lose our honor, but our lives as well. You have 4 days. After 4 days, we will attack the Jin family of Taiyuan once more. The crowd shouted, "Your wish is our command." Back in Jin Taekyung's room, he began removing his bandages. The doctor examined him, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is unheard of." As the doctor observed Jin Taekyung's body, he continued, "In my 10 years working at the infirmary, this is the first time I've seen something like this." Jin Taekyung thought to himself, so even leveling up doesn't give me a full recovery. Well, that's good. It would have been hard to avoid suspicions if I recovered everything anyway. The doctor pointed at Jin Taekyung's body, remarking, "Even if the recovery effects of the 100-year ginseng are considered divine, this recovery is far too rapid." Jin Taekyung muttered to himself, 100-year ginseng? An aged herbal ginseng 100 years old? What does that have to do with me, you old geezer? As he stared at the doctor suddenly remembered, "Oops. I almost forgot. You lost your memories." So, the thing iced about a year ago, the medicinal hall's storage was completely cleaned out. Jin Taekyung thought in shock, the scoundrel that emptied out the storage was me. The doctor continued. The head physician was enraged. Even with money, acquiring a 100-year ginseng is no easy task. Yet you consumed a spiritual medicine that can instantly increase your internal qi by 20 years. Jin Taekyung thought, increase qi by 20 years. So that's what that was. My precious 100-year ginseng. I can't believe I consumed that without even realizing how valuable it was. I'm going crazy. I didn't know it was that precious, but that was the only thing I could do in that situation. The doctor reassured him, "You're almost fully healed, so you shouldn't have any issues for now. I shall take my leave." Jin Taekyung, tears welling up, lamented to himself, "What a waste, truly a waste." A few moments later, Jin Taekyung felt happier as he looked at his level-up status. He exclaimed, "I gained 13 levels in an instant. Not only did I gain a lot of fame, but my chi increased as well. So I really did defeat that martial master in the peak realm, Joe Pill. I'm seriously amazing." Level 30. Jin Taekyung, job, second-rate warrior fame. 410 titles, 4 titles, title effects are currently applied. 115 stamina. 116 intelligence, 15 charm, 15 QI, 15 years available points, 0 traits. Son of a noble, all stats 5, fame 50, shame of the family. All stats 5, fame 50. Novice trainee, experience gain 10%, victorious in one-on-one combat. All battle-related stats 10. Jin Taekyung thought, to think there was a time when I was scared of a mere bandit. You've really grown, Jin Taekyung. Also, I got a brand new skill, One Strike. System notification, rank, peak realm, second mastery restriction, only for Jin Taekyung skill effects. Consumes both stamina and ki to deliver a powerful strike. Causes exhaustion depending on the strength of the attack. Allows control over the amount of stamina and chi consumed. Jin Taekyung pondered, it's called One Strike, but it's basically the same as my piercing with all my might skill. The important part is that, since my real-life body was that of an F-rank hunter, using that skill once was my limit. But now that I'm in the body of a level 30 martial warrior, I should be able to use that skill more than once, right? Is it because I'm in a game, or is it originally a skill that allows for multiple uses? Suddenly, a voice called out, "It's the third young master!" "There he is," another added. "Master Jin?" a lady whispered. "I heard that he was the one who killed Joe Pill." As the elderly men murmured among themselves, another woman added, "It only took him a day as well." An old man chimed in, "I heard he took on 100 people." Another elder greeted warmly, "Good morning, Master Jin." Jin Taekyung remembered what Jin Wee-kyung had once told him. "There are rumors that you faced an army of warriors to defeat Joe Pill and his 100 men, and that you are a hero who safely rescued the people of the Shuo region." Jin Taekyung muttered to himself, I totally forgot about that." A young boy ran up, calling out, "The hero of the family." A girl joined in, "The sleeping dragon of Shang-Chi." A mother exclaimed, "Wow, you're so cool." Jin Tae-kyung stammered, "Ah, hello." The elders murmured, "Wow." And Master Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "I guess the rumors grew bigger than I imagined. This is a bit embarrassing. But even so, it's not a bad feeling. Who knows when I'll get a chance like this again." Holy cow. Thanks to all this, my fame has skyrocketed. I mean, it's also because of Jin Tae-kyung. He wanted to prove to people that the rumors were true, that he helped me back then. As Jin Tae-kyung lifted Jin Tae-kyung like in The Lion King and sang, "Nance Ingonyama Bagiti Baba," Jin Tae-kyung thought. I was so embarrassed I wanted to hide in the jungle. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, "This is why games can be so overwhelming. I'm starting to enjoy living as Jin Tae-kyung in the Murim game." A boy called out, "Hero." Another voice followed, "Dragon of Shang-Chi, the sleeping hero of the Jin family of Taiwan." Jin Tae-kyung stood silently thinking, "It's time for me to leave this place." A system message appeared, restriction, only for Jin Tae-kyung. Objectives, attain the rank of first rate, attain level 30 complete, attain 500 fame incomplete, quest reward logout. Jin Tae-kyung thought, there are only 2 more conditions I need to meet in order to log out. Since my fame is rising automatically as more people hear the rumors, I just need to wait. The problem is my rank. I was planning to use the QI from the 100-year ginseng to see the difference between first rate and second rate, but I wasted that, so I don't have many options left. If that's the case, I'll have to find someone who knows the answer to my problem. It's always best to ask when you're unsure. Standing before Jin Tae-kyung's building, Jin Tae-kyung entered. Jin Tae-kyung welcomed him. "Welcome." Jin Tae-kyung responded, "Greetings." Jin Tae-kyung continued, "I received word from the lower district sect. It seems the Mount Hang sword sect is planning to recruit more soldiers." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Will it be a difficult battle?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "That is why we're planning to attack their main forces before they have the chance to do so." Jin Tae-kyung, taken aback, asked, "When will that be?" Jin Tae-kyung answered, "In 2 days." The room fell silent. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "Ah, shoot, why is it so soon? Will I be able to log out before then?" Jin Tae-kyung continued, "Thankfully, the 5 gates of Shang-Chi, with whom the main family has always maintained a good relationship, have decided to assist us. I wish for you to take a part of their forces and protect our rear." A system notification appeared. Quest Rearguard Jin Tae-kyung has tasked you with the duty of protecting their rear. By accepting this quest, other martial warriors will be moved by your courage and determination and will start to praise your name. Type, short-term quest rank, second-rate restriction, only for Jin Tae-kyung objective. Accept Jin Tae-kyung's conditions incomplete quest reward. Increase fame by 10 quest failure. Decrease fame by 10. Jin Tae-kyung stammered, I'll do it. I accept." A system notification chimed. "Your fame has risen by 10. Jin Tae-kyung thought, I doubt I'll still be here by then. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Thank you. I'm glad I can depend on you. With just your presence, you'll surely increase our morale." Jin Tae-kyung replied, as Jin Tae-kyung pretended to write on a scroll. Jin Tae-kyung hesitated before asking, "I have something I'm curious about. You see, I'm somehow still in the second-rate realm and—" Jin Tae-kyung interrupted. "You're second-rate?" Jin Tae-kyung stammered. Yeah. That's why I was wondering if you knew what I needed to do to advance my realm." Jin Tae-kyung said confidently, "You're a first-rate." Jin Tae-kyung protested, "No, I'm telling you. I'm pretty sure I'm still a second-rate." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Who told you that?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "Well, nobody really said I'm a second-rate." He thought, sigh. This is frustrating. It's not like I can show him my system status. It's hard to explain, but I just think I'm still a second-rate warrior. Jin Tae-kyung smiled. "So it's you who believes you're a second-rate warrior?" Jin Tae-kyung nodded. "Yes." Jin Tae-kyung stood up and said, "Then it's simple." Jin Tae-kyung asked eagerly, Really?" Jin Tae-kyung walked towards Jin Tae-kyung, dipped his finger into a cup of green tea, and wrote a word on the table, belief. They both smiled, realizing the weight of that single word. Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Shin, does that stand for belief?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "You just have to believe in yourself." Frustrated, Jin Tae-kyung said, "What does that have to do with raising my realm stage?" Jin Tae-kyung responded, "It has everything to do with it. Martial arts begins with belief. It begins with belief." Jin Tae-kyung questioned, "What do I believe?" Then thinking to himself, what have I been believing in this whole time? The system. The reason I kept thinking I was a second-rate warrior was because the system kept telling me I was a second-rate warrior. But wasn't the system designed to only tell the truth? Is there any system in this world that tells its users false information? Yet, according to Jin Wee-kyung, I'm already a first-rate warrior. So, if what the system said isn't a lie, then the fact that I believe I'm still a second-rate is because the system is merely a reflection of myself. I was able to defeat a first-rate warrior, Lee Seo-gun, took down a group of mercenaries all by myself, and even killed a martial master in the peak realm. Ah, dang it. Then there's no way I'm still a second-rate warrior, Jin Tae-kyung declared. I'm already a first-rate warrior. As the light grew brighter, a system notification chimed. Ding! You've attained the first-rate spiritual realm. Ding! The realms of your skills have increased by one as well. Ding! Your external and internal state has significantly improved. Ding! The base of your abdomen has increased. Ding! Level up. Ding! Level up. Ding! Your fame has risen by one. Ding! Your fame has risen by one. Ding! Your fame has risen by one. The crowd exclaimed, Whoa, the sleeping dragon of Shaanxi. He's already better? A lady remarked, Third young master. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, with the way these people are treating me, it's as if I've always been loved by them. My fame isn't rising anymore, now that practically everyone has heard about me. That's why I'm forced to resort to doing things like this. Suddenly, Jun appeared and said, Master Jin, I, protector of the third gate, Jun, show my respect. Jin Tae-kyung greeted hello as he walked past him. He suddenly turned back and asked, Wait, are you perhaps from the 5 gates of Shaanxi? Jun replied, That is correct. Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, Oh, thank you for coming this far to assist us, as he shook Jun's hand. Jun responded, Please don't mention it. The third gate is honored by the fact that the Jin family of Taiyuan has included us in their glorious mission. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, Thanks for raising my fame and coming here to fight in my stead. He then said, Ha, since the imperial protectors of the Jade Emperor are here, I shall take my leave and, Jun interrupted, If it's okay with you, would you care to have some tea with us? Jin Tae-kyung replied, I'm sorry. I have something I must do right now. He pointed at the medicinal hall and added, Outsiders are forbidden entry. Jun replied, Inside the medicinal hall, Yukmu-jin groaned in pain. I'm going to die. Han Yop remarked, It's a miracle that you aren't dead in the first place. Yukmu-jin admitted, You're right. When I close my eyes, I'm reminded of the time when Joe Pill used his one palm strike. He's a monster. How was he able to pull off something like that? Han Yup replied, It's because he's a martial master in the peak realm. Yukmu-jin questioned, Hey, are you seriously okay with that? Han Yup asked, Huh? What do you mean? The fact that I'm weak? Yukmu-jin quickly clarified, No, that's not what I was trying to say. Han Yup responded, I've always known that I'm weak. It's just that I never wanted to accept it. Yukmu-jin fell silent. Han Yup continued, But from now on, I'm going to try my best to become stronger. As strong as Joe Pil? No. Way stronger than Joe Pil. Yukmu-jin confused exclaimed, You! Han Yup added, Once I started to think like that, I felt a lot happier. I realized that if I became a martial master in the peak realm, then I could be really strong. So that's what I kept telling myself. People might laugh at me, but it's all about how much effort I put into accomplishing that. And Yukmu-jin observed, Even he's changed. Determined, Yukmu-jin declared, No, I'll be the one who'll accomplish that. Han Yup exclaimed, They both smiled at each other. Han Yup said, No way, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be stronger than you. Yukmu-jin responded, I don't think so. I'll probably be the one who will surpass you. As the door opened and closed, Yukmu-jin added, We should first focus on surpassing Joe Pil. Both of them laughed together, saying, Ha ha ha. Outside, Jin Tae-kyung sighed. Whew. I was wondering what these guys were talking about. You cringy. But these people are filming their own drama in there. They're way too cringy. I was planning to give them a farewell before the war began, but the timing. It's a little too hard for me to interrupt them right now. Let's just go. There's no reason for me to talk to them, right? I should just be satisfied with seeing their faces. Suddenly, Seo Yul appeared and said, Huh? Jin Tae-kyung responded, She pointed at Jin Tae-kyung and exclaimed, It's Mr. Savior. Jin Tae-kyung muttered to himself, But I'm not a mister. A few moments later, Uncle Gong Yachung called out, Master Jin. Seo Cheon chimed in, Savior. Jin Tae-kyung laughed awkwardly while being dragged along by Seo Yul and asked, How are you feeling? Uncle Gong Yachung replied. I'm practically all healed. I've been recuperating for quite some time. Anyway, I heard that a big war is about to begin soon. I hope everything is going well in terms of preparation. Jin Tae-kyung, confused, thought to himself. Weren't only the main forces supposed to know about this? If even someone like Gong Yachung, who spent all his time in the infirmary, knows about it, doesn't that mean the entire Jin family of Taiwan is aware? This war, is it going to be okay? What if a spy from the Mount Heng sword sect hears about this? A system notification chimed. Someone has heard about your rumors and is moved by your deeds. Your fame has increased. Jin Tae-kyung sighed inwardly. Whatever. It's not like it matters, since soon it'll have nothing to do with me. Uncle Gong Yachung called again. Master Jin? Jin Tae-kyung snapped out of his thoughts. Ah well, everything is progressing smoothly. Uncle Gong Yachung said, since this battle will decide the fate of the family, I'm sure the young master is quite concerned. Anyway, I'm glad I managed to recover the belongings you left behind. Jin Tae-kyung blinked in confusion. I left behind something? I don't think huh? As SCO Cheon handed over the item, Uncle Gong Yachung explained, since you were unconscious, these are the items you couldn't retrieve. It's always best to return things that aren't ours. Please open it when you get the chance, if possible, away from suspicious eyes. Jin Tae-kyung, still puzzled, asked, what is this? Is it something important? He couldn't resist and opened it, exclaiming, whoa, holy this is insane. A system notification chimed. Item. Divine Palm of Fire type, martial arts scroll restriction. Only for the rank Transcendence possessor of the Divine Flames. One of the secret teachings of the Burning Flame family utilizing the power of fire and heat. Effect, able to learn the Divine Palm of Fire. Another system notification followed. Item, Burning Flames pill type. Spiritual pill restrictions, none rank, peak secret spiritual pill of the Burning Flame family. Effect, upon consumption, receive 30 years of chi. Side effect, if you cannot control the powerful flames from the pill, you will suffer a violent death. Yet another notification appeared. Item, a nameless sword type, blade rank, none restrictions, none a very sharp blade forged from 10,000-year tempered steel. After absorbing the blood of humans for many years. The blade has changed. To draw out its true potential, a special condition must be met. Effect, unknown. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, ha! If you plan to give me these amazing items, you should have done so from the start of this game. It's so obvious you're trying to keep me playing longer. Nope, I'm not falling for it. He looked away, but soon started to drool, muttering, but those items are way too good. What if I consumed that spiritual pill and learned to wield the Divine Palm of Fire? I could probably summon fire from my hands just like Joe Pill. It would look so cool. In his imagination, he suddenly burst into flames, shouting in pain, Ack, I can't put out the fire. Ah! Snapping back to reality, Jin Tae-kyung reminded himself, safety is my #1 priority. I can't forget that. The moment I stray from that path, I'll get myself killed. A system notification chimed again. Rumors about your deeds are spreading. Your fame has risen. Jin Tae-kyung thought, yeah, I'm almost there. I just need to focus on staying safe until I get out of this place. Meanwhile, a dark figure asked the eldest senior, is everything under control? The eldest senior replied, most definitely. I've even positioned my forces. The dark figure warned, don't let your guard down. If that clever lesser family head catches wind of our plan, things could get complicated. The eldest senior reassured him, don't worry, everything is prepared. The dark figure laughed ominously. The eldest senior thought to himself, the day the two great families of Shangxi collide, everything will finally come to an end, and a new era shall begin. I will become the head of the Jin family of Taiyuan and unite Shangxi under my rule. In another scene, drums beat loudly, startling Jin Tae-kyung. A system notification chimed, visible only to Jin Tae-kyung. Attain the rank of first-rate complete. Attain level 30 complete. Attain 500 fame. 475 500ths quest reward. Log out. Jin Tae-kyung started to sweat. Another notification echoed. Everyone in the Jin family of Taiwan has heard of your rumors. He muttered to himself, ah shoot. At this rate, I'm actually going to have to participate in this WR. People began to gather around. As Jin Wee-kyung walked slowly, the eldest senior and the other seniors stood silently. The pressure from Jin Wee-kyung was felt throughout the crowd as the soldiers waited quietly for his words. Jin Wee-kyung spoke, "I'm going to be honest. Our enemies outnumber us in terms of soldiers and martial masters in the peak realm." The soldiers began to sweat upon hearing his words. He continued, "However, they are no different from a wolf with many heads. Their forces are composed of thugs, gold-hungry mercenaries, and bandits who steal from others. These scoundrels have not a shred of dignity or honor within them." The eldest senior remained silent, while Jin Tae-kyung looked frustrated. Jin Wee-kyung declared, "It will become a hellish battle where we must put our lives on the line. I cannot guarantee that you will make it back alive. However, we will most definitely emerge victorious. The worthy shall survive. Put everything you have on the line and survive until the end." As the crowd shouted in response a few moments later, the soldiers began their march toward the battle. From land to mountains, they traveled until they rested in a forest at night. After a meal, Jin Tae-kyung asked Hyuk Moo-jin, "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the infirmary?" Hyuk Moo-jin replied, "I'm the one who knows best about my body's condition." "Did you really think I'd miss out on a battle that involves the name of our family?" Ma Hong-yo mentioned that Hyuk Moo-jin had secretly escaped from the infirmary. Jin Tae-kyung said, "You seem tired. It's not too late. Why don't you just head back?" Hyuk Moo-jin stood up and retorted, "What do you mean? I, Hyuk Moo-jin, am a man. Just walking for a day isn't going to tire me out." Despite his bravado, his body trembled. Jin Tae-kyung asked, "You're really not tired?" Hyuk Moo-jin insisted, "Yes, sir." "So you're saying you're perfectly normal, right?" Jin Tae-kyung questioned. "Of course, sir," Hyuk Moo-jin responded. Jin Tae-kyung then said, "Then go and help those guys set up our tents for thee." But Hyuk Moo-jin suddenly winced in pain, turning away as he muttered, "Ugh. After being attacked by Joe Phil, my internals are still messed up." Jin Tae-kyung, growing angry, raised his fist and said, "You said you were completely healed, you scoundrel." Hyuk Moo-jin whimpered, "Ah." Jin Wee-kyung, noticing, asked, "Is he hurt?" Jin Tae-kyung and Hyuk Moo-jin both looked toward Jin Wee-kyung, and Hyuk Moo-jin quickly stood up, saying, "Ah, but lesser family head." Jin Tae-kyung sends his greetings. Jin Wee-kyung instructed him, "Sit down. It looks like you're not in the best shape. However, I can assure you that your internals have completely healed." As Jin Wee-kyung placed his hand on Hyuk Moo-jin's shoulder, Hyuk felt a shiver run down his spine and stammered, Forgive me." Jin Wee-kyung then turned to Jin Tae-kyung and asked, "Will you join me for a walk?" Hyuk Moo-jin muttered to himself, "Oh, shoot." A few moments later, Jin Wee-kyung asked, "How are you feeling?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "I'm fine," and thought to himself, "After leveling up and distributing my status points, my body is actually in better shape than before." "That's good to hear," Jin Wee-kyung remarked. "You've been assigned to rearguard duty and will only have to deal with a few martial warriors of our faction." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "Since my fame hasn't really been rising, this is a good chance for me to ask him." He said aloud, "Please, give me a mission." Jin Wee-kyung looked surprised. "Huh? A mission?" Jin Tae-kyung continued, "Since my body is completely healed, I want to accomplish a great deed for the main family." He thought, if he accepts, I can accomplish a great deed and gain experience and fame. Jin Wee-kyung's eyes welled with tears as he said, Is that what you've been thinking about this whole time?" Jin Tae-kyung nodded confidently. "Just leave it to me." Jin Wee-kyung, moved, said, "What an admirable thought. Thank you, my little brother," as tears rolled down his cheeks. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "Why the heck are you crying?" He felt conflicted and thought, "I don't feel the best about doing this, but I'll need to hurry and log out before the main battle happens. But I'm afraid I can't do so." In shock, Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Huh, why not?" Jin Wee-kyung replied, "I'll just appreciate your thought. Just focus on protecting our rear." Jin Tae-kyung protested, "No, but I really need to accomplish a great deed," and Jin Wee-kyung interrupted, "You've already done more than enough." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, Then, can you give me a mission or a reconnaissance assignment? I can go and check if there are any enemies lying in ambush over there." But Jin Wee-kyung said, "Youngest brother, you've already been assigned one of the most important duties for us." Confused, Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Huh? What is it?" Jin Wee-kyung looked at him silently and then said, "To survive." Jin Tae-kyung was stunned. Jin Wee-kyung continued, "You must do whatever you can to survive. Even if the main family is on the verge of destruction, you must run as far as you can. Do you understand?" Jin Tae-kyung was speechless as Jin Wee-kyung explained, if the root survives, then the tree will grow once more. You and our second youngest are both capable of becoming even greater figures than I am, so please keep that in mind. Jin Wee-kyung gently tapped Jin Tae-kyung's head before walking away, saying, that is your mission. As Jin Tae-kyung stood silently, he watched Jin Wee-kyung walking away. A few moments later, they resumed their journey. Jin Tae-kyung panted while walking up the mountain. Suddenly, a voice said, at the speed we're going, we should arrive at Dingsing by tomorrow. Jin Tae-kyung turned around confused and asked, who are you? It was Kwak Jun who replied, I'm the protector of the third gate, Kwak Jun. I'm pretty sure I introduced myself before. We even shook hands. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, does he think he's the only one I've shaken hands with to raise my fame? I guess he was one of those people. Then he said, I apologize. I don't have the best memory. Kwak Jun smiled and said, that's okay. Let's keep going. As they walked together, Kwak Jun confessed, to be quite honest with you, I was pretty disappointed that we were assigned to rear guard duty. Jin Tae-kyung asked, why is that? Kwak Jun explained, well, not only does it diminish our chance of accomplishing a great deed, but it also reduces our chance of witnessing the great lord's blade of flower. Jin Tae-kyung asked, blade of flower? Kwak Jun replied, although the lesser family head and an esteemed figure like you are participating in this battle. The existence of the blade of flower is known throughout the mainlands. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, he's talking about the head elder. Is that old geezer really that amazing? Kwak Jun continued, he's a hero born during the Great War of the Orthodox and Unorthodox. He was known as an honorable warrior who would not tolerate any injustice. Jin Tae-kyung thought again, well, the last time I saw him, I got some shady vibes, but maybe it was because it was my first time seeing him. Kwak Jun added, when he was young, the number of martial masters the Great Blade of Flower has slain is in the hundreds. Jin Tae-kyung thought, if he's really that amazing, I guess it's good that he's helping us out in this war. Kwak Jun, filled with enthusiasm, said, just thinking about the battle tomorrow makes my heart pound with excitement. Jin Tae-kyung thought, it's still war. How is this guy not worried? Then he said, I guess you're confident that we're going to win. Kwak Jun replied, of course. I'm certain we will win. We will definitely prevail. He smiled, and his teeth seemed to sparkle. As Kwak Jun walked forward, Hyuk Moo-jin approached Jin Tae-kyung and asked, who is that guy? Jin Tae-kyung replied, just a guy who's a little too optimistic about everything. On the night of their second march, they arrived at Hongshui. Jin Wee-kyung gathered all the commanders for a meeting. He predicted that, due to the dwindling food supplies of their enemies, among the 4 routes they could take to reach Dingsing, they would likely choose only one. He decided to position their troops at that route, the 8th Spring Gorge. The entrance to this gorge was very narrow, shaped like a jar, with steep edges, making it an ideal place for an ambush. With the help of the lower district sect's Wolwa, they managed to position about 100 archers on the cliff's edge beforehand. At dawn, 300 warriors of the Jin family of Taiyuan and 150 assisted warriors from the faction, a total of 450 forces, made their way to the gorge. As Jin Tae-kyung stood silently, he thought, even though that was the last time I'd see him, I never got to give him a proper farewell. In the morning, Jin Tae-kyung remained at his position. Suddenly, Hyuk Moo-jin pointed at him and said, there he is. Do you think he stayed up all night over there? They approached Jin Tae-kyung and exclaimed, group leader. Whoa, holy cow, what happened to your face? Did you not sleep at all? He scared me. Jin Tae-kyung stared into the distance and thought to himself, I'm going home. I can finally go home. His fame had already reached F497 out of 500. Hyuk Moo-jin commented, wow, he's even talking to himself. Did you finally go crazy? What's that? I've never seen those belongings before. Jin Tae-kyung looked at the items, unimpressed, and said, that? It's a martial scroll and a spiritual pill. The martial scroll teaches a transcendence rank martial art, and if you consume the spiritual pill, it'll boost your internal ki by 30 years. But apparently, you'll burn to death if you take the spiritual pill when you're not ready for it. You want to eat it? Hyuk Moo-jin showed Jin Tae-kyung his tongue in disgust and said, nah, I'm good. Enjoy learning your transcendence rank martial arts and stuff your face full with those spiritual pills. Jin Tae-kyung replied, huh? But I'm serious, you little troublemaker. It's because I don't need these things anymore. Hyuk Moo-jin said, yep, of course. You're the sleeping dragon of Shanxi. Let's just go. We're the fools for being concerned about you. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself as he scratched his finger. Under normal circumstances, I would have slapped his face again, but I'm feeling nice since it's the last time I'll be their group leader. Heh, now that I think about it, a lot has happened. All of this started after I woke up in the Crimson Flower brothel. I guess by now the war has begun. He suddenly looked behind and was confused as Hyukmujin and the others gazed at Kwak-jun. Kwak-jun said, "Shall we start moving as well?" Hyukmujin asked. "What are you guys talking about?" Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "I don't remember seeing them wearing those clothes before." Hyukmujin asked, "Move? Oi, protector of the third gate. I think you're mistaken. Our mission is to stay here with the third young master to protect their rear." Jin Tae-kyung muttered to himself, "Did that protector of the third gate receive the wrong mission? No, that's not possible. I'm getting a bad feeling about this." Kwak-jun replied, "Ah, is that so? Well, that's conflicting. It seems the mission I received is different from yours." Jin Tae-kyung stood up and asked, "How so?" As Kwak-jun looked at Jin Tae-kyung seriously, Jin Tae-kyung met his gaze. Kwak-jun's eyes shifted to Jin Tae-kyung's hands, noticing that he was gripping his spear tightly. Kwak-jun grinned and said, "Your senses are sharp. If that's the case, I guess I'll have no choice but to tell you what that person has instructed me to do. Kill all of them and regroup with the main force." Jin Tae-kyung and the others were stunned. The sound of swords unsheathing filled the air. As Jin Tae-kyung and his group faced off against Kwak-jun's men, the latter looked fierce. Jin Tae-kyung and his friends began to sweat. Hyukmujin shouted, "You traitors! You dare to betray the main family! You must have a death wish!" Kwak-jun smirked. "Betray? Death wish? It seems you're the one who's mistaken. I've never betrayed anyone, nor am I going to be killed here. Not by the likes of you, at the very least." Hyukmujin fumed, "You scoundrel!" Jin Tae-kyung interjected, "Stand back." Hyukmujin, confused, asked, "Group leader? Why are you taking them so seriously? They're the protectors of the third gate. They're nothing more than second-rate weaklings from the faction. We just need to beat their asses, and..." Jin Tae-kyung, sweating, interrupted, "Wait, no." "Huh?" Hyukmujin muttered. "They're not a bunch of weaklings," Jin Tae-kyung responded as he glanced at the formidable Kwak-jun, who was level 40, and the others who looked back at them with equal intensity. Level 36, Wi Yonghui, level 32, Hyo, level 33, Song Cheon-jong, level 35, Bang Chong-yang, level 38, Zhou Cheon-chua, and level 35. Wu Sol stood ready. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "They're all first-rate warriors. Damn, I spent 4 days with them and I wasn't aware of that fact. I've been too focused on logging out." A system notification chimed. Quests. Eliminate the assassins. The people who have been planning this for a long time have finally made their move. Before you take care of the betrayers, you must first take care of the assassins that they have sent before you. Rank peak restriction only for Jin Tae-kyung objective. Eliminate the assassin's 0/20th quest rewards. Gain experience in fame chain quest progression quest failure. Death is level 36, Wi Yonghui, level 32, Hyo, level 33, Song Cheon-jong, level 35, Bang Chong-yang, level 38, Zhou Cheon-chua, and level 35. Wu Sol began to attack. Jin Tae-kyung blocked their assaults. Kwak-jun grinned and taunted, "I wonder how long you can withstand our attacks." Jin Tae-kyung continued to parry and began to fight back, kicking, piercing, and slashing with his spear. Kwak-jun was shocked as he watched his allies fall one by one, slashed and stabbed. Where the hell is he getting those weapons from? Kwak-jun thought, watching in disbelief. Not to mention, what's going on over there? Meanwhile, the 3 lackeys shouted, "Block! Block! Stab him! Stab him!" Kwak-jun cursed, "Damn, I thought those bastards wouldn't be a problem." As he continued to observe the fight, an explosion rocked the area, forcing him to shield himself from the blast. Staring at the battlefield, he realized with dread, "Our information, it's completely wrong. Jin Tae-kyung isn't just a lucky brat." Jin Tae-kyung stood firm and declared, "My one-strike skill is pretty damn good." Kwak-jun thought to himself, "He's a Transcendence rank martial master. I need to hurry and get out of here." As he tried to slip away, Jin Tae-kyung suddenly warned, "Don't move if you want to live." Kwak-jun trembled in fear as Jin Tae-kyung pointed his spear at him and said, "If you calmly obey and answer my questions, I'll make sure you die a painless death." Kwak-jun, sweating profusely, swallowed hard. Jin Tae-kyung abruptly struck his stomach with the spear, causing Kwak-jun to groan in pain. "I told you not to run," Jin Tae-kyung said. Kwok Jun, struggling, replied, "Nothing you say will stop me from trying to escape from this place." "A painless death? You're implying that you will still inflict some sort of injury on me." Jin Tae-kyung responded, "Then do you want me to just stab you to death?" Kwok Jun hastily backtracked. Now that I think about it, you are certainly right. I think I prefer a painless death. Ha ha." He let out a nervous laugh, followed by a pained groan as he trembled. Jin Tae-kyung stepped closer and said, "Let me ask you again, who the heck are you guys? Where are the real protectors of the third gate? Are you guys from the Mounting Sword sect?" Kwok Jun spat at Jin Tae-kyung, who evaded the spit. Jin Tae-kyung clenched his fist and began to beat him up. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Protectors of the third gate. It's true that we're the protectors of the third gate." Hyuk Mujin said, "He's lying. The protectors of the third gate are a sect that was destroyed 30 years ago. Well, they're more than a sect at this point, like a group. They're famous for taking in orphans to create martial warriors, but they're not the type to pull this kind of act." Jo Yum added, "Isn't it possible that these guys killed the real protectors of the third gate and are pretending to be them?" Kwok Jun laughed and said, "Pretending? Ha ha. You guys still don't get it? The protectors of the third gate were created for the sole purpose of serving that man. This was the great plan that he's been preparing for over 30 years. Ha ha." Jin Tae-kyung, confused, exclaimed, 30 years? And thought to himself, the only person who could have planned something like this for over 30 years in the province of Shaanxi can only be one person, the head elder? But for what purpose? He was the one who blamed Jin Wee-kyung for the deaths of those kids. And he was also the one who suspended the political strife within the family. It was thanks to him that the Jin family of Taiyuan was unified for the upcoming battles and, wait, it can't be. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Hyuk Mu-jin, the new recruits from the faction. How many of them joined us for this battle?" Hyuk Mu-jin replied, "If you combine the protectors of the third gate and the Imperial Guards, that's a little over 100 warriors." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "How about the warriors from the head elder?" Hyuk Mu-jin replied in shock, "If you include the warriors from the faction, then more than half of our force are." The other two broke into a cold sweat in shock. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, he helped Jin Wee-kyung unify the family just for this day. He did that in order to gain everything from this one battle. The forces of the main family are in trouble. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, "We're going to depart immediately. Hurry and get ready." Kwok Jun smirked and said, "It's already too late. Me, you, the Jin family of Taiyuan, as well as the Mounting Sword sect. The great plan has already begun. From today onwards, the province of Shaanxi shall be greeted with a new master." Suddenly he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Jin Tae-kyung and the others were shocked. Jo Yom observed, "It looks like he ended his own life. What a vicious guy." A system notification chimed and said, "You have eliminated level 40 Kwok Jun." Another notification followed. "Ding. Assassins eliminated 20 out of 20. Ding. You have completed the quest. Eliminate the assassins. Ding. Level up. Ding. You have attained 500 fame. Ding. You have accomplished all of the necessary requirements in order to log out." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, I can finally go back home. As he thought of his little sister and mother, he read the system notification that said, "You have accomplished all of the necessary requirements in order to log out." Jin Tae-kyung smiled, picked up his spear, and thought, "I'm sorry, but please wait for me a bit longer. There is something I have to do right now." He thought of Jin Wee-kyung. A system notification chimed and said, "Ding! After 3 seconds, you will be logged out." Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and exclaimed, "What is it, a forced logout?" The system notification counted down, T3. His vision became blurry. 2. Jin Tae-kyung fell to the ground. 1. The others looked at him alarmed. "Leader, what's wrong?" "Leader." As the light started to fade, it became completely dark. Jin Tae-kyung muttered, Flash." He took off the helmet and placed it down, trembling, and said, "Open character profile." Jin Tae-kyung looked up silently and then said, "Open quest menu. Open inventory." Hearing only silence, he suddenly heard a click, and he emerged from the pod saying, "I'm back. I finally returned. How long has it been? It feels like it's been ages since I was last in this room," and Jin Tae-kyung heard Song Jin-ho snoring and said, "Huh?" He saw Song Jin-ho still in bed, sleeping in a dirty shirt full of vomit. Jin Tae-kyung glared at him angrily, trying to remember, and said, "I went through all that trouble because of your freaking snores?" As Song Jin-ho snored, cough, Jin Tae-kyung hit him on the throat. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Let me hit you once." "No, let me hit you twice." Song Jin-ho groaned. "Ugh," cough. A few moments later, Song Jin-ho snapped, "Are you out of your mind?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "I'm serious." Song Jin-ho sighed and said, "All right, Tae-kyung, let's think about this logically. An idiot slams the neck of a person who was sleeping peacefully." Jin Tae-kyung mumbled to himself, just to claim they've been trapped in a virtual reality for over a month. But if you look at the time, it's only been 3 hours. Not to mention, the capsule they were in is an ancient piece of junk that probably belongs in a museum. I doubt the time manipulation was that good in the first place. He furrowed his brows, contemplating the situation. I'm not sure either. To think 30 days would only add up to 3 hours. Song Jin-ho interjected, "Why don't you just become a writer at this point? You could have just said that you slammed my neck because you couldn't bear the sound of my snores." In anger, Jin Tae-kyung shot back, "Dude, then why don't you try it out for yourself?" He thrust the helmet into Song Jin-ho's hands. "You'll know immediately what I'm talking about." "You little," Song Jin-ho glared back. "Fine," Song Jin-ho sighed, rolling his eyes. "I'll give this a try." "Good, this will be quick. Enjoy your time in the Crimson Flower brothel," Jin Tae-kyung said with a smirk. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and close the capsule," Song Jin-ho snapped. Jin Tae-kyung closed the pod with a click and push, muttering to himself, 10 minutes should be more than enough. He pressed the timer on his phone and started counting. 8, 9, 10. Since 10 seconds had passed, he's probably spent half a day inside the game already. I bet he's bewildered and hasn't fully grasped his situation just... Suddenly, the pod creaked open and Song Jin-ho stepped out. Jin Tae-kyung's jaw dropped, his wig slipping off as he fumbled and dropped his phone. What the hell? How are you out already?" Song Jin-ho adjusted his glasses, looking unimpressed. "What is wrong with you? How are you already?" "No, how did you manage to get out of there?" Jin Tae-kyung demanded, his mind reeling. Song Jin-ho shot him a scathing look as he inspected the pod. He pulled out a loose plug from behind it, shaking his head. "How am I supposed to play this game if this capsule isn't even powered in the first place, you idiot?" Jin Tae-kyung's face twisted in shock and confusion. "What?" Song Jin-ho stifled a yawn. "Once the sun rises, go and get yourself checked at a mental hospital. I'm going back to bed." As Song Jin-ho walked away, Jin Tae-kyung collapsed to the ground, skin crawling with goosebumps. "Then what was the game that I played?" He shivered, trying to make sense of the eerie events. A few moments later, Jin Tae-kyung's thoughts raced as he glanced at the ancient capsule labeled ARC 2020. He whispered to himself, was it all a dream, or did I finally go insane? Memories of his time in the Murim world flashed through his mind. No, I can still remember everything clearly. It wasn't an illusion. Then what could it? Suddenly, realization struck him. That's right, the user's manual. He scrambled through his room, searching frantically. Where is the user's manual? After a tense search, he found it and flipped it open. I've already seen the first page. And this one, too. His eyes landed on a page that read, Read Me. Jin Tae-kyung squinted as he read aloud. A capsule manufactured for one specific individual. Once used by a player, this capsule will be bound to that player until death. Immense time manipulation to maximize playtime. Once you log in, you will realize that time moves much slower inside the game, and vice versa. He stared at the page in confusion. A capsule manufactured for one specific individual, bound to a specific player, so only I can use it until my death? Huh. It's not like I can completely disregard what this is saying either. Jin Tae-kyung's mind raced as he read further. Immense time manipulation to maximize playtime. Once you log in, you will realize that time moves much slower inside the game, and vice versa. He muttered. Then there's also the time manipulation. It's putting a lot of emphasis on the fact that time moves much slower, and it says it's the same the other way around T2. He fell silent, staring at the manual with a furrowed brow. His thoughts drifted to his allies in the game world. Will Hyuk Moo-jin and the rest of my men be able to safely deliver the news regarding the betrayal of the head elder to Jin Wee-kyung? Will Jin Wee-kyung be able to successfully defend against the head elder's attack? Jin Tae-kyung calculated quickly. Since being in the game for 1 month equaled about 3 hours in real life, it's around 240 to 1. I still have some time. Thank goodness. He paused, then forced a nervous chuckle. Well, I'm sure they're doing fine. They can probably solve all of this on their own. There's no need for me to be so worried about them. He turned the page, reading, Character Sync System. A player will automatically become synced with the in-game character, experiencing a sense of unity. Jin Tae-kyung's eyes widened. Isn't this? He quickly pulled out his phone and looked up the definition of synchronization. Synchronization is the coordination of events to operate a system in unison. Systems that operate with all parts in synchrony are said to be synchronous or in sync, and those that are not are asynchronous. He sighed in frustration, flopping onto his bed. Ah, fudge! What does it mean for a character and a player to be in sync with each other? He stared at the ceiling in silence, then murmured, "Open character profile." Nothing happened. Jin Tae-kyung said it does not work. His neighbor said, "Please be quiet." Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "How much of this am I supposed to believe?" A few moments later, Jin Tae-kyung said, "Once the sun rose, I went to every store that specializes in selling virtual reality capsule products and looked at all the newest capsule models currently on the market. But there weren't any models like the one I had. I also checked out the ones that claimed to have realistic graphics over 70% identical to the real world. But the NPC's movements and interactions with players felt rough and unnatural compared to the game I played. Not to mention, nobody seemed to know or had even heard of the game Murim login, since I could not find anything on my own. I decided to take the user manual and have Jin-ho look it over, since he is a virtual reality game enthusiast." Song Jin-ho said, "This is wrong. What kind of idiot would develop and publish a game on January 1st, 2020? Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself in the end. Even Jin-ho did not know anything about the company H-Soft and had never heard of the ARC 2020 VR capsule model. January 1st, 2020, the victory day, when the Demon King, Asmodeus, was finally defeated. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Make sure to read the backside as well." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, but the most unbelievable thing was, Jin-ho could only view the first page. Song Jin-ho exclaimed, "I can't believe you're telling me to read a blank page." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself that he could not view any other pages. So, I'm the only one who can see this information. That was the dilemma I was in for some time. As he sits alone outside, he looks at the contact labeled "Younger Sister Little Brat" and calls her, waiting for her to answer. Suddenly, he hears a click. Her sister said, "Huh? What? What is it?" "Hello? If you're not going to talk, I'm going to end this call." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Hey, wait, hold on a second. It's me, your older brother." He thought to himself this voice. "My annoying younger sister. I really did come back to my world." She said, "I know. Why did you call?" Jin Tae-kyung said, "It's because I missed your voice," she replied. "Wow. I'm really going to hang up." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Wait, I'm just kidding. What's Mom up to?" She answered, "She's not back yet." "If you're curious, why don't you call her yourself?" Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself that if he heard his mother's voice right now, he was pretty sure he would not be able to hold back his tears. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Nah, it's fine. What are you up to?" Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself that in the real world, it had only been a day since he last saw them. He wondered what would have happened if he never came back, but that does not matter. What matters is that I finally returned to my world. I have my family to protect here. She said, "What do you think a high school senior is supposed to be doing?" "Obviously studying." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "I'll just go with that. I briefly had a very strange dream, the kind that fades away as time goes on. I just need to focus on living my life in the real world." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "How is your studying? Do you need more allowance?" She replied, I don't know. I didn't do too well on my practice test. It's frustrating." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Well, you just have to do well on the real one, right? How many questions did you miss on your practice test?" She said, "I missed 2. Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "Huh? Then what grade did you get?" She replied, "I got an A." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Wow, you're pretty smart." She responded, "Do you think I'm as dumb as you?" Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, What do you mean?" "I'm pretty smart too." She was just silent. The next day, Song Jin-ho yawned outside and said, "Ouch, my shoulders." I guess I slept wrong." "Isn't that Jin Tae-kyung? He's already heading to work." He looked at his phone. It was 6:09 in the morning. Song Jin-ho said, "Look at this guy working so hard. After all his nonsense about Murim and Crimson Flower stuff, I guess he's finally throwing that piece of junk away." But even still, he was pretty adamant about the whole thing, as he silently thought, "Soft, huh? I'm pretty sure he was just messing with me, but I guess it doesn't hurt to do my own research." A few moments later, Adventures were doing their thing inside, and there was a line. Other people were waiting in the waiting room. Im Hyuk-jun exclaimed, "Wahaha, how long has it been?" In any case, you're starting to shape up to be a fine hunter. Do you remember the first time I met you? You were so scared, you couldn't even speak properly. Jin Tae-kyung said to him, "Lower your voice. Everyone's staring at us." Well, of course, that was 7 years ago. Song Jin-ho asked, "But why are you here? Didn't you secure a job contract with a low-class guild?" Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, he's Mr. Rough Guy. I don't know his real name, but he was the first hunter I met when I started out. I know that he has been working as a hunter for a really long time, so it is a bit surprising that he is still working as one. Jin Tae-kyung said, "It was the Picnic Guild. I was fired from that place last month. I mean yesterday." Song Jin-ho exclaimed, "What? Wahaha, good thing. The name of that guild is pretty dumb. Picnic my behind. It is not like you are going on a picnic inside a gate." As he smacks Jin Tae-kyung's back repeatedly, Jin Tae-kyung said, "Well, that wasn't the meaning they were trying to get across." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Anyhow, I guess you come here often?" Song Jin-ho said, "That is because this place is known for its high job rate. Not to mention the barley tea at this place is also pretty good." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Oh, even for F-rank hunters like us." The announcer said, "E-rank hunter Im Hyuk-jun. Please head to the main lobby." Jin Tae-kyung said, "As usual, the E-rank hunters are always the first to get. Hyung-nim, where are you going?" Song Jin-ho said, "I will be heading out first." "Ha ha ha ha. See you next time." The announcement said, "E-rank hunter, please head to the main lobby. E-rank hunter, please head to the main lobby." Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and said, "Holy shoot. His name is Im Hyuk-jun? Wait, when did he become an E-rank hunter?" The announcement said, "E-rank hunter, to the main lobby. A rank hunter, please step outside." Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, wasn't he a married man? I guess he worked really hard this whole time. It is not an easy task becoming an E-rank hunter. The announcement said, "E-rank, outside. E-rank, lobby." Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "Shoot, is everyone here an E-rank hunter?" The announcement said, "E-rank hunter, head to the main lobby. E-rank hunter, head to the main lobby. E-rank, lobby. E-rank hunter, to the main lobby. E-rank, lobby." As Jin Tae-kyung frustratingly sits in the chair waiting, suddenly the announcer said, "F-rank hunter, Jin Tae-kyung. Please head to the main lobby." Jin Tae-kyung said in shock, "There is my name." At the lobby, Jin Tae-kyung looks around. Suddenly a voice said, "Mr. Jin Tae-kyung." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Yes, sir. I am from the Peace Guild. Please read this and sign it." A few moments later, a person said, "All right, everyone greet him. This is the little brother that I've been talking about." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Hello, nice to meet you guys. I am Jin Tae-kyung." A person said in front, "Nice to meet you as well." His friend said, "What a good-looking young man. Looks like we got ourselves a competition." The driver said, "We will be in your care." Im Hyuk-jun said, "All of these guys are E-rank hunters. We have known each other for over 10 years. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Wow." Im Hyuk-jun said, "Yeah, I guess it has been that long. Time sure flies." Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "I am sure my experience as a hunter is not at a novice level, but these guys are definitely veterans. In any case, what is going on today? I am seeing him way more than I normally do. It is unusual for me to be seeing him this often." The man in front said, "I heard you are here because of a recommendation from that rough-looking dude over there. I guess you are quite skilled?" Jin Tae-kyung said, "Huh? Recommendation?" Im Hyuk-jun said, What are you talking about?" And a bump sounded on the car. Im Hyuk-jun said in pain, "Ouch." His friend said, "Ha ha ha, you are so obvious. How did you even get a wife for yourself when you are like this?" Im Hyuk-jun said in pain, "Brr." Jin Tae-kyung looks at him. The man in front said, "It is always best to be honest about everything. Why are you hiding something as simple as this?" "Ha ha," Jin Tae-kyung said to himself. "Ah." Leader Choi said, "An E-rank gate. Your base pay will be 30, and your adjusted pay will be 82. The Peace Guild will take that 20%. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "Is that why the pay was so generous?" A few hours earlier, Leader Choi said to Jin Tae-kyung, "Mr. Jin Tae-kyung will be our carrier." Jin Tae-kyung, confused and shocked, said, "Carrier?" Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, "No wonder. I should have realized that no guild willingly gives this much money just for some luggage duty." Jin Tae-kyung sighed. Im Hyuk-jun looks at Jin Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Thank you for your consideration." Im Hyuk-jun said, cough, it is nothing. I did not do much. I only made a suggestion. The driver said. The one who made the final decision was Leader Choi himself, as Leader Choi was silently listening. Jin Tae-kyung said, then I will do my best. Leader Choi said, with that out of the way, we will commence with our plan. A few moments later, Leader Choi said, we have arrived. At the gate, Jin Tae-kyung explained to himself, one of the few remnants left over by the Great Catastrophe. These gates served as the invasion route taken by the Demon King, Asmodeus, about 30 years ago. But it quickly became a source of income for hunters and a place to gather high-energy resources, as magic gems found in this place allow for such measures. Inside the gate, anything that is not powered by magic cannot be used, as it would quickly deteriorate and become useless. That is why hunters must use gear that was forged by magic gems. Because of this, as your pay rises, so do your expenses. One of the party members said, look at him. How old is your gear? Jin Tae-kyung replied, I am not sure. I have had this gear since I started, so about 7 years. The guy was shocked and exclaimed, 7 years? Im Hyuk-jun said, my goodness. Even if you are trying to save money, isn't this a little too much? Are you willing to risk your life over a small amount of cash? Jin Tae-kyung replied, I can't be helped. Hey, Im Hyuk-jun continued. Well, since you are assigned to a non-combative position, you should be fine, but you will still need to be on guard. He remembered what Jin Wee-kyung had said to him, always be careful. Jin Tae-kyung responded, yes, sir. Leader Choi asked, is everyone ready? Then we will immediately begin our. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and said, holy moly. Isn't that the Crimson Dragon set? Leader Choi looked at Jin Tae-kyung seriously, and the others were shocked, looking at Jin Tae-kyung, who was sweating. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, what just happened to the mood? Feeling confused, Jin Tae-kyung said, I am sorry. It's just that I have only seen that in luxury catalogs, so I was a bit caught off guard. I apologize if I said something I wasn't supposed to. Leader Choi replied, it's fine. But you should realize that this gear is made from 5 different types of magic, along with some B-rank magic gems. Jin Tae-kyung opened his eyes in confusion. Leader Choi added, let me emphasize once more, it's 5 different types of magic and some B-rank magic gems. Jin Tae-kyung said, I see. Leader Choi explained, the reason why the hide of the Crimson Drake is so popular is because of its special gloss. So it's primarily just for looks, as it doesn't really provide many benefits. But it's beautiful, so I'm happy with that. As he finished dancing, he walked to the portal and said, let's get going. Jin Tae-kyung silently looked at them and asked Im Hyuk-jun, what's with him? Im Hyuk-jun replied, Leader Choi? Haha, it's because he's obsessed with gear. He's a gear geek. He's really happy whenever someone notices his gear. There are rumors that he spends all his fortunes on gear and even sleeps with them every night. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, what a strange man. I thought he looked pretty normal. Jin Tae-kyung then asked, anyhow, when are the rest of the Peace Guild members coming? Im Hyuk-jun said, Peace Guild? Did I forget to mention it to you? It's actually an extremely new guild. We don't have any members yet. If you include the guild leader, there are only 3 of us in total. Ah. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and exclaimed, what? Jin Tae-kyung said, wait, Hyung-nim, then we're attempting to run an E-rank gate with just these people? Im Hyuk-jun reassured him, I know, kid. But don't worry about it. That man is a C-rank hunter. As Leader Choi signed the paper, Jin Tae-kyung said, CC rank. He thought to himself, I should have realized as soon as I saw his gear. The officer said, good luck, everyone. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, if I remember correctly, a C-rank hunter is stronger than 10 E-rank hunters. Then I guess there's nothing for me to worry about. As they entered the portal, Jin Tae-kyung followed. Inside it was dark. Leader Choi commanded, shine forth, light. A huge spherical light illuminated the cave. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, whoa, that item is pretty expensive. The path was lit up. In the distance, the goblins noticed the light and looked behind, confused. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked as the goblins screeched. Leader Choi ordered, get into position. He shouted, range dealers. The archers shot multiple arrows at the goblins, hitting them one by one. The goblins cried out, screech, cack, screech. Suddenly, a goblin blocked an arrow with his shield and screeched, screech. The archer said, looks like their meat shields are here. What should we do? Leader Choi commanded, range dealers, move back, tanks to the front. As Im Hyuk-jun and his friend prepared, the goblins rushed towards them shouting, "Screech!" Im Hyuk-jun said, "Oh," as he slammed a goblin with his shield, knocking its remaining tooth out. His friend smashed one of the goblins' heads with his morning star, shouting, "Take that!" Im Hyuk-jun exclaimed, "You bastard," Leader Choi said, "I'll take care of the rest." He unsheathed his sword and swiftly decapitated the goblins as they looked confused and screeched. He continued to cut 2 more goblins in half and pushed forward, slicing every goblin in his path. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, so that's the power of a C-rank hunter. He's a good fighter, but if this were back in the Murim world, I would say his skills are probably that of a first-rate warrior. If it was me, he looked behind and said, "Huh?" He saw a goblin trying to escape and heard it screech. Jin Tae-kyung looked forward, and the other frontliner said, as expected of Leader Choi. The archer said, "Looks like we don't have to do much." As the goblin trembled, it screeched. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, should I try it out? Who knows? Maybe it'll work out here as well. As he positioned himself with his spear, the goblin sweated and trembled. Then it let out a screech. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Who?" The goblin trembled, cried and whimpered. Jin Tae-kyung suddenly said, "One strike." Suddenly, the sword of Leader Choi decapitated the goblin swiftly. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked. Leader Choi said, "Mr. Tae-kyung, please start collecting our profits." Jin Tae-kyung looked at the goblin silently. Leader Choi asked, "Mr. Tae-kyung?" Jin Tae-kyung, while looking at the sword, replied, Good work, sir." He then thought to himself, let's focus. I should stop thinking about doing useless things during a raid. A few moments later, they continued to move forward as a goblin ahead noticed them approaching. Im Hyuk-jun and the others continued to fight the goblins, while Leader Choi and the archer slayed the other goblins. Leader Choi said, "Mr. Tae-kyung, I'll leave you in charge of our cleanup." Jin Tae-kyung responded, "Yes, sir." As they continued to fight, Leader Choi called out again, "Mr. Tae-kyung." Jin Tae-kyung replied, "I'm coming." "Sir." He put down his bag and said, "I've finished my task." Im Hyuk-jun exclaimed, "Wow, were you working this whole time? You were really fast." Jin Tae-kyung said, "I should do at least this much if I want to make a living." Leader Choi looked at Jin Tae-kyung silently and said, "You're pretty skilled with your hands." Jin Tae-kyung replied, "Thank you," as Leader Choi helped him get up. Leader Choi said, "In any case, let's hurry this up and go out for dinner." Im Hyuk-jun added, "I hope Leader Choi and Tae-kyung can join us." Leader Choi mentioned, "I already have a dinner reservation at a sushi restaurant." Im Hyuk-jun said, I want to eat sushi too." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, I can't believe they're talking about dinner when we're at the boss zone. I guess they're a veteran party for a reason. Im Hyuk-jun then said, "All right, let's head in," Leader Choi ordered. "Everyone get into position. Mr. Jin Tae-kyung, head to the back." As the team prepared for battle, the door opened and they looked inside. A goblin mage prepared his magic. The goblin mage said, "Casting a spell, Karachai-akto." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "A spellcaster?" The fat guy said, "Is that supposed to be the boss?" His friend was shocked and replied, "Huh?" As they looked around, Im Hyuk-jun exclaimed, "The floor is littered with goblin corpses." "What the hell is that?" Leader Choi said, "Oh no," as the goblin mage noticed their presence. Leader Choi warned, "We need to get out of here." "Hurry." The goblin mage grinned and shouted, "Mita alo," raising his staff. Suddenly, the team was shocked as the goblin mage cast a spell and the skill shot above, hitting the door. The door slammed shut. The archer said, "The entrance." The fat guy exclaimed, "Is it planning to trap us in?" Im Hyuk-jun shouted, "Get out of the way." He used his shield and yelled, "Hob," slamming the door. But his shield broke, and he cried out in pain, "Ack! God damn it!" "Just what is that monster?" Leader Choi said, "A hobgoblin chief priest. It's a C-rank rare monster." The team was shocked, saying, "A rare monster? And it's a C-rank as well?" Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, what the heck? Why is there a C-rank monster inside an E-rank gate? Leader Choi added, "Also, dark energy formed ahead of them as the goblin corpses suddenly melted, revealing a huge goblin." Leader Choi said, "A hobgoblin chief warrior as well. It's a C-rank rare monster." The team thought to themselves, we're in trouble." Leader Choi said, "But this doesn't mean this is the end for us. If we can kill that chief priest first, we'll still have some chance of survival." He looked behind and continued, "But in order for me to accomplish that," the hobgoblin chief warrior suddenly moved forward and growled. Leader Choi ordered, "You guys will need to temporarily keep that bastard occupied." The party looked at Leader Choi confused. He instructed, just hold him back for 5 minutes. Im Yuk-jun said, wait a second, Leader Choi. Do you have any other way? Leader Choi suddenly ran toward the hobgoblin chief priest, leaving them all behind, shouting, let the winds blow. Haste Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, you bastard. He thought again, they say that unlucky people will even break their nose when they fall backward. He put down his bag of loots and mused, I can't believe I'm meeting an intermediate boss monster over 300, not 1 but 2 as well. Besides, I thought you guys told me not to fight. You said I was just a luggage boy. It's coming. What can an F-rank hunter like me do? Im Yuk-jun warned the group, it's coming. Archer, don't hold back on your mana. Hit it with everything you've got. As the hobgoblin chief warrior charged at them, it deflected all the incoming arrows with one swing. Im Yuk-jun yelled, increase the pace and keep shooting at it. The chief goblin warrior grew serious and growled. It suddenly jumped towards them and moved for an attack. Im Yuk-jun said, take cover. As it landed its blow near the archers, stones hit them and they cried out in pain. Ugh. Ack! The shielder shielded himself from the flying debris and said, Hyung-nim, Seiko and Jong-min are. Im Yuk-jun replied, but behind you. Suddenly, the chief warrior goblin smashed him. Im Yuk-jun exclaimed, shoot, Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung, said Jin Tae-kyung. Yeah. Im Yuk-jun instructed, while I keep that thing distracted, take the others and hide. Jin Tae-kyung responded, okay. He thought to himself, is he going to be okay by himself? The chief goblin warrior growled. Im Yuk-jun activated strength enhancement, shield enhancement. As his arm bulged and his shield glowed, he then smashed it to the ground and used his skill supercharging against the goblin chief warrior. The goblin chief warrior looked at Im Yuk-jun as he endured the pain, stopping his attack with his morning star. Im Yuk-jun gasped in pain. Ack! As he fell to the ground, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, shoot, why do things like this keep happening to me? If this goes on, everyone's going to die again. Jin Tae-kyung looked at Leader Choi, who continued to fight the hobgoblin chief priest. It's been over 5 minutes, crap. It's up to me now. I'll need to do whatever I can to stop that bastard. Please, let it work. Work. Come on. Work. Let it work. Jin Tae-kyung shouted. One strike suddenly. The chief warrior hobgoblin looked behind him as he felt something poke him. Jin Tae-kyung attempted to pierce the back of the chief hobgoblin warrior, causing it to drop Im Yuk-jun. It then growled as Jin Tae-kyung managed to reduce its health points by 2. Jin Tae-kyung became seriously silent and said to himself, I'm so doomed. As the goblin chief warrior moved to smash Jin Tae-kyung flat, he heard a familiar sound saying, ding, he wondered, huh? Suddenly, a loud clang echoed in the cave. Clang! A system notification chimed saying, synchronization is complete. Another system notification chimed saying, ding, huh? Synchronization is complete. Ding! Your system has been transferred. Jin Tae-kyung managed to block the attack of the hobgoblin chief warrior with his spear. In the darkness, a light shone like the sun and slowly intensified, becoming stronger. Jin Tae-kyung suddenly felt a rush of power and pushed the weapon of the hobgoblin chief warrior away. The warrior growled in confusion as Jin Tae-kyung stood silently with an intense aura. Jin Tae-kyung looked at the system, which said a system notification chimed, synchronization is complete. A system notification chimed, saying your system has been transferred. Jin Tae-kyung whispered, Chi sense. He then saw a level 45 hobgoblin chief warrior. Interesting. So this is how it's going to BBE. The hobgoblin chief warrior moved to attack Jin Tae-kyung and roared. He then evaded the attacks using Jin family's footwork technique. The hobgoblin chief warrior was confused and roared again. Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung's aura burst forth as he moved to the side of the hobgoblin chief warrior. Jin Tae-kyung said, first teaching of the Jin family's spear technique. Brutal head of the dragon, he sliced the arm of the hobgoblin chief warrior with one swing. Second teaching, whirlwind of the black snake, he declared, opening another hole in its stomach. The hobgoblin chief warrior screamed in pain, roaring loudly. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, third teaching, fourth teaching, fifth teaching. As he struck the hobgoblin chief warrior multiple times, the hobgoblin chief warrior screamed in pain, roaring as he fell against the wall, whimpering. Jin Tae-kyung remarked, I guess I didn't even have to use my one-strike skill on you. He then pierced the hobgoblin chief warrior's mouth. Suddenly, the system said, ding, ding. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, I totally forgot about the sound of the system notification. But it's thanks to this system that I was able to defeat this monster. Leader Choi said, Mr. Jin Tae-kyung? After defeating the hobgoblin chief priest well beyond 5 minutes, Leader Choi's face showed shock as he asked, what is your true identity? Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself. After the raid, the people who were in charge of the gates were thrown into an uproar. 2 mid-tier rare monsters. Inside an E-rank gate, only 4 E-rank hunters suffered injuries. Im Hyuk-jun said to the officers, Ah, dang! Who the hell is in charge of these gates? Siko urged, hurry and bring a healer. Jong Min shouted, get me some potions. The officer said, call the ambulance, sirs. Jin Tae-kyung reflected, but thankfully, they weren't in critical condition. Whenever an incident like this occurs, it's required by law. The officer said to them, please list all of your gear. Jin Tae-kyung thought, the government compensates for any damages to gear, medical bills that had to be paid, and any raid rewards lost. So if you were to combine everything that we earned from this raid, we made quite a profit. After the 4 injured hunters were transported to an ambulance, Leader Choi was escorted to the Civil Service Department in order to give his report. Jin Tae-kyung entered the van alone. He said, open character profile. It opened, and Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, whoa! It's really showing up. The system displayed, job, first-rate warrior fame, 0 titles. 2 titles, title effects are currently applied. Strength, 120 stamina, 125 agility, 121 intelligence. 20 charm, 20 QI, 15 years available points, 30 novice trainee, 10% experience victorious. During a one-on-one battle, all combat-related stats, synchronization has been completed. Your titles and fame have changed. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, my character profile has changed. Fame, 0. Titles, 2 titles. Title effects are currently applied. Novice trainee, 10% experience victorious during a one-on-one battle. All combat-related stats, 10 synchronization has been completed. Your titles and fame have changed. Jin Tae-kyung reflected, the things that affected me in Murim have all disappeared. But he thought of his Murim world stats. Fame 500, son of a noble, shame of the family. Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, well then again, it's not like I'm the son of a rich noble here, nor am I the sleeping dragon and nonsense. Jin Tae-kyung said to the system, open quest menu. A system notification chimed, quest, betrayer objective. You have discovered the identity of the betrayer. Regroup with the main forces and alert them about the traitor. Afterward, lead your people to victory. Rank, peak restriction only for Jin Tae-kyung. Objectives, eliminate the betrayer. Incomplete, emerge victorious. Incomplete quest reward, an enormous amount of experience and fame. A valuable steel box. Quest failure, death. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked after reading the quest. He thought, is this telling me to go back to Murim? Jin Tae-kyung was stunned and thought to himself, the fact that the system can exist in the real world. Does that mean the Murim world isn't just a game? Is it perhaps? Suddenly, Leader Choi looked inside the van, and Jin Tae-kyung was startled and exclaimed, holy cow! You scared me. Ah, crap. As Leader Choi moved to the other side of the van, he entered, and Jin Tae-kyung asked, what happened? Leader Choi replied, I gave them a quick report on what went down, and they should reach out to me within the next few days. I'm sure you will also be investigated, Mr. Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung thought, the investigators, I don't want to see them again. Jin Tae-kyung said, the thing that I requested earlier. Leader Choi looked at him and said, Jin Tae-kyung gasped, inside the cave. Would it be possible for you to keep this a secret? Leader Choi responded, are you asking me to give a false statement? Jin Tae-kyung thought, to begin with, I don't even know if this system will be permanent or if it's a temporary thing. In situations like this, it's best that nothing gets leaked out to the public. Leader Choi said, Mr. Jin Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung replied, yes. Leader Choi showed his watch and said, take a look. Jin Tae-kyung was puzzled and looked at the shiny watch. He said, it's 2 o'clock? Leader Choi explained, it's made from an N company using a C-rank magic gem. It's also been enchanted with some defensive magic, so I can use it as a shield during emergency situations. Jin Tae-kyung said, okay. Leader Choi suggested, let's grab some food. Do you like premium Korean steak? Jin Tae-kyung replied, I've never really eaten one. As they drove off, a few moments later, the smoke of premium Korean steak sizzled as it was being cooked. Leader Choi said, I told them that I was the one who subjugated them, the chief priest and the chief warrior. Jin Tae-kyung enjoyed the meal with his mouth full of premium Korean beef and said, "Wow, thank you. I'm sorry for making such a burdensome request, even though this is our first time meeting each other." Leader Choi asked, "Then, will you join my guild?" Jin Tae-kyung spat some beef and said, Me? Would you like to join my guild?" Leader Choi pressed as Jin Tae-kyung devoured the food on the table. Once the flames were turned off, Jin Tae-kyung left the table. Leader Choi waited for Jin Tae-kyung. He thought about what Jin Tae-kyung had said earlier. "I have something important I have to take care of right now. Please give me some time to think about this." As he swirled his cheap table wine, he was about to drink it when suddenly his phone rang. Leader Choi put on his Bluetooth earpiece and said, "Yes. Did you look into it?" His butler replied, "Well, since you personally asked for it, I did look into it. But this person named Jin Tae-kyung. What is it that you want to know?" Leader Choi said. "That's what I was curious about and asked you to find out for me. So, do you have anything for me?" The butler replied, "Well, he has quite a big case. He first awakened 7 years ago at the age of 20. He was determined to be an F-rank hunter. There isn't a lot of information about him during his days as a novice hunter. However, there is one thing that is quite interesting." Leader Choi was shocked and said, "What?" The butler continued, "The Sangdong District Gate incident? He was apparently the sole survivor of that incident. I was quite shocked after hearing that." Leader Choi was shocked. The butler continued, saying that after that incident, he disappeared for about 6 months and was interrogated by many different inspectors. He recently returned to his guild about a year ago and has been running gates non-stop since then. However, he was fired about 4 days ago. Leader Choi asked, "What was the reason for his termination?" The butler replied, "Well, they were trying to reorganize their guild, but I doubt a small guild like theirs could afford to do that. I bet he was fired because of that incident. They just let him go while carefully avoiding the eyes of the inspectors. I think he became a burden to them." Leader Choi asked, "That's all you have for me?" The butler responded, "Yes, that's all I could find out." "Do you want me to send you a copy?" Leader Choi replied, "Send it over immediately. I'll be going now." The butler called out, "Hey, wait!" Just as Leader Choi clicked the headset to turn it off, Leader Choi tapped the table as he waited for Jin Tae-kyung. He thought to himself, Jin Tae-kyung, the sole survivor of the gate that appeared in Sangdong District. And he's at least a C-rank hunter? But you're telling me he's supposedly an F-rank hunter? Leader Choi stood up and walked while pondering. There are only 2 possibilities. He has been hiding his strength, or he has recently had another awakening. I doubt he had any reason to hide his strength all this time, so the most likely explanation is that he has recently had another awakening. He paid the bill, and the lady said, "Thank you very much." Leader Choi thought to himself, but is it possible for someone to go from F rank to C rank that quickly? I mean, it's not like we're living in a game. He sighed as the lady said, "That will be $1,937. Leader Choi was shocked at the bill and began to sweat. He thought, "It feels like I've been possessed by a ghost." The lady asked, "That will be on one card, right?" as Leader Choi handed over his golden credit card. In a different scene, Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "It's not there." "It's not here either. My capsule is gone. Which bastard took my freaking capsule?" Suddenly, Song Jin-ho chimed in, "Me, you little brat. You know I poured my heart and soul into taking care of that thing for 10 years. Jin Tae-kyung retorted, "You rascal. Stop fooling around. This is a serious matter." Song Jin-ho insisted, "No, I really do have it." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Have what?" Song Jin-ho replied, "That capsule. I'm the one who picked it up." Jin Tae-kyung said to Song Jin-ho, "I love you." Song Jin-ho declared, "I'll be selling that VR game capsule for $100. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, "What? Are you trying to scam me right now?" Song Jin-ho said, "I guess you don't want it then." Jin Tae-kyung sighed, "Ah, shucks, fine, I'll buy it." A few moments later, at Jin Tae-kyung's apartment, the capsule was put back. Jin Tae-kyung lay in bed, looking at Leader Choi's calling card. He reflected, "I guess if you live long enough, you experience quite a lot of things. It feels like it was just yesterday that I was wandering around, looking at flyers and pamphlets for work. I can't believe I'm getting recognized and scouted like this." He recalled Leader Choi saying, $100,000. That much as a down payment. As for the rest of your wage, we'll pay you the same amount we pay our C-rank hunters. So what do you think? Jin Tae-kyung stammered, "Sure, I mean, give me a second." He thought to himself, that was close. I almost gave in back then. Jin Tae-kyung gulped and said to himself, under normal circumstances, I would have signed, stamped, sealed, and even left a kiss mark on that contract paper. But what if it disappeared? The system, tomorrow. That's like eating too much food and getting a stomachache from it. As he thought of Leader Choi stepping on him saying, hey, you scummy rascal, give my money back, Jin Tae-kyung realized at an early age that this world isn't a forgiving place. But with the strength that I have right now, what if I'm able to use the system permanently? Lost in thought, he suddenly sat up and exclaimed, ah, shucks, I can't hold myself back anymore. He went out and closed the door. As Jin Tae-kyung ran, he thought, even though I worked really hard for the past 7 years, I could never escape that label of being an F-rank hunter. These shackles that have been tormenting me for so long, I really want to get rid of them as soon as I can. Hunter ranking reevaluation. He shouted, taxi, taxi. The cab screeched to a stop. The driver said, welcome. Where should I take you? Jin Tae-kyung replied, please take me to the Hunters Association at the Bucheon district. He thought to himself, let's give this a shot. A few moments later, the driver said, sir, you're in a taxi that operates within the Seoul metro region. Jin Tae-kyung responded, ah. At the Hunters Association, a dad said, D rank? As expected of my son. You will be the one to finally lead our future. The son replied, haha, well, I'm not an official hunter just yet. I still have to receive training, plus I'll have to look for a guild as well. The father said, don't worry about that. Your father has already made a spot for you. The son replied, oh, really? I thought you said you didn't have any room left at your guild. The father said, I can always find a way. He thought to himself, I was finally able to get rid of all those low-ranking hunters that were an eyesore for many years. In any case, make sure to rest up and let's head to work together next. The son said, awesome. Celebrate at the club tonight, the father said. As the people rushed toward another room, they shouted that something big had happened in the evaluation room. Her friend said, apparently, a C-rank hunter has made an appearance. The father thought to himself, oh, a C-rank? Maybe I should get my hands on this person. The boy said, let's go. A man remarked, a C-rank? That's not bad, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? The girl agreed, that's true, but the boy interjected, his ability to control mana is above an A rank. The father was shocked and looked back, saying to himself, what? In the elevator on the 3rd floor, it started to go down and the guy exclaimed, ah, the elevator is coming down. His friend said, he's going to be here soon. The father thought to himself, hey, I don't know where this guy came from, but this is a great chance for me. As he looked around, he thought, let's see if there are any big guilds around. Nope, not yet. Since my guildmaster told me to recruit this person without worrying about the cost, this is the perfect opportunity. I'll offer twice the amount of anyone else. A recently awakened person is an easy catch. If I can successfully recruit this person into our guild, I can probably promote myself to becoming a vice guild master. Suddenly, the elevator chimed saying, ding! A person pushed him and he exclaimed, hey, don't shove! Suddenly, the door opened. The newcomer displayed his calling card and said, hello, nice to meet you. I am the team captain of the Sopong Guild, Kim Sang-shik. The Sopong Guild is filled with many traditions and has been a renowned guild in the Bucheon region for many. Jin Tae-kyung interrupted. This is my first time hearing the Sopong Guild is a renowned guild. Kim Sang-shik stopped and asked, excuse me? Suddenly he was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and stammered, you. Jin Tae-kyung grinned and said, it's been a while, Mr. Kim Sang-shik. He was Kim Sang-shik, his former boss. He was one of the 3 D rank hunters in the guild, only caring about protecting his own life inside the gate. Go and fight them, he yelled as he shoved another person. Jin Tae-kyung continued to think to himself, he was your typical petty man who would bully the weak. Since he was the team captain, he would always pick on the F-rank hunters. Kim Sang-shik said to Jin Tae-kyung and his friend, useless F-ranks. Jin Tae-kyung thought, out of the F-rank hunters, he hated me the most. 2 years ago, after the incident that happened in Sangdong district, he would talk behind my back while pretending to worry about me. The one who advised the guildmaster to fire me was none other than him, and this jerk was also the one who personally notified me of my dismissal. Kim Sang-shik stuttered, well, why are you there? As he trembled. Jin Tae-kyung responded, good question. I wonder why I am here. Kim Sang-shik said, then are you the one that's... Jin Tae-kyung interrupted, there are too many people here. I'm heading out. A person in the crowd called out, Mr. Awakened, we're the Invincible Guild. Another shouted, Mr. Awakened, please join our guild. Another added, We're the Sangdong Guild. We promise to give you anything that you want. Yet another yelled, Mr. Awakened. Please join our guild. As Jin Tae-kyung walked away, Kim Sang-shik said, Holy cow. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, I feel so relieved. I feel like 10 years worth of troubles got flushed out of me. Is this what they call a release? A lady rushed beside Jin Tae-kyung and said, Mr. Awakened, I'm from the Soul Guild. If there is anything that you want, please don't hesitate to ask. Jin Tae-kyung replied, thank you. I'll contact you guys later. I'm a bit busy right now. A guy urged, please contact our guild. A girl added, mine too. Another girl said, really? Then we shall look forward to hearing more from you. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, of course I'm not calling you guys back. The girl insisted, please make sure to contact us. At the trash, lots of garbage was thrown. Jin Tae-kyung said, even though a C-rank hunter is a mid-tier rank, there shouldn't be this many people around. I guess I was an unusual case or something. Yeah, but this is only just the beginning. As long as the system exists, I can continue to grow stronger. Suddenly, Kim Sang-shik shouted, Mr. Tae-kyung. Mr. Jin Tae-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung looked back and asked, hey. Kim Sang-shik said, Mr. Tae-kyung, wait a second. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, what do you mean, Mr. Tae-kyung? You were calling me you jerk and other vile names up until a few days ago. Jin Tae-kyung said, what do you want? Kim Sang-shik replied, it seems I have made a grave mistake. Please forgive me. I'll take full responsibility for everything. So, just like business, let bygones be bygones, and I hope you'll be able to move on. Jin Tae-kyung said, business? Kim Sang-shik said, I'm sure you're already aware of it. If a big guild recruits you, that's pretty much where your career as a hunter ends. Jin Tae-kyung replied, of course I do, but I also know that if you're at least a C rank, the big guilds will try to recruit you. Kim Sang-shik continued, no, I'm just telling you to be logical. There's nothing for you to lose. Besides, there are a lot of C-rank hunters around these days, so you won't be considered that special. However, if you're with us, we will do whatever we can to assist you. Heck, we'll even give you anything that you want. I've gotten permission from the guildmaster himself, so everything will be fine. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, looks like he's panicking. Then again, the F-rank hunter he told to get rid of has reawakened into a C-rank hunter. As he opened the door of the taxi, he thought to himself, if the guildmaster of the Sopung Guild hears about that news, of course, he'll be in a lot of trouble. Kim Sang-shik said, please think hard about this. Why don't we head over to a nice cafe and have a drink? The guildmaster is coming here as well. Jin Tae-kyung said, Mr. Kim Sang-shik, if you really want to recruit me, then make sure to tell the guildmaster this. Kim Sang-shik asked, excuse me. Jin Tae-kyung replied, there is one person I don't want to see, so if he can get rid of that one person, I can think about it. Kim Sang-shik said, and he tried to punch Jin Tae-kyung, exclaiming, you know what? I've had enough of this nonsense. After all that I've done for you, to think that you jerk would continue to look down on me. Jin Tae-kyung looked at him seriously and said, itch. Suddenly, a loud punch was heard across the street. Jin Tae-kyung entered the taxi and sat down, wiping his sweat as he said, whew, this is fine. It's over now. Jin Tae-kyung told the driver, take me to the Hope Guild headquarters in Songnae District. Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung exited the taxi, and the driver said, oh, it's the young man from last night. I thought I told you I only operate in the Seoul Metro area. Jin Tae-kyung replied, darn Seoul Metro taxis. Why are you driving around in this area? In a different scene, in a forest, in the swamp, a portal appeared. Jin Tae-kyung and leader Choi arrived. As they looked around, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, I ended up coming in the end. A few hours before, Jin Tae-kyung concentrated in his room. A system notification chimed and said, the status effect hangover has subsided. He thought to himself, whew, I finally feel better now, since a lot of unexpected things happened yesterday. A message was sent to Jin Tae-kyung, and he read it. Web sender, 016213228 Peace Guild online deposit, $10,300. He started buying premium beef, eating and drinking with Song Jin-ho. He thought to himself, I was feeling pretty good about myself, so I ended up going all out. A system notification chimed and said, ding, chi meditation has been completed. Another system notification chimed and said, ding, a small amount of turbid chi has been dispelled. Jin Tae-kyung said, whew, but the amount of chi I'm able to gather, why is it so small? Not to mention I had some turbid chi. This is completely different from when I used it in the Murim world. Is it because of the environmental pollution in this world? Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung's phone rang. He looked at it and said, The message from Leader Choi said, I am looking for places to sell the gear and hide we got from the Goblin Chief Priest and the Goblin Chief Warrior. I will send the additional payment once I sell them. Do you have time today? A few moments later at the coffee shop, Leader Choi looked at Jin Tae-kyung while Jin Tae-kyung gazed at his cup of coffee. Jin Tae-kyung said, I'm sorry. I told you last time that it's a bit hard for me to join the guild immediately. Leader Choi replied, I guess it can't be helped. He took out an envelope and said, This is my second offer. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked as he opened it. Jin Tae-kyung said, A temporary contract? Are you asking me to become a mercenary? Leader Choi explained, It's not an official contract. The conditions of this contract are similar to that of a B-rank hunter. You can also decide on the length of your contract as well. Will you really refuse this as well? Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, Well, with these conditions, but why are you going this far for someone like me? Leader Choi said, Because I trust myself. Jin Tae-kyung responded, Huh? Leader Choi clarified, I trust my intuition and ability to determine the value of a person. That is why I really want someone like you in my guild. Jin Tae-kyung was silent. Leader Choi asked, So, will you sign the contract? Jin Tae-kyung nods and sweats. Leader Choi said, Very well. Please write down the hours that you want. He immediately signs the contract and says, Yes, sir. Jin Tae-kyung thinks to himself, 7 days a week should be enough for me to see if the system is a temporary thing or not. He hands over the contract and says, All right, I'll be in your care from now on. Leader Choi replies, My pleasure. Jin Tae-kyung thinks to himself, This is the start of my life as a C-rank hunter. He stands up and asks, Then, should I show up to work tomorrow? Leader Choi replies, Nope. Jin Tae-kyung is shocked. Leader Choi points at his expensive watch and says, We start now. At the present time, Jin Tae-kyung says, So this is a D-rank gate. Leader Choi comments, Quite big, right? Jin Tae-kyung responds, Yeah, it's pretty big. Leader Choi explains, A gate of this size is pretty average. As Leader Choi fixes his dragon glove, Jin Tae-kyung asks, Really? Leader Choi adds, B-rank gates are when we really need to hire a guy. Thankfully, we were given this map when we bought the rights to this gate, so we shouldn't worry about getting lost. He opens the map. Jin Tae-kyung responds, That's good to hear. But what do you mean by buying the rights to this place? Leader Choi replies, It's just like what it sounds. This gate is now mine. In other words, I have sole ownership over this gate. Jin Tae-kyung thinks to himself, He has sole ownership over a gate? In South Korea, the gates are the property of the nation. Since these gates have the ability to provide unlimited amounts of energy from magic gems, gates are pretty much considered the same as a diamond mine. So you're telling me he was able to have all of that for himself? I know he was the son of a rich family, but I didn't think he would be this well off. Leader Choi says, Let's get going. Jin Tae-kyung covers his eyes from Leader Choi's light and exclaims, What a glorious halo. He thinks to himself, Leader Choi, just who are you? A few moments later, a lizard walks peacefully in the forest. Suddenly, Leader Choi walks near the lizard, startling it. Leader Choi says, The monsters that appear in this gate are the swamp lizard men. They are a large tribe that breaks off into smaller military forces. Since we're at the entrance, we'll start to see the smaller and weaker forces first. They're usually in a group of 20, so let's hurry and move on to kill them. Jin Tae-kyung thinks to himself, I know he's rich and all, but isn't he looking down on a D-rank gate a little too much? The swamp lizard men aren't known to be weak monsters, although I've never seen one myself. Does that mean he's pretty confident in his own abilities? Only the two of us? Back at the coffee shop, Jin Tae-kyung says, Then I'm withdrawing. Leader Choi responds, I am completely aware of what you are feeling. However, let me say one thing before you leave. I am also a reawakened hunter. Jin Tae-kyung is shocked and looks back saying, Reawakened? I thought you were a C-rank hunter? Leader Choi explains, C-rank was my old rank. I received my reawakening after that. T then. In the present, Jin Tae-kyung thinks to himself, it means he's at least a B rank or even higher. I was a bit caught off guard last time, but I guess I'll be able to see just how strong he is. Now, Leader Choi adds, also. Jin Tae-kyung thinks to himself, Chi sense, Leader Choi continues. The swamp lizard men usually use a harpoon as their weapon. Suddenly, a spear, stab, lands near Jin Tae-kyung's foot. He exclaims, What the hell? Leader Choi cautions, so please be careful. As Jin Tae-kyung forgets to look at Leader Choi's level, suddenly a lizard man steps on a rock and screeches. 7 level 40 swamp lizard men appear. Jin Tae-kyung shouts, "They're here!" As the spears are thrown at him, he deflects them with his spear. Suddenly, the swamp lizard men dash towards Jin Tae-kyung as they screech. He remarks, "It must not be scared since it's attacking us alone." Leader Choi replies, "That's the lizardmen's characteristic. They're rash creatures that prefer taking fights head-on." Jin Tae-kyung thinks, "Oh, should I just stay behind him in order to not get in his way?" Suddenly, the swamp lizard men change their target and run towards Jin Tae-kyung. He says in confusion, "Haha." As he blocks the swamp lizard men, he shouts, "Whoa, what the hell? What's wrong with this one? Why is this freak attacking only me?" Leader Choi explains, "It's because of your gear." Jin Tae-kyung asks, "My gear? What does that have to do with anything?" He looks at his gear and says, "Ah." A system notification chimes, item, Lizardmen Massacre Harpoon type, weapon. Rank, first rate. Restrictions, none. Upon successful attack, there is a high chance of the status effect hemorrhage occurring. Another system notification chimes, item, Lizardmen Hunting Leather set type, armor. Rank, first rate. Restrictions, none. Made from the hides of the lizardmen. Upon wearing the full set, scale armor shall activate. Jin Tae-kyung exclaims, "Shoot, look at the names. Even I would have been mad if I were a lizard man. No wonder they were only targeting me this whole time." The swamp lizardmen screech beside Jin Tae-kyung. He thinks to himself, "At this point, I will be the only one who is going to draw their aggression and..." Wait, hold on a second. Jin Tae-kyung looks at Leader Choi and asks, "Did you do this on purpose?" Leader Choi replies, "What do you mean?" Jin Tae-kyung accuses, "You were planning to kill these guys while I kept them distracted. That was your plan all along." As the swamp lizardmen look at Jin Tae-kyung, Leader Choi was just silent. Leader Choi said, "First of all, you chose those gears. As Leader Choi mentioned before in his armory, pick whatever you want." Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "Whoa!" He remembered and said, "Ah, right." Leader Choi stated, "Second, regardless of what happened, I will not be making a single move during this raid. So please don't misunderstand." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, what in the world did he just say? He said, "So basically, you want me to fight by myself?" Leader Choi replied, "Yep." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "And you are going to stand over there with your arms crossed the entire time?" Leader Choi responded, "I will stop crossing my arms." Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "Mothercracker." Leader Choi said, "Ah, behind you." Swamp lizardmen screech. Jin Tae-kyung suddenly blocked an attack and grunted, "Urgh." He continued, "Can you at least tell me the reason you are doing?" "Huh?" As Leader Choi vanished. Leader Choi appeared on top of a tree and shouted, "Fighting!" Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, what a psycho. The swamp lizardmen screeched. As Jin Tae-kyung looked at them, he blocked an attack saying, "Ack!" Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "But these lizards are irritating me." He suddenly stopped and declared, "Jin family spear technique first teaching. Thrust of the lone dragon." As green goo splattered, a system notification chimed. Due to the effects applied by the lizardmen hunting leather set, you have dealt an additional 10% damage. Another notification chimed. Due to the effects applied by the lizardmen massacre harpoon, you have dealt an additional 20% damage. Yet another notification chimed. You have single-handedly taken care of the lizardmen in the surrounding area. Make sure to stay on guard, as these monsters will not stop to fulfill their vengeance. The swamp lizardmen screeched, and their lives flashed before their eyes as they dropped to the ground. A system notification chimed. You have eliminated level 40 swamp lizardmen. Another notification chimed. Level up. And another chimed. Level up. As Jin Tae-kyung huffed and puffed in exhaustion, Leader Choi walked near him. Jin Tae-kyung shouted in frustration, "Hey, what the heck was?" Leader Choi knelt to the ground and said, "I apologize." Jin Tae-kyung was puzzled and shocked. Leader Choi continued, "I needed to confirm your skills. I needed to know how you moved and how many opponents you could take on, and I also needed to figure out how far I could take you with me." Jin Tae-kyung replied, "But still, you should not have just left me alone to fight all of these monsters." Leader Choi said, "I was confident that you would be able to take care of them on your own. But I never expected you to take care of them without suffering a single scratch." It hit Jin Tae-kyung's ego hard. He coughed, and his head became heavy as he said, "Well, you should have told me your plans beforehand. What would have happened if I wasn't as strong as you thought?" He chuckled, smirked, and coughed, blushing as he asked, "So? What's your verdict?" Leader Choi said, "I'm not sure." Jin Tae-kyung, confused, said, "Huh?" Leader Choi replied, "That's why." He suddenly took out an item. Jin Tae-kyung looked at it, confused. Leader Choi opened it, and smoke poured out of the item as it dissipated in the air and traveled around. Jin Tae-kyung remained puzzled. He asked, "What is that?" Leader Choi said, "A pheromone." Jin Tae-kyung replied, "Pheromone? Like a perfume?" Leader Choi clarified, "Something like that. These pheromones were harvested from the female lizardmen." Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and said, "Then, he looked behind and heard something coming." Leader Choi said, "The effects are quite strong." Jin Tae-kyung looked at Leader Choi angrily and exclaimed, "You mother cracker!" Suddenly, the swamp lizardmen swarmed and screeched toward Jin Tae-kyung. Leader Choi asked, "Do you think you can take them on?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "If I told you that I can't, will you help me out?" Leader Choi said, "Nope." As multiple swamp lizardmen emerged from the forest, a huge swamp lizardman appeared and roared, "Roar!" A system notification chimed, "Ding! Level 52, Chief Lizardman has appeared." Another notification chimed, "Ding! Skill battle cry is being used." Leader Choi whispered to Jin Tae-kyung, "You could always retreat." Jin Tae-kyung was silent and stepped forward. Leader Choi was shocked. Jin Tae-kyung said, "There's no need for me to do that." As the mob of lizardmen approached Jin Tae-kyung, he said, "Open character profile. Character level 40 Jin Tae-kyung. First-rate warrior, charm 20, available points 100. Jin Tae-kyung said, "Put 30 into strength and stamina, put 40 into agility." Suddenly, his available points went from 100 to 0, and the system chimed. Ding! Jin Tae-kyung felt a surge of power through his body and shouted, "Oh!" He exclaimed, "Woo! Yes, this is it." As the chief lizardman roared, Jin Tae-kyung looked at them fiercely and said, "One strike," and he thrust his spear at the incoming mob of lizardmen. As the chief lizardman's tongue came out from the intensity of Jin Tae-kyung's thrust, a beam of light obliterated all of the incoming lizardmen. Leader Choi was shocked and said, "What?" He said to himself, "What is this? How can a recently reawakened C-rank hunter do something like this?" As all of the lizardmen were in pieces, Leader Choi thought to himself, "That day when we went to the E-rank, the rare monster he took down required the power of 2 C-rank hunters. But the strength he has now." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Phew, that was clean." Leader Choi thought, "You are telling me he is supposed to be a C-rank hunter? What a joke. I went on this 2-man raid because I wanted to see his limits, but now I'm even more confused than before. I guess we will have to go to a C-rank gate next time. Wait, is it possible that he is stronger than MME?" Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung shouted, "No, not like this. I damaged an expensive piece of leather," he cried at the head of the chief lizardman. Leader Choi thought, "Nah, that shouldn't be the case. No, I refuse to believe that." Leader Choi said, "All right, let's leave." Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "Crack, why did I have to go this far, my precious leather?" A few moments later at night when the moon was not full, the butler of Leader Choi said, "Good work, young master." Leader Choi replied, "You also did well, Mr. Butler." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "He has a personal butler? The only times I have seen a butler was at a church." Leader Choi said, "Thank you for your work today, Mr. Tae-kyung." Jin Tae-kyung asked, "What time should I come tomorrow?" Leader Choi responded, "Tomorrow? Did you think we were going to work on the weekend?" Jin Tae-kyung replied, "Isn't that normal?" Leader Choi was shocked and felt a jolt in his body. He said, "The purpose of the weekend is to rest. It's required by law that hunters do this. Did your previous guild force you to work on weekends as well?" Jin Tae-kyung said, "Oh, come on. What kind of mid-tier guild follows that rule? They let us go on these raids by adding more to our wage. Since we don't want these raids to be left on our records, they are usually paid in cash. It's not like gates disappear during the weekends as well." Leader Choi stated, "You are a C-rank hunter now. There is no need for you to live your life like that." Jin Tae-kyung sighed, but he thought to himself, "I am trying to get as much done since I am not sure if my system will disappear or not." Jin Tae-kyung said, "I just thought that I would need to take full advantage of my newly found powers." Leader Choi warned, "You are only going to tire yourself out. Please think about your family." Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, family? Now that I think about it, I've only been able to talk to them over the phone. I have not had the chance to visit them. Has it been 2 months? No, if I include my time in the Murim world, it has been about 3 months already. Leader Choi continued, in any case, our guild upholds the hunter's law. It is also stated in your temporary contract. So do not do anything else but rest during this weekend. Otherwise, you will be breaking your contract. Jin Tae-kyung replied, ah, yes, sir. He thought to himself, but this Jai. Leader Choi. Leader Choi said, a person should rest when told to do so. Jin Tae-kyung thought, since he is so adamant about rest, I guess he is decent. Nope, he is evil. He made me run 3 C-rank gates in 1 day. There is no way he is a decent guy. The things he made me go through for the past 4 days are enough to make me angry again. The butler said, we are ready to depart. Young master. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, it is obvious that he is making me rest during the weekend because he wants to abuse me again next week. Leader Choi asked the butler, did you bring it? The butler replied, yes. It is right here. Leader Choi instructed, give it to him. Jin Tae-kyung thought, I feel bad for the butler as well. He is unable to depart even though it is pretty late. Tisk tisk. The butler handed him a briefcase and said, take this, Mr. Hunter. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and said, huh? Jin Tae-kyung took it and felt that it was heavy. He asked, huh? Is this? Leader Choi explained, your weekly payment. Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, I thought I would get paid on Sundays. How much is this? Leader Choi replied, I put in a little bit more than what the contract stated. I have included the total balance in there, so make sure to check it for yourself. I will be leaving now. The butler said, we will see you next time, Mr. Hunter, and they took off. Jin Tae-kyung looked at the briefcase, which was more expensive than his apartment rent. He looked around and put it down on a bench. He opened it and a gentle light came out of the briefcase. Jin Tae-kyung gasped, holy moly, and fell to the ground as he saw a lot of paper money. Jin Tae-kyung said, ish, how much is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right, the balance statement. It says the total balance is $30,000, but what is this? I can tell that this is much more than that. In the paper it said the bonus was $270,000. Jin Tae-kyung said, ugh. As he remembered what Leader Choi said before he entered the van, I put in a little more than what the contract stated. Jin Tae-kyung's jaw dropped and he said to himself, Doc Choi, I will offer my entire body to your guild. A few moments later, Jin Tae-kyung arrived at room 1201. As he pressed the code for the door, he entered the apartment. Suddenly, his mom said, son. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and replied, I am home, Mom, smiling. He put down the money on the table as his sister and mother looked on in shock. Jin Tae-kyung showed off his new C-rank hunter's license, and his sister's eyes suddenly beamed with light. They immediately went to the mall, and Jin Tae-kyung, still used to carrying baggage, carried all the shopping for his mother and sister. A few moments later, they dined at a fine restaurant. Jin Tae-kyung's mom was happy for her son, and the city skyline looked beautiful from the restaurant. Later that night, Jin Tae-kyung heard noises. He heard a person saying, Kyung, Tae-kyung. His sister shouted, Tae-kyung. A system notification chimed and said, ding. Sleep mode has ended. Jin Tae-kyung was shocked and sweating in bed, saying, huff, huff. His sister asked, were you having a nightmare? Why are you screaming in your sleep? Jin Tae-kyung replied, nightmare? Ah, it was just a dream. She pointed out, look at all that sweat. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, but what was I even dreaming about? I cannot remember. But what is with this terrible feeling? His head throbbed. He said to himself, usually when I sleep, the system does a good job adjusting my body's condition. My head hurts, but this is the first time I'm experiencing something like this. His sister asked, did something bad happen to you? Jin Tae-kyung replied, huh? Nah, it is nothing like that. She insisted, if something did happen, let me know. Stop shouldering all of the burden by yourself. Even your mother is worried about you. Jin Tae-kyung responded, yes, mother. She emphasized, I am not joking. Jin Tae-kyung said, no, seriously, I've pretty much covered all of our living expenses. So what is there for me to worry about? Ah, wait, I do have one thing I am worried about. How are we going to spend all of our money from now on? So yeah, jokes aside, there is no need for you to worry about me. Just focus on your studies. She replied, Tetch, you are bluffing. Jin Tae-kyung retorted, bluffing? Do I have to show you my money bag again? I am doing fine as well, so you do not have to worry about me, ha ha ha. Ah, right, Jin Tae-kyung said. Huh? She looked back and asked, who is Jin Wee-kyung? Jin Tae-kyung replied in confusion, huh? In another scene, a lizardman attacked Jin Tae-kyung and he was hit. He exclaimed in pain. Then he moved to attack and shouted, ha! As he pierced its face with a single stab. A system notification chimed and said, ding, you have eliminated LV-55 Chief Lizardman. Leader Choi watched Jin Tae-kyung as he stopped resting against a tree and said, 3 times. Jin Tae-kyung responded, huh? Huff, huff. Leader Choi explained, that is the number of times you have gotten hurt today. Jin Tae-kyung said, it is fine. I can easily take care of this by drinking a low-rank potion and, Leader Choi interrupted, no, it is not fine. This is the same gate as the one we ran last time. You did not suffer a single injury back then. That means there is only one possible explanation for this. Leader Choi looked at him seriously and asked, Mr. Jin Tae-kyung, is there something bothering you? 3 days later, the Chief Lizardman's head fell to the ground as Jin Tae-kyung panted. Huff, huff, huff. Leader Choi, unimpressed, sighed and said, this is not going to work. Jin Tae-kyung looked at Leader Choi and replied, huff, huff. Leader Choi said, I will contact you later. You can go home for today. A few moments later in the city, Jin Tae-kyung looked outside the bus and thought to himself, what is wrong with me? The system hasn't disappeared, and I still have a lot of money to go around. All that's left for me is to just focus on my duties as a C-rank hunter. Who is Jin Wee-kyung? Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung remembered the night his sister mentioned a name, and he asked in shock, you, where did you hear that name? She replied, from you. You kept yelling his name in your sleep. Why? Who is this person? If you're calling for this person's name in your sleep, you must be pretty close to them. Not to mention, your names are pretty similar. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, everything went downhill since that day. The nightmares wouldn't end, and no matter how many times I use my chi circulation, I can't seem to make my body focus. He continued to think, why do I keep thinking about him? Maybe I need to see a psychologist. A few moments later, at Jin Tae-kyung's apartment, he opened the door and sighed. He was not amused as he saw Song Jin-ho using tools on the ARC 2000. Jin Tae-kyung looked at Song Jin-ho. Song Jin-ho looked back and said, oh, you're here? Jin Tae-kyung continued to look at him. Song Jin-ho said, you came home pretty early today, as he held a screwdriver. Suddenly, Jin Tae-kyung drop-kicked Leader Choi and shouted, what on earth are you doing to my capsule, you crazy bastard? Song Jin-ho replied, hey, I haven't done anything to it. I just got back home as well, Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed. I told you not to come inside my room. Get your butt out of here, Song Jin-ho retorted. Why are you getting this upset over a dumb capsule that doesn't even work? And you're the one who threw it away as well, Jin Tae-kyung said. That was then. Are you okay? Were you scared? He looked back at Song Jin-ho and warned, if you touch it again, I'll kill you. In any case, don't you dare touch it, Song Jin-ho replied. Because of your screams at night, I've been having a pretty rough time dealing with all the complaints from our neighbors. You have no right to treat me like this, Jin Tae-kyung insisted. That has nothing to do with this situation. Get out, Song Jin-ho added. Also Jin Wee-kyung. Jin Tae-kyung flinched. Song Jin-ho teased, who the hell is this person? Oh, you just flinched, right? Who is this person? Is she a cute girl? I guess you're dating someone now that you're earning some money. What does she look like? Jin Tae-kyung shouted at Song Jin-ho, get out! In another scene, the static cleared as a vision showed a battle. The people faced each other, and then the vision went static again. A soldier shouted, and the people started to run towards the battle as the enemies ran towards them. As their weapons clashed, Jin Tae-kyung said to himself, the battle has started. The vision became static again and people on the cliff watched the fight. Jin Wee-kyung stood silently, with the eldest senior behind him. The eldest senior opened his mouth, and Jin Tae-kyung woke up exclaiming, ack! He said to himself in bed again, hoff, hoff. He continued, this dream is getting more and more vivid. Jin Tae-kyung sighed. Ah, dang, I really don't care about them anymore. So what if that Murim world is an actual world? There are going to be over 2,000 Murim warriors fighting. What the heck do you want me to do about it? There will be monsters who are far stronger than Joe Pill. Do you want me to die fighting those guys? I have only lived a month in that world. The life I have to live is here in this world. Besides, there's nothing Jin Wee-kyung can do now. Hyukmujin will probably deliver the message regarding the betrayal of the head elder, and that's something they'll have to figure out for themselves. As he remembered his friend saying, "Young master, squad leader," Seo Chan called out, "Savior." Bipeng added, "The lesser family head believes in you." Jin Wee Kyung pleaded, "Please survive, my dearest brother." Jin Tae-kyung muttered to himself, "Freak." Suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from a rich man. In a different scene at RTS Buck's Coffee, Leader Choi scanned the pages of a file as he read it quickly. He remained silent and put down the file on Jin Tae-kyung. Leader Choi asked, "What do you think, Mr. Butler?" The butler replied, "He's clean. He's not an abnormal reawakened being, nor did he approach you with ulterior motives." Leader Choi said, "So you're telling me that all of his behaviors thus far have been a coincidence?" "Mr. Butler, do you know the probabilities of having another awakening?" The butler responded, "I believe it's about 1%. It's 1 out of 100 people. Not to mention, being a hunter is already an extremely low probability. Now what do you think is the probability of an F-rank hunter reawakening into a C-rank hunter?" Leader Choi asked, "What about the possibilities of a C-rank hunter being able to solo clear a C-rank gate?" The butler replied, "I don't think solo clearing is possible. He would at least have to be a B-rank or," Leader Choi interjected, "but Mr. Jin Tae-kyung is able to do it. 5 D-rank gates and 15 C-rank gates. In total, 20 raids. All I did during those raids was observe him from afar. I didn't even have to help him." The butler asked, "Then shall I look into him again?" Leader Choi replied, "No, nothing good will come out of that. I'm going to continue to observe his actions." The butler said, "So you do plan on recruiting him into the guild?" Leader Choi confirmed, "Of course. But once he becomes suspicious, only then will I look into his background. If that doesn't happen, then I'll make him one of my men, no matter how long it takes." Jin Tae-kyung arrived and looked around the coffee shop. He exclaimed to himself in shock, "A down payment of $500,000 and a fixed salary of $50,000 with a 70% increase every year. I'll also have one of the highest insurance policies, a 40-floor studio, and my personal car as well. This is insane. The conditions are even better than last time. With this, I'll be able to have it all. Not only will I have an amazing annual income, but I'll also attain one of the highest positions within society. I'll become a son and an older brother that my family can be proud of. Instead of being ignored by others, I'll become a figure everyone will be envious of. The things I dreamed about having as a hunter for 7 years are finally all coming together." Leader Choi said, "Mr. Jin Tae-kyung." Jin Tae-kyung replied, "Yes?" Leader Choi asked, "Have you fixed your issues?" Jin Tae-kyung responded, I believe so." Leader Choi continued, "So we won't be having any more problems then?" Jin Tae-kyung assured him, "Of course." Leader Choi looked at him seriously, while Jin Tae-kyung maintained his smile. He then opened the fountain pen and said, "I'll hurry and sign this now," he thought to himself. "Let's finish this contract before he has second thoughts." He then scanned through all the pages as Leader Choi sipped his cup of coffee. Jin Tae-kyung signed all the documents and thought, the last page. If I sign this, I can live my life in peace and comfort. I'll be able to end the shifty life that I used to live. I can finally say goodbye to that Murim world. And there goes my fountain pen as well. Suddenly, the fountain pen broke. Jin Tae-kyung was silent as the ink pooled on the document. Leader Choi said, "Mr. Jin Tae-kyung, let me ask you again, the problems that we had last time, did you really resolve them?" Jin Tae-kyung admitted no. Leader Choi replied, "If it's something that I can help you with, then feel free to." Jin Tae-kyung interrupted. "Thank you for your offer, but it's something I'll have to figure out on my own." Leader Choi attempted to stand up but sat down again, sighing, "I had no idea that signing a contract was this difficult. To think I'd be rejected 3 times. Haha, when should we hold our 4th contractual meeting?" Jin Tae-kyung said, "Tomorrow at this place. Same time." Leader Choi, frustrated, exclaimed, "Tomorrow?" Only a day later. He added, "I do not like it when people joke like this." Jin Tae-kyung insisted, "I'm not messing around, sir." He thought to himself, "You have no idea how long a day can be." Jin Tae-kyung stood up and said, "I'll see you tomorrow, sir." He thought, "I'll do whatever it takes to survive and come back here." Jin Tae-kyung also added, "There's a chance that you might have to increase your conditions tomorrow." Then he walked away, back to the Murim world. A blizzard fell at night. In the mountains, 4 people ran and moved quickly. It was Jo Yom and Mahum Yo, while Hyuk Moo Jin carried the body of Jin Tae-kyung. He thought to himself, I'm losing my mind. Mount Hang's sword sect declaring war on us, infiltrating our backlines with spies from smaller factions, and then the betrayal from the head elder. All of this would drive anyone nuts. So why did this man have to faint as well? He's definitely still breathing, but it feels like he's on the verge of death. The injury that I suffered from Joe Pill is getting worse. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left the infirmary. I regret my decisions. We need to hurry and tell the main force about the betrayal of the head elder. But my body, I can't continue. As Hyuk Moo Jin dozed off, he suddenly saw a light. The god said to Hyuk Moo Jin, young human, you've done well. It's fine for you to rest now. Hyuk Moo Jin exclaimed, merciful Buddha, I've done enough. A guy who is supposed to be our leader collapses during a crucial moment, and the guys who are supposed to be my teammates aren't even offering to help me carry our leader. Forget it, I give up. He stopped and his foot trembled. Suddenly he felt Jin Tae-kyung's hot breath. Hyuk Moo Jin looked behind and said, leader? He saw Jin Tae-kyung grinning at him. Jin Tae-kyung said, hello my darling. A few moments later, sword clashes echoed as an enemy was cut, shouting in pain. Ack! Another enemy groaned, As the battle continued, a person shouted in pain, Arr! On a cliff, the eldest senior thought to himself as he watched, yes, it was this place, the 8th Valley of the Heavens. When the Great Faction War happened many years ago at this narrow valley, in order to earn the title Legend, numerous martial warriors died here. There was a point in my life when I coveted that title. But what use would that title serve if you died to get it? The eldest senior said, lesser family head. What are your thoughts on the current situation? Jin Wee-kyung replied, the tide seems to be in our favor, but we're also suffering quite a bit of casualties on our side. The eldest senior stated, it's an important duty as the leader of an army to know when he should join the fray or not. As the battle continues, the enemies will start to become more impatient. Make sure not to make any rash decisions. Jin Wee-kyung responded, I understand. I'll have to hold back until the main force of the Mount Heng sword sect arrives. However, it's a bit unfortunate that we can't make use of our position. I can't help but be angered at the heavens. The eldest senior thought to himself, not only does he possess an immense amount of martial arts, but he's also well received by the people. A young man who already possesses critical decision-making skills. Jin Wee-kyung is someone who can lead the main family well. What a pity. The eldest senior plays with his beard and says, it is too late to turn back now. Jin Wee-kyung said, I too cannot help but be angered at the heavens. In a different part of the mountain, Hyuk Moo Jin said, our leader has awakened. Jo Yom said, huh? Are you okay, sir? Mahom Yo said, leader, what happened? Hen Yop said, you didn't die. Jin Tae-kyung said, it's been a while. How have you guys been? Hyuk Moo Jin said, huh? Jo Yom said, what do you mean by that? Hyuk Moo Jin said, did you hurt your head by any chance? Jin Tae-kyung said, ha, I expected this much. Anyway, that is enough with the greetings. Hyuk Moo Jin said, he said something weird earlier, right? My darling, what the heck does that mean? Jin Tae-kyung said, how much time has passed since I blacked out? Hyuk Moo Jin said, definitely more than an hour. Almost 2 hours, sir. Shoot, I thought I was going to die. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, about an hour and 30 minutes since 1 month in the Murim world was about 3 hours in real life. And I was in the real world for about 2 weeks. Yep, it all adds up. Then, was I breathing at least? Mahumyo said, why are you asking us these questions all of a sudden? Jin Tae-kyung said, I do not have much time. Hurry and answer me. Hyuk Moo Jin said, yes, of course. If you were able to wake up like this, then if you weren't, shouldn't you be dead by now? Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, so if I enter one world, my body in the other world pretty much faints. If I did not take care of those assassins earlier, then it is possible that I would not even have a body to return to. Jin Tae-kyung said, how is the main force? Hyuk Moo Jin said, we were just making our way to them. It will take a few more hours. Jin Tae-kyung said, about 2 hours left. Jo Yum said, leader, I am sorry for telling you this right now, but it seems we will have to prepare for the worst. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, prepare for the worst? If everything goes like what Kwak Jun mentioned, he said before he died this was the great plan that he has been preparing for over 30 years. Ha ha ha. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, this betrayal was something that has been properly planned for a long time. However, this plan has one crucial flaw, and that is me. The fact that I survived, Not only that, Kwak Jun said something else back then. Kwak Jun said before, "Shall we start making our way back to the main force?" Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, "We wasted a little bit of time since we were interrogating him, but..." Jin Tae-kyung said to them, "It is still not too late, so there is no need for us to prepare for the worst. I will do whatever I can in order to make sure that does not happen." The Three Stooges said, "Leader." Jin Tae-kyung said, "So my dear Mujin." Hyuk Mujin said, "Yes, leader." Jin Tae-kyung said, "Hurry and get up." Hyuk Mujin said, "But I am really tired, sir." Jin Tae-kyung shows his fist and said, "Do I need to beat you?" Hyuk Mujin said, "Ugh." Sob. Jin Tae-kyung shouts at them, "We will make our way back to the main force in less than an hour." Hyuk Mujin said, "Less than an hour?" Mahum Yo said, "But even if we hurry, it will still take us about 2 hours, sir." Jin Tae-kyung became angry and said, "That is why I said less than an hour." Jo Yom said, "Huh? But how?" Jin Tae-kyung said, "It is easy. Just run." The Three Stooges said in shock, "What?" Jin Tae-kyung shouts at them, "Stop questioning. Hurry and freaking run." In the battle, a soldier shouts, "Kill them all. They are nothing more than thugs." As a thug said in pain, "Ack." His friend said, "Urgh." A fat thug said, "We are just going to get massacred at this rate." His friend said, "Rain of Blood Clan, retreat." Suddenly his head was decapitated and he said, "Ah?" The others were shocked. And Blade of Blood, Lee Cheon-baek arrived. He said, "Retreat?" The others trembled in fear. He then points his sword at them and said, "Go back if you do not want to witness what a real rain of blood looks like." The other said, "Move." Another said, "Heek, Blade of Blood." Lee Cheon-baek thought to himself, "Is this all that these hired mercenaries amount to? Useless bastards. I was too impatient. I was blinded by my desire for revenge due to the death of my son. I ignored the words of my advisors and took the quickest route to get here. How embarrassing that I, of all people, would willingly walk into this narrow valley." As he grips his sword tighter, he steps forward and the ground crumbles from his stomp. A soldier said, "The family head is leading the vanguard." Another said, "Everyone attack. Kill all of the Jin family bastards." Thanks for tuning in. I truly appreciate each and every one of you who took the time to watch this video. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider sharing my videos or channel with your friends who might also enjoy it. Your support means the world to me and helps my channel grow. Let's keep this community thriving together. Until next time, see you in the next video.